Look out, it's the Backlog Boys.
Virus detected.
Download complete.
Welcome to episode 2 of the Backlog BoyZ podcast. I am Colt, one of your 3 co-hosts today. And with me I have... We did this last time.
Me.
Anyone...
It's always weird to time it because I'm like, I don't want to talk over Wenzel, but at the same time, I'm like, Wenzel will just not say anything.
And I want to talk under Tanner.
Yeah, it's a really weird power play here.
It's a really weird power play. It's a really
Also, how is this episode 2? This is the 4th one we've
This
done.
episode 2. This is the 4th one we've done.
I'm gonna have a stroke. Please don't do this.
Please don't do this. If you don't,
Why are you talking under Colt too?
I'm talking under Colt too. Sorry,
Wenzel. Okay, you gotta stop the bit. You gotta stop the bit.
know,
Can you imagine
I know.
somebody listening to this podcast in the car and being like, "What the fuck is going on with the audio? Why does it sound like Wenzel's whispering everything everybody else is saying?"
Because he fucking
That'd
is.
be funny.
You know what? Just restart it.
Also-
start over.
Just fucking scrap it. We're like 12 minutes in. Colt, what are we talking about today?
Today we're talking...
We say I'm Wenzel.
I think that was implied.
Do you know who I am?
I just thought it was implied that people knew.
Implied what? How can we imply that? Nobody knows our
Well, first of
names.
all, we were having a whole fucking conversation.
Sorry. Anyway,
I almost called...
This
when I
podcast
was
is going to be a
doing-
little short. We're trying to beef it up.
Yeah, whenever I started the intro, I almost called it the All You Can Hear podcast for some reason. Never heard of it.
I was about to say, I was like, I would call it All You Can Hear podcast. I was thinking that in my head. I was like, oh, this is All You Can Hear podcast. Nope, Backlog BoyZ.
No, we're the
I was
better
also
version.
thinking, speaking of All You Can Hear podcast, I noticed the episode that they let us do recently, the Backlog Boys Take Huntsville. It's a lot shorter than what we recorded. I don't know what Patrick cut out of it.
I have no clue either.
It's like 6 minutes shorter than the audio file on my computer.
Oh, he'd probably just cut the silences or any awkward or...
Oh yeah, because there was a long silence. I remember that. Yeah.
It was for the troops.
He just cut out the first 6 minutes. It's just 6 minutes of dead audio.
And
No,
every episode, we guarantee we'll have a silence for the troops. So everybody be quiet. Can you pass me a pen?
Okay.
Can I have some? Can I have a piece of paper?
Okay. Here you go.
I'm gonna draw a ham turkey.
Shh.
All right, that's it. That's for the soldiers.
Good lord. I'm glad we're
How
not
is
doing
this-
any.
How the fuck does this
Any
translate? Like,
Okay, all right. We're here for video games. Let's talk about what.
to be fair,
Okay.
I'm real nervous.
We told you your homework for this month. So it's been a month. So I hope you did it. You're supposed to play Last of Us Part 2, or just remember it. Just for a month, think about that. Today we're going to
We actually give you 2 extra days.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Tanner said a dog ate his Wi-Fi cables, which is equivalent of like a dog ate my homework. So I'm assuming Tanner got on his hands and knees and ripped it out of his wall.
No. You know what's
Socks
bullshit?
watching horror.
They're like, what is daddy doing? No, you know what's bullshit? This is the second fucking time it's happened since I've lived here.
Oh my god.
The neighbors not learned they should probably do something about that.
No, so so for reference, my neighbor's dog got out and chewed up like one of the cords, like one of our electrical cords cut off our internet. But the last time it happened, the guy that cuts our grass just fucking ran over it.
Oh wow.
Because this was right after we moved into the house, and the AT&T guy just like didn't put it up. And yeah.
Dang.
Well, it sounds like you need to find a better place to hide that thing.
There's only so many places you can hide it.
Okay.
Put a
Sure.
box
But hey,
over it.
we're here now, and we're here to talk about The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Sorry we didn't do the stream. We'll do that eventually. Just
Oh yeah, I should mention we will reschedule the stream. Just I don't know when.
yeah, because we're in a time right now where we're really fucking busy.
It's
So,
Christmas, and
Yeah, it's
Christmas
Thanksgiving
time.
just happened.
Yeah.
My birthday's next weekend.
Yeah.
It's-
Sorry.
I
I know
guess it is.
we keep delaying getting to the Last of Us talk, but I just wanted to make sure all this stuff is put out there. So thank you. Sorry.
So similar to the last time, I was going to ask Wenzel, would you want to do the synopsis for us real quick?
Yeah,
I
sure.
think you did it last time too.
All right.
Hold on. Before you get to it, I think we should mention
God.
no, this is for the podcast. If for some reason you didn't listen to our part 1 episode, you should do that because it's probably one of my favorite podcasts we've ever done. But 2, full spoilers ahead.
Yeah. Full spoilers.
We will be going very in depth into
Yep.
the depths of
Yeah,
the
that's-
development and the story of Last of Us Part 2. So just for some reason, if you're like, I'm going to listen to this. I hope they don't spoil anything. You are about to be spoiled in sentence number fucking 2 of this synopsis. So just heads up.
Yeah, we're going to talk spoilers. Well, synopsis is going to give you a quick little info. That's what it's the point. Everything about this game is going to be spoiled. We're going to say everything that we can remember and just say at you. So just don't spoil yourself if you don't know anything about it, or if you don't care, you're going to hurt my feelings.
At least listen to the first episode, so this episode will kind of make sense.
Yeah.
But I guess here we go for synopsis. This is set 5 years after The Last of Us Part 1. The player follows 2 intertwined lives. Young adult Ellie as she journeys through Seattle to avenge the murder of Joel, while also following Abby, a young soldier part of the militia group, the WLF, Washington Liberation Front, or Wolves, as they have been nicknamed, fighting against the religious cult known as the Seraphites or Scars.
So you're probably wondering how we got to this point. Murder of Joel, what does that mean?
We'll get to that later. But now we have an hour of information to throw at you.
Yep, so here you go. Here's an info dump.
All right. So we should start.
That was it.
We should start with the credits. That's important. We're not going to cover everyone in the credits because Naughty Dog has hundreds and hundreds of.
Those
people
credits
there.
were 13 fucking minutes long.
Yeah, this team was really big, so we're just gonna go through like the short.
And I'll tell you how big it was later.
Yeah.
But the publisher was Sony Computer Entertainment. They love them movie games, and this was definitely one of them. A developer was Naughty Dog. It'd be weird if Microsoft got to develop this.
so somehow got their hands on this. Give it to Bungie.
Directors were Neil Druckmann, returning from The Last of Us Part 1, Anthony Newman, and Kurt Marginau.
See, I knew it stumped somebody.
It's because you pointed it out. It probably wouldn't have fucked up if you didn't point it out.
I was about to say Wenzel gave us a lecture on last names before we started recording.
Well, yeah,
Hey,
because I was worried. I was like, I want to get these last names right, but I can't find anything on how to say them. So yeah, sorry. If we get them wrong, I'm sorry.
And for some designers, we have Emily Schatz, Richard Cambier. Fuck, man, Wenzel, you got me saying words weird. Programmers, Travis McIntosh and Christian Geerling. Some artists were Eric Pangilinan, John Sweeney, and Christian Akata. I hate that you pointed. I would not have any trouble.
That's great.
Writers were Neil Druckmann, Haley Gross, and for composer we had returning fantastic Gustavo Wenzel, can you say this guy's name?
Okay, sorry. I know last episode we also got this wrong, and I'm sorry. So Gustavo Santaolalla, that's his last name. I'm really sorry. Just completely just went right over our heads. So yeah, yeah. So returning composer, great, fantastic guy.
Like, also, I got off work an hour and a half ago, so give me a break.
Also, I love how Wenzel's like great guy. Wenzel personally knows Gustavo. We should we should have
Should have him
prefaced
on.
that.
No, that's not true.
No, it's
I
true. Don't be so modest.
Man, I wish. Dude's a great composer. I mean, music's a fantastic.
Gustavo listens to this podcast, and so does Todd Howard.
Oh my god. Hey Todd, can you give me an early copy of Elder Scrolls? What number is this?
6.
Oh god.
Yeah, I know, right?
It feels like it should be like 8 or 9, but no, 4 of those were Skyrim.
Ooh, can you give me a copy of Fallout 78?
That's crazy. All right, since we got those credits thrown at you, let's get into the information behind the development of this game, because boy, there is actually more this time than there was last time. I did not mean
Colt
to
goes.
do that.
Colt goes. There's just not really as much as development info about this game as there was part 1 in the first game. I was like, okay. I click on the doc. It's like 5 pages of shit.
I did not mean to. There's just a lot more interesting information here for me personally. And there's also some shit that we're going to talk about later that is very important that
This all
we get mad
ties
about.
into, the game.
Yeah.
So.
Anyways, this game released June 19th, 2020 for the PlayStation 4. It has no PlayStation 5 version, but it does have a PlayStation 5 upgrade, which is free of charge. That is 60 FPS, 4K, native 4K. Beautiful.
Looks just as good as part 1. If you're just... Colt and Wenzel kept saying that they could see a graphical difference between part 1 and part 2. I personally couldn't see it. But then again, I have bad eyesight, so...
That's true. You don't have glasses. You don't wear glasses, even though you need glasses.
I wear glasses.
Why didn't you wear them?
I did.
Forget about it.
I can't drive without them.
Even though early story was conceived during the development of The Last of Us, official development started in 2014, shortly after the release of The Last of Us Remastered. Not the remake, remastered, that came out on the PS4.
Yeah, people need to remember. So, The Last of Us came out for PlayStation 3. Then The Last of Us Remastered came out for PlayStation 4. And then The Last of Us Part 1 came out for the PS5. All 3 the same game.
Yep. No differences other than graphical.
Graphical, and yeah. Just a heads up.
And after the release of Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, the entire 350-person team at Naughty Dog shifted to working on Part 2. So that's pretty crazy to think, because Lost Legacy, it came out, oh man, like 2017, 18-ish. So they didn't have a huge team working on the Part 2 just yet.
Well, yeah, they didn't have a big main team, but I'm sure they had a lot of like the base work down. Yeah, Lost Legacy came out August 2017, so you're talking about 2.5 years in between Lost Legacy coming out and Part 2 coming out.
I mean, they started development in 2014, and they just got a lot more people in on it 3 years later.
Yeah, but also too, like, what does development mean? Like, does development mean Neil Druckmann opened up a Google Doc and wrote Last of Us Part 2 storyboard?
Yeah, I'm assuming it was a lot of story work before they got to the actual development.
Yeah, so that especially for a game like this, like what exactly does like starting development mean?
Drawing Joel Footpicks. Neil Druckmann returned as creative director and writer, reprising his role from Last of Us Part 1 and Uncharted 4 as a Thief's End. If you didn't know, I didn't know that. He had a huge part in the Uncharted games. I don't know why I didn't think that, considering he is a veteran at Naughty Dog, so brain just not
Yeah,
connecting
just
the
kind of
dots.
makes sense that he would touch all those projects at this point.
Anthony Newman and Kurt Marginal were selected to be coded game directors for Part 2, overseeing gameplay elements such as level design and mechanics. In the final months of development, the team was forced to work from home due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In total, approximately 2,169 developers across 14 studios worked on this game.
God damn it! Did you really throw in a haha there?
No, that was written.
That was not written.
I do want to mention, so if going by the timeline of COVID in 2020, because this game, and I know we're going to touch on it, but I guess we can touch on it a little early. This game was originally supposed to come out in February, and then got delayed to May, and then got indefinitely delayed, and got delayed till June. Is that correct?
Wow, you skipped far ahead.
Hold
Tanner.
on,
Damn.
that's later.
Well,
Tanner.
no, I know it's later, but I'm talking about it for the context of COVID. Like, I wonder exactly what, because the reason it got delayed the last time is because they're like, you know what, maybe not a great time to
Tanner,
release
you are
a game.
skipping so much. I have everything about the
Okay,
delay.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Don't
Colt.
talk on Colt's time.
I'm sorry. I just
This is
wanted to talk
Colt's
about.
time. Oh my god, my
I
mic's
just wanted to talk
red.
about COVID.
Every time I just raise my voice a little bit, it goes red. That's annoying.
But
Never
the
noticed that.
2,169. That is a lot of people working on this game, and you can see it in their work. There's some other stuff we'll talk about later.
Yeah, and you can also see it in the credits being 15 fucking minutes long.
Yes. Neil Druckmann wrote the story with Haley Gross. Credits in Westworld, Banshee, Emerald City, and Too Old to Die Young, which is the most recent of her credits.
Oh.
Other than The Last of Us Part 2. The team experimented with different plot structures and considered scrapping the project until they settled on an idea that mirrored the first game. Druckmann said that The Last of Us is about extreme measures one would take for love, while Part 2 is about how far one would go to bring justice for those they love.
I would love to know what those possible scrapped ideas look like. Like, I can't imagine having the game as commercially and, you know, I guess critically acclaimed as the first Last of Us and being like, we may just have to scrap this sequel altogether. Like, what the fuck was happening in the writing room?
Yeah, that sounds like a very weird thing to do, considering, I mean, there didn't need to be a second game, but it was too big not to have a sequel.
Yeah, it was definitely too big. I don't know. Did it not need to have a second? I personally would be pissed off if there was not a second game.
I mean, I feel like it ended in a way where it not necessarily needed a sequel, but I think the sequel did help add a lot to it.
Oh gosh, I think I remember me and Colt talking about Last of Us Part 1 and how like okay we were with it being so final. That ending, like, oh man.
It's hard to say, like, for you, for example,
Yeah,
you
I guess
just know both of them back to back, while we had 10 years of, or not 10, like 8 or so years of, we're happy with that.
Yeah, because I remember being completely fine. I was like, you know what? It's final. It ends on like, you know, it can go anyway. And then next thing we know, part 2 gets announced, and it's like, holy shit. And then having played part 2, it's like, well, maybe I don't feel the same way anymore.
And
they shouldn't have made it.
in the way that part 2 ended, I think there should be a sequel, but that's different. That's later. We'll talk about that later. The themes of revenge and retribution were inspired by Druckmann's experience growing up in Israel, where violence was a frequent topic. He recalled watching footage of the 2000 Ramallah lynching and how, after hearing the cheering crowds, his mind turned to violent thoughts about bringing the perpetrators to justice. I didn't know anything about that until I looked up the stuff when I was looking at the information. Some crazy shit happened, man.
Yeah, Ramallah is a city in Palestine.
Yeah.
Fun fact. Or not a fun fact, but just a fact for anybody wondering.
Druckmann wanted the player to feel a thirst for revenge before making them realize the reality of their actions, and boy, God, he does. Ashley Johnson and Troy Baker's return reprise their roles as Ellie and Joel, while Laura Bailey is cast as Abby. I mean, thank God they're back, because I can't picture Joel or Ellie as anyone else.
What about the HBO show?
That's different. Video games, they don't look the same. Like, if I heard the video game voices coming out of the live action mouse, I would feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Or if I heard the live action actors' voices coming out of the video game ones, I'd feel uncomfortable as well.
Also, too, if you just
Okay.
threw in the actual voice actors into the show to play their characters, but in live action, that'd be kind of weird.
Will also be weird because Troy Baker is not that old.
And Ashley Johnson's a grown woman.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I guess that would have been the weirder part. Oh,
That's yeah.
This grown 30-year-old woman trying to play a 12-year-old.
Gross noted that a goal of the writers was to create the most multifaceted characters you've seen in games. She particularly wanted to explore the multifaceted behavior of Ellie, showing her power as well as her insecurities. Because that's one thing in the first game, you got a hint, like, she's strong, she has to be strong, due to her circumstances. But in this game, you really get to see her willpower to just keep going, just even though she does have some flaws.
Mm-hmm. Well, also too, I think in this game it does a good job because obviously in the first game you want to have, especially because she's 13 in the first game or 14, whatever, and you want her to be like this independent teenager, like growing up during this apocalyptic time. But in this game, you get a little bit more of a chance to dive into like her. She also has, it's not that she didn't have feelings in the first game, but you get to see like other sides of her that just you can't explore or didn't have the opportunity to explore in the first game because you're playing as Joel the majority of the time, and Joel's just like, what the fuck do I do with this kid for a lot of that game?
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought that part was real. I mean, nailed it.
Yes,
Yeah, no, they absolutely. Whenever, when I looked at that quote, I was like, yeah, they fucking nailed it. Like, there's no doubt.
The change of player character from Ellie to Abby was inspired by the change from Joel to Ellie in the first game, though emphasized in part 2 due to its focus on empathy. Druckmann wanted the player to hate Abby early in the game, but later empathize with her.
Hey, let me tell you, Neil, if you're listening to this, you fucking nailed it, brother.
Yeah, you did it, man. You did it. Oh yeah, if anybody still doesn't know by this point, Abby was the one who killed Joel. Surprise!
Yeah, we'll give you the details later.
Yeah.
Naughty Dog pushed the technical capabilities of the PlayStation 4 when creating Part 2, adding more enemies and larger environments than in previous games. Druckmann noted that any drops in detail would ruin the sense of authenticity, which required consistent optimization of the technology. And I will say, when this game came out, I thought it was the most beautiful game I've ever seen, like the best game I've ever seen. And I did not know how it would get better. It's gotten better somehow.
I will say it is
beautiful.
still, there's very few games I would put on par as looking as good as Part 1 and Part 2. Very few games I would put on par with looking as good as they do.
And I'd say it was a great, it wasn't, I don't think it was the final PlayStation 4 exclusive, but it was a great swan song for the PlayStation 4.
It was definitely the last.
Oh shoot, yes it was. It was.
Yeah.
I thought for some reason the PlayStation 5 came out in 2021 for my head, but no,
PS5 came out in November. So yeah, it definitely would have been the last first party game for
it. Was the perfect swan song. It ended that generation, that whole beautiful gen.
Yep. And now maybe one day Sony will stop supporting the PS4 so they can take full advantage of the PlayStation 5's hardware. But that's not a conversation for now or anything. But
please.
There's no reason Ragnarok should have come out on fucking PS4s. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna fucking
And
say it.
there's no reason that Ragnarok should look worse than The Last of Us Part 2 and Part 1. But that's different, and we're not talking about that right now.
That's for another time.
Yeah. Improved AI allowed for deeper connections with characters and the creation of bonds through gameplay. Example, killing an enemy dogs makes the enemy AI yell out the dog's name in sadness and pain, forcing the player to feel pain mentally and sometimes physically when you start punching your knees.
It says forcing the player to take mental damage.
In all caps.
Let's say what you wrote in all caps.
Because it was
Thank
horrible.
Thank God none of us killed dogs in the game.
No. And if we did it in the most humane, quickest way possible.
But those dogs were naughty.
And sometimes they needed a pickaxe through the skull.
Jesus Christ.
And sometimes the person who did that was Tanner.
Listen, those dogs were fucking scary.
We were curious.
One time, then I became not curious.
Because we were because there was an animation that neither me or Colt had seen where you play as Ellie and you brutally kill this dog, and we were like, "Holy shit! Are there other animations? There are other animations.
There are. If you think there's a special animation for a new type of weapon, there is.
Yeah. So essentially, there's an animation in the game. If you imagine one of those carnival games where you take the hammer and bang it on the thing and it makes the ball go up and ring the bell, Ellie does that with a pickaxe to a dog. She has a vendetta. You would think the dog killed Joel. I mean, it is. I mean, and if you shank a dog, it's not just like a quick stab to the, humane. It's like I mean, she goes fucking crazy. It's like, wow.
Yeah, like you really only need to cut the throat.
Yeah, maybe Ellie's the bad guy.
No, that's Billie Eilish song.
Yeah. It was brutal. There was at one point in the game. It was so funny because every time, because I play a little differently than Colt and Wenzel. We'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah.
But it was always so funny when I would kill an enemy in the game and they'd be like, "Oh, that's an animation we've never seen before." I'm like, "Oh, didn't go knives only like me."
Yeah, that is true.
But that's what we discovered with the dogs is that somebody at Naughty Dog needs to go to jail because there are a lot of different animations for killing some puppy dogs.
And you found them all.
Yeah, I unlocked all of them. I got Colt the last trophy in The Last of Us.
Murder every single dog in every way possible. That'd be pretty fucked. The Last of Us 2 was originally planned to be an open world game with hub worlds, but later in the game transferred to a more linear style as it better served the narrative. I'm glad it did. Very glad it did.
Could not imagine an open world hellhole that is Seattle.
Actually, I can. Infamous Second Son was really good.
I mean, sure, if you want to give Ellie superpowers.
That's also true.
Yeah.
Naughty Dog wanted to increase the accessibility options introduced in Uncharted 4 to ensure that all players could complete the story. The developers attended conferences and worked with advocates. That's one thing I've noticed is that I feel like Naughty Dog at PlayStation, at least, is the lead reason why there's so many accessibility options in a lot of these games nowadays. Like Microsoft was doing a good job with, I remember back when the Xbox One came out, there was a special controller made, but I can't really remember any other other stuff popping up around that.
I mean, typically from what I've seen, there's a lot of good accessibility options in first-party Microsoft games. Nintendo does not do a great job at it.
Nope.
And then Sony, I feel like, yeah, Cole, I'd agree with you that at least from what I have seen, at least with how many changes they've made, Naughty Dog's kind of led that charge on Sony's side of things.
Because Sony Santa Monica, the people behind God of War, have in the God of War 1 and then this new one, accessibility options are crazy.
Yeah, like there's a lot of like really good like quality of life changes. It's again, especially these first party games. I feel like even a game like Miles Morales from Insomniac had a lot of really good accessibility options. So definitely, which is great. Definitely a great thing to, that can only be expanded on further. I'm glad it's getting to a point where everybody can play games.
Yeah, now you can have your grandma know what the hell you're talking about when you talk about killing gods.
Yeah, my grandmother loves to play Dark
God of
Souls.
War and Elden Ring. Actually, there is no accessibility options in Elden Ring.
I was about to say you named that. God, now I'm just remembering the whole debate around should FromSoft games have easy mode from the beginning of the year.
We'll get to that when we do the Elden Ring episode.
It's making my head hurt.
In the Elden Ring episode, we're gonna have to do a all boss win platinum trophy run for you, Tanner, which took me
What
around
the
200
fuck?
hours.
Jesus.
Okay. Colt, I barely had time for this.
That's true. That is true.
It was hard working around 22, brother. But yeah, we'll get there.
Gustavo Santal. How do you say his name again?
Santa Olaya.
Santa Olaya returned to compose and perform the game score like he did with the first game. Matt Quell contributed to combat music. The developers received permission to use the songs Future Days by Pearl Jam and Take On Me by AHA. There was a funny moment when we were playing the game when Ellie and Dina were playing guitar, or Ellie was playing guitar singing AHA. And Tanner was like, man, that's crazy how they got that. I wonder how they did it. It must cost a lot of money. And then it clicked in Tanner and Wenzel's head at the exact same time. Oh, yeah, it's Sony.
Sony Records.
Yeah, I just had no idea. I was like, oh. Also, talk about that scene. She sang the whole fucking song.
Yeah,
it
all
was
7
3
minutes.
I loved it.
It was
I mean, it was a good scene, but it's just like, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tanner, can you play Take On Me by AHA on guitar?
I'm not a big fan of people picking up guitars and just start singing in situations where it's not called, i.e. Apocalypse.
I'm going to play
Wait a minute.
Hollywood Undead.
Wait. Let's backtrack real quick. I'll get to you, Tanner. Colt, what are you thinking, fucker?
I'm thinking I want to liven up this show.
Okay. Colt's not invited to the bonfire during the apocalypse. And Tanner, I mean,
that's the only way you can get music into you is through guitar. If there's no power or electricity, or you could use fluted or air wind instruments or pianos.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about from my personal experience. Like if it was the apocalypse.
Oh, you had experience with that?
You've never experienced the apocalypse, you fucker.
But I've experienced people picking up a guitar.
Everybody has.
And I don't like it when people just pick up a guitar and be like, oh, let me sing a whole fucking song. I don't like it.
Then I guess you wouldn't like concerts, huh?
I bet you wouldn't like JoJo.
JoJo and I have had this conversation, and JoJo gets mad at me because, especially when we were younger and we would be at a party and I would yell at JoJo, play Wonderwall, and JoJo would just look at me with the stare of that they wanted to kill me.
JoJo, can you play some Wonderwall for us?
But there's a certain member of the AYCH network. The first time that I ever met them, they played a lot of A Theory of a Dead Man on guitar for like 4 hours. It just completely.
Okay, well, 4 hours is crazy, but like picking up a guitar once to play one song is not bad.
It's not bad, but it's ruined my experience with guitars.
Yeah, even when somebody had 3 minutes of AHA was Tanner's hell.
Yeah, it really was. I was like, she might as well be singing Theory of a Dead Man.
Jesus Christ. Tanner, you need to work on yourself, okay?
Yeah. Look at yourself in the mirror and really think. To achieve the sound.
To be fair, if somebody picked up a guitar and started playing a Third Tomato at them at a party,
I'd beat them to death.
Also, Wenzel, imagine it's the first time you meeting them.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Never judge a book by its cover. Fuck me. My drunk has never been wiped out quicker. This was also like 5 years ago.
You might as well say his name if you're just going to keep talking shit on him.
You think Cannon will listen to this?
It's possible.
It is possible. Cannon, I love you. It's just that first time, brother. Whew, it's some rocky road ahead.
To achieve To achieve the sound of the Shamblers, the team hired voice actors Ross Sabalos and Steve Bloom and used items such as grapefruits to create the explosion sounds, which is really icky. Steve
didn't-
Bloom, though,
Yeah, I hate grapefruits.
I don't know much about Paul Sabalos, but Steve Bloom, legendary voice actor. I love him. He's probably one of my favorite voice actors of all time. The thing that pops into my head instantly when I think of Steve Bloom is Tom from Toonami. He's the host, always been the host. He just got a legendary voice.
Pretty
Crazy
cool.
that they're like, let's get this legendary voice actor to scream into a mic.
To make gargling sounds.
Yeah. Hey, imagine I'm the guy at Naughty Dog, one of you or Steve. Hey, Steve, can you hit us with a in the booth?
And squeeze a grapefruit.
Yeah. Also, Steve, there's 6 grapefruits by you.
Stomp on them with your feet.
See how many you can grab and throw on the ground at one time.
Go ahead and put that mic close to your feet. Let's get us some foot recordings so you stepping on them. Go. Whenever
Steve,
you're ready.
we're gonna need you to go goblin mode.
Steve, why don't you whip out those dogs?
Oh, we're getting into fetish content.
Why don't you whip out those dogs and give us a little show?
Steve, we need you to cover your feet with some of that grapefruit flesh and rub them around real slow like. And I want to come in the booth with a boom mic, and we're going to get real close to them dogs.
One of the guys is like, "Hey man, you know this audio is not usable, right?" Yeah, I know.
This is for
It's
my
for me.
personal collection. What did you do at work today, honey? Well, I got 7 hours of this.
Oh, oh baby.
Oh, you got the good shit, huh?
The dialogue team referenced whistled languages such as Safria and Silbo Gomero for the Seraphites whistling, and hired actors Stevie Mack and Lisa Mary to provide the whistles in 3 styles, which I think is cool because I didn't know that was a thing. I thought they were just making whistles.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I thought
Like,
they were just whistling.
Yeah, so I looked this up. The Safria language is only 6 people on the planet can speak this language, and it comes
6?
6. That's what I looked up.
Whoa.
6.
How the fuck do they know? Like, are the 6 people named?
Are they making it up?
I'm not sure. You're asking me a lot of questions that I don't have the answers to. But anyway, it comes from the Greek word safrizo, which just means whistle. Pretty crazy.
So it's just Greek people whistling?
I mean, it's a whistled language.
That, I mean, how would
I don't know.
a whistle language work? I mean, obviously it does. I mean, I guess it works the same as any other language.
It's all about tone and speed and pace and
Yeah, I would
girth,
imagine
length.
pitch would be like a huge part of the
Motion.
language.
thrusting.
Sorry.
Last of Us 2 was announced at PlayStation Experience event on December 3rd, 2016. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I did. Thanks
I'm
for
sorry.
cutting me
I'm
off.
sorry. It was quiet.
I was going to say, because it was you guys were talking about, I was trying to look up to confirm, like, okay, is it actually 6 people? I do see where it says here practitioners of the language, they're on just a small island. And god damn it. This fucking website is weird. Hold on.
Oh,
You're
you're
showing me,
not
like-
on Wikipedia?
No, I'm not.
It's showing like MILFs in my area and like
Wenzel's
Wonder
on
Woman
Finder.
twerking.
No, there's like wow. There's this whole like SoundCloud and stuff for it.
Give him a follow. Give him a listen. Play it out loud.
Oh gosh, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, there's like an interesting website for it. The other language, Silbo Gomero, there's 22,000 people that speak that. They're on the Canary Islands. It's pretty cool too.
Also,
Hell
still
yeah.
a super low number considering
Yeah.
we're at 8 billion people on the planet.
Yeah.
I can make it 9.
What does that mean?
What does that mean, Colt?
The Last of Us 2 was announced at the PlayStation Experience event on December 3rd, 2016. I know I just said that, but I'm saying it. Which feels like I feel like it was announced a lot later than that. But,
Yeah, that's 3.5 years between we're announcing it and here it is.
but I also remember in high school talking about it with a friend that really loved The Last of Us. So that's so strange. Time.
I was not in high school during any of this. I was multiple years into college in 2016.
Oh, yeah, I remember actually. There was somebody who we both knew that really liked The Last of Us. It was like the only they played mostly on Xbox, but that was like one of the few PlayStation games that like they played and they loved.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
The first trailer was released alongside the announcement, showcasing the return of Ellie and Joel. The second trailer, released in October 2017 as a part of Paris Games Week, revealed Abby, Yara, and Lev. Dina and Jesse were first shown in a presentation at E3 2018. I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you right now, but this is just a lot of trailer information. A trailer was featured in Sony's State of Play presentation in September 2019, which preceded additional marketing to celebrate Outbreak Week, which is the week in which the fictional outbreak occurred in the original game.
Seems like a weird week to celebrate.
Yeah, as long as it didn't happen. And you know what? They were celebrating it before COVID, okay? So it's okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, they don't do this anymore.
They do.
They still celebrate Outbreak Week?
Yeah.
Oh. What did they do this year for it? Do you know off the top of your head?
Or
they just say
art stuff and
They just
giveaways.
say thanks, gamers, for helping us sell a bajillion copies of this game.
And they gave us a kiss. A story trailer was released on May 6th, following an animated commercial on June 3rd, and the final pre-launch trailer on June 10th. Naughty Dog replaced and altered characters in the trailers to conceal story events. Druckmann cited that marketing of Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty 2001, which concealed its protagonist in trailers as an influence. Which I feel like that's commonplace nowadays in trailers, is
Especially movie trailers.
like add in fake shit or
Take out stuff.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I will say whenever we were playing this game, there were so many well, not so many, but like from like some of the trailers and presentations, immediately, whenever they would happen in the game, we would call them out and be like, oh, we remember this being announced. And the one that I remember is the first time we see Abby, Yara, and Lev. I will always remember that. And I
will always remember it because they showed them breaking a little girl's arm.
Yeah. It was just a brutal scene, and like it really kind of like amps you up, I guess. Not
who the hell are these people?
Yeah,
I know it's
who
The
are
Last of Us, but
because like the deaths in the original game were pretty brutal, but in this, I mean, they were even more brutal, and
they were visceral. You
and,
could
like,
feel the death in this
the
game.
you
violence
could
was
smell
like
it.
It just looked like such a like this scene in particular, even though like it felt like you felt the rage, I guess, like especially with how it ends. I'm not saying too much because we'll have to talk about it later because it's part of the story. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we all watched this together, but Tanner does not remember.
Nope.
No, I'm sure we did because we got together every E3 Game Award thing for years, so I'm sure we did watch it together. But at the time, I didn't give a fuck about The Last of Us
because you were a hater baby that didn't understand that it was good.
So it's probably just blocked in my mind.
Or you were on Twitter saying like, "When's the next good game going to be shown?"
I completely forgot that before this, Tanner did not like The Last of Us. I forgot that's the whole basis of
that's the whole fucking basis of the show.
Look, I've had a busy week. I'm nervous.
Why do you keep saying you're nervous?
Because I am nervous.
About what?
One of us might fight.
No,
Wenzel's only done like 400 episodes of podcasts in the last like 5.5 years.
And I still get nervous. I want to do this right because this game, man.
I want to do it wrong.
All right, you are doing a great job talking like that.
Thanks.
Damn, get him.
At E3 2018, Druckmann said that Naughty Dog was refusing to announce a release date until the game was very close to release, in quotes, to avoid disappointing fans.
I'm just imagining him on the mic at E3 2018. Again, I'm sure I would have seen him on stage because I know we watched this E3 together going, no release date. And everybody in the crowd's like, release date. He's just screaming no into the mic.
No,
That's what
no.
that's what I'm imagining in my head happened.
That's what happened. You remembered right.
Okay,
That's
thank
exactly what
God.
happened, yeah.
He
During
threw the mic into the
Sony's-
crowd.
During Sony's State of Play on September 24th, 2019, Naughty Dog announced a release date of February 21st, 2020. That's not all. A little over a month later, on October 25th, Truckman announced a delay to May 29th, 2020, to bring the entire game up to a level polish we'd call the Naughty Dog quality. I left a pause there because my brain just decided to skip. It was a strange moment in my brain. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I was wondering, but I'm like, you know what, Colt? He will not steer this ship wrong. I'm going to let him rock with it.
And the Naughty Dog quality, I agree, that is a thing. It didn't really... I'd say with Uncharted 2 is when the Naughty Dog quality really came into to being a thing.
I would almost argue, again, I know I mentioned this on the last episode, but I'm listening to a bunch of video game podcasts from around 2009, 2010. A lot of people really loved Uncharted for the voice acting, but I would agree with you that Uncharted 2 was the first time they're like, these Crash Bandicoot guys kind of know what they're doing.
And good God, they do know what they're doing. On April 2nd, 2020, Sony announced that the game was almost complete, but had been indefinitely delayed due to logistical problems caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. A little bit more understandable. Not a little bit. It is understandable.
Again, I wonder if it was so much logistical problems, or if it was just, maybe it's not a good idea to release a game about a deadly virus that kills and makes people zombies at the start of this deadly virus that we don't know anything about. Because, I mean, there really wasn't a ton of logistical... I mean, April 2nd, 2022, you're talking we were 2 weeks into COVID in the US, really.
I mean, maybe... I don't know, because
I still think it has to do more so with... And the only reason I say that is because when this game eventually does come out in June, the logistical problems were worse in June than they were in April.
That is true.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Strange.
I know,
But
we're
you know
not-
what? I'm
not
glad it released because
we're
that
not
was a time frame
hypothesizing.
where I needed it.
We're not hypothesizing. We're giving you facts. All right.
I'm giving you a fact.
Here's another
not a
fact.
fact.
In late April, several videos leaked online showing cutscenes, gameplay, and significant plot details. Druckmann tweeted that he was heartbroken for fans and for the team who had devoted years to development. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember the day that it did leak. I think I was playing Call of Duty, and seeing it was the scene of Ellie about to sing "Aha," and you could see all the dev tools to the side. So it's pretty crazy that it actually leaked. I didn't think it was legit until I started playing it, but
So there wasn't like an actual significant, like, did Joel's death get out before this game
oh
came
yes,
out?
Yeah,
it
it did.
was fully leaked.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
I remember there was a Reddit thread that had it specifically.
There's some details that we talk about later by the consequences of the leak. On April 27th, Sony announced release date of June 19th, 2020, which was the final release date. How many delays was that? 4?
No, 3?
3?
No.
That's still...
No, it's actually only 2 delays. Originally announced for February, got delayed to May, then got delayed to June. It's only two delays.
That's true.
And honestly, like, again, I still think the last delay was because they didn't want to release a game about a virus during the beginning of COVID. I don't think it was a logistical issue. Now, don't get me wrong. I think it was the right play, but I'm just saying Joel would be anti-vax. I mean, he actually is.
100%.
Joel is. I mean, the whole basis of the first game is him being anti-vax. He kills a doctor.
I'm not gonna say you're wrong.
You can't argue with me, or it's correct.
I can't.
I mean, he was so anti-vax in our playthrough that he shot the nurses that were helping.
And it
Yeah.
made a second game pop up.
Pretty crazy. The game was banned in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates due to the country's conservative traditions involving homosexuality. And I wrote here, missed out on an all-timer due to hate. Shaking my damn head.
Was and the first game wasn't banned, was it?
No, because the gay stuff didn't come out until the Left Behind stuff came into play. Even though Bill was gay, but also
I was about to
the
say
thing with Bill being gay was like, he's not gay. That's just his friend, and he's really sad about it. That's what a lot of
Yeah.
people genuinely thought.
Are you okay? Yeah, I mean, I believe that is what people. Yeah, sure.
An update on August 13th added This is August 13th, 2020. Added a permadeath mode, a new difficulty level, and gameplay modifiers.
Could not fucking pay me to play a permadeath mode.
No.
Actually, you could. If somebody wants to send the Backlog Boys $1,000, we will do a permadeath run.
Make it 30,000. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, we'll split it 3 ways. I get 20,000. You each get 5.
I think you would be putting in the most work of dying.
Yeah.
I don't
The
think
performance
so.
update was released on May 19th, 2021. Allowing gameplay at 60 FPS on the PlayStation 5.
Your brain stopped working again?
Yeah, something's wrong. I gotta update my OS.
Colossus.
But that's a lot of the details about the development of this
Yeah.
game and some other shit that's happened with it.
Some kind of, yeah, some stuff. I don't want to say tech. I don't know why I want to say technical, because we didn't really give you any technical jargon.
No.
Yeah, none of that nerd shit.
Yeah.
Nah.
Speak English, am I right?
This is all jock shit, okay?
Jesus. Hey, simplify it for me.
Off mic, did you want me to do the reception part, Colt?
I could do reception.
This isn't off mic. I'm not editing.
Off mic.
God damn.
I really thought Wenzel was about to say off mic. I really have to go take a dump.
No, I don't.
And fuck you for even suggesting it.
Shit.
We're not there yet. We're gonna talk about the reception, how this game was received. There was a lot of shit around this game.
I'm gonna say some real bad people probably had some takes on this game.
You'd be right.
That were not legitimate criticisms. I mean, I could understand having legit criticisms of any piece of art, but these were not it.
Yup. The Last of Us 2 received universal acclaim from critics, according to the review aggregator Metacritic. The game received a 93 out of 100 score on Metacritic, which is actually two numbers below Part 1. Which I thought was strange. Considering I think that The Last of Us Part 2 is better than the first game.
We'll get there.
Yeah. The Last of Us 2 is the 6th highest rated PlayStation 4 game of all time, behind God of War 2018, Last of Us Remastered, Persona 5 Royal, Grand Theft Auto 5, and Red Dead Redemption 2.
Pretty good company to be in.
It really is. I don't know why, but at the time, I was too busy playing Red Dead Redemption 2 to like really look at the reviews, I guess. I forgot that game is like one of the best like reviewed games ever.
Well, yeah, it's because it's one of the best games of all time. For my money's worth.
I'm in the exact same boat as you. I love that game, and Arthur is the best man ever made, but I'm not talking about Red Dead.
Not
yet. It was praised for its improved gameplay, graphical fidelity, cast, performances, characters, audio design, and music, though critics were divided on its narrative and themes.
I mean, I guess.
I don't think I've written about it in here, but like the critics, like the majority of people love this game, but the main like legitimate like criticism would have to be like how violent it was.
Well, I could definitely see, like, at the time, oh, great, it's a story about revenge. Where have we seen that before? Oh, and there's zombies? How original. Like, I can kind of see being like, okay, but
But
we've
the
kind of been.
zombies aren't even like a main focus of the game, really.
No, I wouldn't say. I definitely feel like the zombies in this game are so much of an afterthought compared to part one. Um, but I can see that, I guess, where people are just like, eh. I don't want to play, especially with it coming out at the time that it did, which is, at this point, a lot of people had been in their houses for 2 months. So the big game release before this was Animal Crossing.
That's all. That's
That
weird. I don't
that
like that.
that everybody and their fucking mother played. So I can definitely find it weird to go from Animal Crossing to this and being like, I don't know if I'm in the right headspace for this right now. So I can kind of see it.
But now we're gonna get into the not so legitimate criticisms. The game was subject of review bombing on Metacritic, resulting in a user score of 3.4 out of 10 at its lowest.
What is it now? I wonder.
I have no clue. I imagine it's gone up. You want to Google that real quick?
Yeah, I got it.
Jarvis, show me this guy's balls.
You can keep going. I'm just gonna Google it.
No, just wait.
I need to know this number. This is important.
The user score is now a 5.7.
That's still stupidly low.
Would you like to know how many ratings it has on Metacritic? Like, how many people have given it a rating on Metacritic?
Oh, good God. I imagine the bot stuff hit it like crazy. So, like 20,000, 30,000?
160,039.
What the fuck? Yeah, those bot reviews came in like crazy.
Yeah, and then there's 121 critic reviews in here.
Insane.
Yep.
Reporters noticed that the review bombing occurred shortly after the game launched, too soon for the users to feasibly have finished it. Some suggested that the reviews were based on the incomplete plot leaks, which was 100% legit. They heard about the Joel's death and immediately went to shitting on it.
Yeah, I could definitely see that because unless you were just a world-class speedrunner and can immediately exploit any game you play on a first playthrough, I don't think you can beat this game much quicker than we beat it.
And even when I was playing it during the summertime, I mean, I still had work, but I beat it in like 2 weeks. It took some time.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like if you, again, like a lot of people did during this time, I feel like sitting down start to finish, it would have taken you again, and this would be a super fast playthrough, I feel like 17, 18 hours.
Yeah, I mean, if you did that, you'd have to know like where shit was.
Yeah, you would kind of have to know what you were doing or be an extremely great guesser.
And here's another thing that Tanner agrees with. Many of the negative reviews criticize the characterization, plot. Some complained of social justice warrior politics with vitriolic responses to LGBT characters.
Wait, what did you say about
What?
No, this is, oh my god, I can't believe, I can't believe it. I just can't believe like this is still an argument being made like in this day of age. Who fucking cares? I mean, I
It
cannot,
doesn't really affect the story or you at all.
I mean, I just can't imagine throwing on something and being like, well,
Gay people.
I
What?
can't. Well,
Trans
it's
people.
it's like people playing, especially the type of people that probably, again, the wrong kind of people that really resonated with Joel in the first game. It's like, yeah, protect your own, and then playing this game, being like,
What?
yeah, what?
There's consequences to me doing something horrific.
Yeah, and then it's like the question, like, oh, gay son or thought daughter, gay daughter though? What? I mean, it's like, what the fuck? Like, I just cannot imagine that taking away from the joy of the game and what it is.
I genuinely think that people that have this kind of thinking process, I think they
Well, they're
are
insane.
stupid. No,
Yeah,
they
I
are
mean, they're-
insane, but they're very dumb. They grew up. They were raised by other idiots. They're just dumb people. They're ignorant of the world.
Yeah, like, God, it is. I just can't imagine throwing on. Well, also too, you knew this going into the game. You knew that. I mean, we knew that Ellie was gay going into the game.
Yeah, if you played Left Behind.
If you played Left Behind or watched the trailer where she kisses Dina at E3.
Oh, this is a friend thing. We do that all the time.
I mean, yeah, we do, but and come to find out, friends don't kiss other friends on the lips like that.
Can you imagine though? They purposefully just did not play Left Behind because they created their own fiction, and then whenever that trailer, that gameplay came out of them kissing, they're like, "Oh, I'm not gonna watch this," and then so like they're like, "I'm still gonna play the game though." Like the thought process behind that, probably possible.
I just imagine them skipping that scene when they get to it, which is like at the very end of the game, and that's an important scene.
Yeah.
God.
Man, are we talking about part 2, right? The scene of them in the bar.
The dance.
Yeah, probably the best scene in the whole fucking game.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it. Left Behind also had a dance scene where they kissed.
Wow,
It kind of mirrored it.
I don't know.
There's a lot of mirror in this game. So much
cinematic
mirror.
parallel.
Man, I don't know. I guess Ellie just likes dancing and kissing.
Yeah.
Hey, me too, sister.
Yeah.
This is a family dance. Shut up. Wah. Some players criticized Joel's death in the opening hours, perceiving a discrepancy between his cautious nature in the first game and his more trustful and protective attitude in part 2. And a number of players considered Joel's death disrespectful.
All right. I gotta, because this is
we gotta get into it.
This part pisses me off because I have
pisses me off so much because it's like, okay, disrespectful. Okay, not a fucking real person, so you can't really. I mean, who cares? Also, too, the dude did some terrible fucking stuff. So I'm not saying it's necessarily deserved, but you can kind of understand it. And then, 3, they're like, this isn't Joel. This isn't Joel. It's like, okay, like
you experienced him in the first game getting softer as a person as he's.
I was about to say,
developing
like,
a relationship with this girl.
He's literally been living in a town on safe. Has his own house now. He has an adopted daughter who's growing up,
and it's 5 years later. This is 5 years of him with a new daughter.
So he's had 5 years to soften up, to kind of loosen up a little bit, and then literally something happens right before he dies to where it's like, okay, he's definitely probably a little happier, a little feeling good, so he's probably let his guard down a little bit.
Well, also too, talking about that, there are scenes later in the game where, surprise, there's flashbacks in this game where Joel is a huge softie in them.
Yeah. And like, and it's just like Joel, and also too, Joel is a flawed character. I mean, people can make mistakes, and I mean, that happens. So he's not a perfect guy.
He did some fucked up shit in the first one. I will say. So me going into this, I did not know that. I have avoided all spoilers for this game. Did not know that Joel died. He dies about 75, 90 minutes into the game.
Yep.
My mouth was agape. The way that man is murdered. And we will get into
pretty
it.
brutal.
It is fucked up. Like, it actively made me go, I need to take some time. But we were kind of on a schedule, so we had to play like 4 more hours.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, I need to lie down. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when I first played it, I mean, I just went right into it. I kept going. I was like, I gotta find out what's going on.
I gotta get down to this mystery. I hate this Abby person. Fuck her.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt for the first 12 hours of the game.
Well, I will say, I was immediately like, oh man, this pisses me off. Abby, what the fuck? But then I was like, it literally didn't take long enough for me to think about it and just be like, maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's a fucking reason. So
I was like, no, I wanted to kill him. So I was like, yeah, kill. But on like my second and third playthrough, I was like, we don't have to do this.
Yeah. Are you good, Colt?
Okay, I didn't know we were done.
No, well, I mean, I guess the only thing I want to add to that too is like obviously, I guess just me knowing how the first game went, I was like, well, obviously there has to be a deeper meaning to this. And I was like, plus we've already played a little bit as Abby, so I'm sure we're gonna get her side of the story. But let me tell you, those first 10 hours, I fucking hated her guts.
Yep.
And that's what the game sets out to do, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, literally, that is how you're supposed to feel in that game about her.
And if you don't change that feeling later, then you have failed.
Yep.
Also, I couldn't imagine just seeing that scene for the first time. Like, I would love to be the person to be like, you know what? Yeah, Joel did deserve that. I like Abby before even getting to play as her. Man, gaslight, girl boss, gatekeep. Good job, Abby.
What the fuck?
Some players felt the marketing, which had altered and replaced characters in trailers to conceal Joel's death and Abby's role, was intentionally deceptive. Druckmann responded that Naughty Dog had intended to preserve the game experience and not to bamboozle anyone or get their $60.
I mean,
another insane point.
I know.
Also,
like,
Ellie was on the fucking cover. Just
like,
her.
Like, you can't just give that away.
Yeah.
Don't you want to play the game?
Could you imagine if, like, in the commercial, it's just fucking Abby hitting a line drive with a golf club and Joel's fucking brains being on a 9-iron?
That'd be a lot to throw at you.
That'd be a lot.
Immediately.
The only thing I can think of, the only video game I can think of that has actively spoiled one of their plot points like that is the Jedi Fallen Order commercial from a few years ago. That showed literally like one of the final cutscenes in the game in the fucking commercial. Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
no.
Wenzel, do you mind a spoiler for Jedi Fallen Order?
I do mind. Don't tell me.
I don't remember it specifically, but I do remember there being a spoiler.
Yeah, the huge spoiler in the commercial for Jedi Fallen Order. Just in the commercial. Like, straight up.
Wait, is it never mind.
There's a certain character that they show that you do not know is in the game.
Is it Yoda doing a flip?
Yes.
Yeah. Yoda do a backflip.
He can.
Yeah. I've seen the movies. I know he can.
And a subset of players criticized Abby and disapproved of her playable chapters as they had expected to control Ellie for the majority of the game.
Well,
another baby.
Technically speaking, you do play as Ellie for the majority of the game.
You play. Yes.
Well, but yeah, you
right.
do. You do play her
60%.
60%. Yep, exactly. So our fans, or quote fans.
There's another
quote,
one, conservatives. Fuck you.
Yeah, they're conservatives. Are they stupid?
A little bit. Not a little, a lot.
A lot.
And here's some more stupidity thrown at you. There's a lot of stupidity in here in the reception.
A lot of people had a lot of free time during the early months of COVID.
Yeah, they were too busy talking insane shit that they just could have been playing the game instead.
Yeah, they were too busy wanting to kill voice actresses.
Yep. Some players criticized Abby's muscular physique and theory spread online that she was transgender. This whole thing pissed me off when it happened because, like, they heard in the plot synopsis that leaked that there was a transgender character in the game. They automatically assumed it was her.
Yeah, like,
it was just stupid bullshit.
Like, God,
there's not really a lot to add to it besides us just making disapproving noises.
Yeah, because I remember exactly when this happened. They were like, there's a transgender character, and I remember being kind of fucking spoiled for the story a little bit by saying that, but I was like, oh well, I know it's not Abby because I'm not a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know what I was doing in June of 2020. I avoided all of this. I didn't know there was. I'm gonna be honest. Didn't know fucking Abby was playable. Didn't even know Abby was a fucking character.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a trans character. Didn't know Joel died. I have avoided all discourse of this game for 2 years.
I will say too, and also too, because of the fucking because of all this Discord, a lot of people that like I had I had like known immediately just fucking like told on themselves. I'm like, blocked, bitches.
And that's for the best.
Yeah, because I'm like, I don't want to fucking, I don't want to be associated with you. You're gonna be if you're a piece of shit.
And this is the last bit of shit talking for now. Laura Bailey, who played Abby, became the target of online death threats in response to the character. Naughty Dog released a statement condemning the threats, and Bailey was supported by James Gunn, Ashley Johnson, and Craig Mazin, among many others. This is just insane. And harassing a voice actor for a job they did when they had no role in the story or the development.
Only that, but the like
And the story and development stuff's nothing to kill someone over.
what a
Death threats.
unhealthy way to interact with like any piece of media is to, in this case, maybe not even interact with it, just read about it and be like, well, clearly the only logical I have to tell this actress to kill themselves or I'm going to do it. Like,
It's insane.
I would love to know the intersection of January 6 rioters and people that complain about Last of Us 2 online about it being too gay.
It's one-on-one.
It has to be the fucking MAGA shaman was just online telling Laura Bailey that he was going to get her or some shit.
And that one old grandma lady that's just smiling.
Yeah, that's just smiling the whole time. Oh my god, it's just
Oh,
the guy from Bob's Burgers is really mad online.
God.
Chris Jericho's wife is pissed.
Yeah,
But
damn.
yeah,
You know, I'm sorry. I'm bringing up a lot of anger because I still remember somebody like I knew who just randomly like, on their, I can't remember if it was Twitter or Instagram. They were just like, you know, I don't agree with your politics, Naughty Dog. After playing The Last of Us Part 2, I'm just like, what the fuck does that mean?
Just I can't imagine spending 20 to 22 hours of my life and then being like, well, this is obviously liberal snowflake bullshit. Like,
why not
like,
stop sooner?
just it's you know what? Maybe you don't have to give a take on everything. Who fucking cares what you think? Yeah, 64 followers on Instagram. Who fucking cares?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's just, and I'm not saying that to discourage people to not share their take, but I just can't imagine like sitting down and being like, well, time to write 1,500 words on why I think Abby from Last of Us Part 2 is a man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? God, it's so. Can I just I thank God that I have surrounded myself with fucking sane individuals that do not have like the only sort of takes that Colt and Wenzel give that are insane are just like. I don't even know. I was going to give an example. I can't even think of one. It would have been funny. It would have been something funny. But I was just like, thank Christ. It's not just like, I couldn't imagine just jumping on in our Twitter DMs and Colt being like, well, y'all won't believe it, but Luigi's gay now. And just being super pissed about it. Well, guess what? The green M&M's not hot anymore. And just being super fucking pissed about it. Like, who fucking cares?
They took her boots.
How am I supposed to get off to the green M&M if she ain't wearing her knee-high boots? Give me a hell yeah, brother. I don't know why I'm doing a Stone Cold voice, but
I don't know, but it's great. Yeah,
God,
I
it
don't
is
get
so
it.
fucking ridiculous. I'm getting mad.
I will say the people that I blocked, I still had like several people, you know, coming on like still like because we went to the same high school who still like we followed each other and hadn't done like a cleanse, a purge on my socials and stuff. So finally just did that. I'm like, all right, bye. Ugh. Disgusting. No, I mean the stuff will make you mad because it's so ridiculous. It's so stupid, especially how good it is.
I mean, well, like, and even if the game wasn't good, spoiler alert, I think we're all going to agree that the game's pretty fucking good. Even if the game wasn't good, as long as this is done tastefully, again, who fucking cares?
Oh yeah, no, there's no reason to do any. It doesn't. There's no reason to do any of this. It's just
I mean, I can't imagine. Imagine. I recently saw the menu. Imagine if I just saw Ralph Fiennes and I was like, oh, well, that is he gave into woke liberal bullshit. He let that girl stab him in the leg. Spoiler.
Damn.
He let that girl... Fuck, I didn't even think about this movie not being that old. He let that girl stab him in the leg for being a piece of shit. Why is he acting like a damn Democrat right now? I'm gonna tell him to. I'm gonna fucking kill him. Who has that mindset?
To be fair, it's not like a super big plot point.
It's not. It's not.
And you said a girl. It could be any.
Yeah. Spoiler alert for the menu. Several girls.
Yeah.
But it's just like, man, I just can't imagine my brain working like that, especially with art and mediums I like. Because I assume even for the pieces of shit that had a lot of shitty things to say about this, there were probably some video games that they like. In general, it's probably a medium that they enjoy. I just can't imagine spending $60 on something and being like, yep, woke propaganda got them. The liberals have done it. They've taken over gaming. It reminds me of that TikTok of that woman. She's like crying. And she's like, President Trump, please
come save us.
Please come save us. I didn't even remember what I think she's complaining about gas prices, maybe.
Oh my god.
In the TikTok, President Trump. And we can do this because we're from Alabama.
Yeah. That reminds me. I tweeted out something. I can't remember, but somebody liked it, and I was like, "Oh, who the fuck is this?" It's not a bot account, but it's even worse. It's just an account of an old ass middle-aged woman. Nothing but like stuff talking about how much she loves Trump. Trump's gonna win. He won like both his. He won his election, but then also too, he's gonna already win his re-election. Like, what? What's going on,
dude? It's just, we have a whole other show we can do about shit.
I know. It's just some deranged stuff.
It is. Just
I've said it many times in person. I think I've said it on All You Can Hear podcast. I think that some people are just too weak-minded for the internet. I think there should be a test. You need a permit to be able to use the internet.
I agree. I also think there should be a test for people over the age of 80 to drive.
Yeah, that's fair.
That doesn't go with anything we're saying, but it's just a thought I have multiple times
I
a week.
think people over the age of 80 should need a license to walk.
I'm going to say people over 80 shouldn't vote and shouldn't be in office of any sort of power. Go fucking home, old man or woman.
True that. And hey, if you're mad about us bringing video game politics into your video game chat, do me a favor. Sit and spin, buddy. I had my middle finger up. This is audio format.
Oh.
Damn.
Y'all want to get into these sales?
No, let's keep talking about deranged shit.
I want to keep talking about Trumpsters. No, we can talk about the sell figures, Colt.
Yeah.
Yeah. During its release weekend, The Last of Us Part 2 sold over 4 million copies worldwide, becoming the fastest selling PlayStation 4 exclusive.
Again, kind of insane considering a lot of fucking stores were closed.
Yeah.
During this time. I assume that includes physical. I assume that includes physical and digital, though.
Yeah. Just overall. Beating Marvel's Spider-Man's 3.3 million and God of War's 3.1 million in the same period, which is pretty crazy for a video game, like a relatively new video game IP.
Well, my big takeaway here is Spider-Man beating God of War.
Really? Spider-Man is the biggest superhero ever.
I mean, sure, but God of War is arguably PlayStation's biggest IP.
You just don't understand the power of Spider-Man.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Fucking love Spider-Man, but
I think Aquaman's pretty cool.
He's fine.
We only talk about real superheroes here.
Spider-Man exists.
I'm just saying, bigger chance of an actual guy doing Spider-Man shit than a guy doing Aquaman shit. That's all I'm going to say on the subject. Really? You think it's more likely somebody breathe underwater than climb and shoot web?
Yeah. It had the biggest launch of 2020 for both physical and digital sales. By June 2022, the game had sold over 10 million copies worldwide. Which
did it really? There's no way it'd be Animal Crossing in 2020.
Look it up. Damn, that was badass.
I mean,
he told you
2020 video game.
Actually, I don't care about Aquaman. I just need to put that fact out there.
Oh, thank God you clarified that.
Not for you, fucker. For the audience.
Thank God you
Wenzel's
clarified that
lying.
for them.
He's covering up his Aquaman posters as we speak.
Wenzel's literally wearing an Aquaman shirt right now. We're
and an
on
Aquaman
a
G-string.
we're in a Zoom chat, and they can see that I'm shirtless, but I have a blanket over me.
And Wenzel's got his crotch in the air with his Aquaman G-string on for some reason.
As I'm talking, but every time I talk, I wiggle my hips.
As you can see, we're a little eccentric.
Highest grossing games
of 2020.
Well,
I mean, we're eccentric because we're artists.
There's no fucking way. This is bullshit.
Did it?
I'm gonna give you some fake numbers.
The game came out in June 1946.
Abby was 100 years old when she killed 100,000-year-old Joel.
So this list I've just pulled up says best-selling game by region in the United States. And Last of Us is at number 6, and Animal Crossing is at number 3.
I could have just thrown fake news at you. I don't know.
The list that I'm looking at: Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Madden NFL 21, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla all beat it. So what it was probably the highest selling PlayStation game.
Ellie was 19
I've been
when
making
Joel
it
died.
all up. Like The Last of Us 2 does not exist.
Oh fuck. Sorry to call you out like that, Colt. Just I can't let fake news.
I gave a fake number that was actually a real number, but I got talked over.
Okay. I'm done now. All right. That's it for sales. So let's get into
What?
Let's get into the more serious, more controversial part of the game release. According to a report by Kotaku's Jason Schreier, is it Schreier?
Yes, it is Schreier.
Schreier, the development included a crunch schedule of 12-hour workdays. Schreier suggested that development was slow due to the enormous turnover of employees following the development of Uncharted 4, with a few veterans left on the team. I think that's when Amy Hennig left.
Yeah, I think she would have left around this time. Also, it was weird to me reading Kotaku's Jason Schreier because he hasn't worked for Kotaku in several years. I was like, oh shit.
I mean, he was working for them.
Yeah, he was like Kotaku's guy. He's at Bloomberg now, but some
of the developers allegedly hoped that Part 2 would fail and prove that the working conditions were not viable. Druckmann felt that he had failed to find the correct balance for employees on Part 2, said that the studio would receive external assistance for future projects.
And I feel like we have already kind of seen that in fruition with Part 1.
Yes, I think so, because they had an outside studio.
A whole other studio, and then if you believe the rumors that, oh my god, what's that team called? Visual Arts Group, I think, that worked on Part 1. I'm going off the top of my head. Is apparently going to get to just do the Uncharted remake. So, I mean, it's good. You know, let your people work normal hours. I don't think that's a hot take.
Yeah.
Let them take vacations. Let them have sick days. Unionize.
Take longer to make your games, too. Just do that. I'd rather have a great game by taking your time with it than having people suffer.
Yeah, also, like, I'm trying to imagine. I mean, if you take into the account that this game was allegedly in development for almost 6 years, how long were they working on a crunch schedule? Because that sounds fucking horrendous.
Yeah. You can see the work put into this game. It's there immediately when you launch this game. It's insanely high quality. It's a lot of work.
But it's just sad that,
it is sad. I mean, it's also sad too, just kind of what's happened to, I mean, a lot of video games and a lot of movies for that. I mean, some of the movies that we love that happens with. And that's why there needs to be better working conditions, and that you should unionize your workplace.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all have anything else to say about crunch? Because if not, that's it.
I'm gonna say this about crunch: not a good candy bar.
It's
What?
good. It's not
I don't like
best,
Crunch
but it's
bars.
good.
Don't like them. I don't think they would make a top 10 candy bar list for me.
I agree.
Personally.
I like it more than regular Hershey's chocolate.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Well, a Hershey's chocolate bar, yeah, I would agree with, but a Hershey's Kiss, a little dollop of Hershey, no way.
I mean, we can all agree that Payday's better.
No.
Payday is way better than Crunch.
I would say a Payday is better than Crunch, but again, a Payday does not make my top 10.
Payday's my number one. Kill it. Kill this thing. Kill it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so you, the listener at home, are not going to hear that we're about to take a little break, reset our vocal cords. But we're going to take a little breakaroo, and then we're going to get back right into it, and we're going to break down Ellie going to PAX West.
With a pickaxe.
3 days in Seattle, featuring Ellie, Dina, and Dollar and a Dream. Anything else to add before I stop this?
Among Us.
Not even the end of the show. Okay, whatever.
Now recording.
Went to the breakdown.
I love how Colt
Breakdown.
has a 0-second timestamp, because as soon as it goes, now recording, Colt goes, ah!
It's scary.
Every single fucking time. We have only used this program to record.
It's new. We've only recorded like 4 times, and it's scary every time you hear this bear scream in your ear.
That's like whenever I monkey, if he's just turned around.
Wenzel's dog, by the way.
Yeah, my dog.
He does not have a pet monkey.
No,
unfortunately.
Fortunately, I don't have a pet monkey. Anyway, anytime he's like turned around, and because of like his age, you know, you come up behind him, just touch him, immediately caught off guard. He fucking just jumps. It's so, I mean, you know, it's scary for him. It's funny for us.
I feel that.
because to be fair, it's not like, it's like for like a millisecond, he's just like, oh fuck, who is that? Oh, it's you guys. Hey. So not like
I wonder if people listening to this, since we record it in multiple parts, I wonder if they're like, man, I wonder how many days are between these parts. And little do they know it's been 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Because we just started like it's a whole new day. Wenzel's telling this fucking story about this dog.
My dog, this dog, like it's some fucking
strange dog that
some
we've
tree
never heard
rat
of.
that we just
Okay, Walter, here's what you're gonna do.
Yeah, put your penis away.
Also, we had to talk about how my wife's taking me to go see Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 in theaters for my birthday.
Oh shit, what's the subtitle?
Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01.
Thrice upon a time.
Thrice upon a time. That's it. There it is. That's important for what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
We're gonna be covering
Twice upon a time.
Thrice.
Twice.
Thrice.
No, it's thrice.
No, this is the second game. Twice upon a time.
Oh. Yeah.
Last of Us Part twice.
Wow. I'm the idiot.
Well, Thrice was the whatever.
We were still talking about Evangelion.
Evangelion, more like Peevan, Poopy.
Okay, Walter, first you're going to play the first hour of Ellie's story. Then load up a new save. Play through all of Abby.
That doesn't make any sense.
You know what? It's possible. Anyways,
I want to play Last of Us in the machete order.
Play the very ending, then play Joel's death, then play Abby,
then play all of part 1, then play Ellie's part,
and then play the part
play
where
Left
Ellie
Behind.
stabs the dogs.
Then also find a hack server for the old factions game, multiplayer mode, and the first one.
And get on mic and try to talk to the 60-year-old men.
Yep. That's my Last of Us.
Anyway, we're going to talk about the gameplay. We're going to break it down for you, all 20-something hours of you. This is going to be... You could just listen to it. This
We
is the
beat it in
audiobook.
19.
Whatever, dude. This is the audiobook version, so it's going to be the exact same length. So
I hope
buckle
not.
up.
I have to
My
work
God,
in
I have to go to
13
bed.
hours.
I have to sleep.
I was hoping like I could get the first 6 hours of this, and you guys can break it down like that.
Yeah. If you told me right now I had to go frame by frame and do an audiobook version of The Last of Us Part 2, and I had to read for 6 hours after hearing Colt read for 6 hours, I would cancel Backlog BoyZ.
You
I don't even know if I have the power to do that, but I would go onto the SoundCloud and delete every episode we have done. And also delete Cinema Grimoire. And also just delete the whole AYCH extra channel.
That's friendly
Wow.
fire.
Yeah. Also, then I would sign into AYCH proper and delete all those too.
What the fuck, dude?
I'm taking down everything.
You know what? I would sign into Tanner's account and
Listen to fart noises fuck up his algorithm.
yeah.
Oh, on my TikTok? My TikTok algorithm was already
Spotify,
fucked up. Don't you worry.
TikTok, YouTube, just mess everything up and then share it so that everybody knows you're a fucking freak.
Yeah. Please let me start because we got so much.
You got 6 hours, buddy.
Okay. All right. It starts off in the great state of Jacksonville, Florida.
Could you imagine everything about the game's the same except you're in the snowy environment, but you're in Jacksonville, Florida?
I'd stop playing.
Yeah, I would not play it. Okay. All right. Time to get serious. It takes place in Jackson, Wyoming. Is that right?
That is correct.
Jackson, Wyoming. You're playing. It starts off as Joel. Very beginning of the game, you play as Joel. You're riding your little horsey. You're with Tommy on your little patrol, doing your little cutesy things that you do as a 50-year-old man. And on the way through, Joel's plucking his guitar, and he's like, man, me and Ellie, we're on a rough patch right now. I don't know about that. What happened the other night at the dance?
That's not what happened.
I don't.
That's not what happened. Okay, so in the beginning, you start
Colt
off.
was making this up.
So in the beginning, Joel is cleaning the guitar that he's gonna give Ellie. On it, there's a little moth, obviously a symbol representing the fireflies. On the neck of the guitar where the fretboard. He's cleaning it. He's talking to Tommy. He's telling Tommy about what happened at the very end of Last of Us Part 1. Tommy is relating to him, saying, "Look, I don't know if I would have done anything different, you know." So they go back. They're going back to town. This is not. I wouldn't say this is right after Part 1, but this is definitely maybe a year or
few
two after.
months at least.
Well, that's a. Well, I think Ellie's 16 in this because she looks a little older. I don't
Yeah,
know.
she is a little bit older.
So, yeah, and they're talking, and he sings a little ditty for her. He finally sings for her, and he gives her guitar and makes a promise that he's gonna start teaching her, and then we get another time skip where now we're an adult Ellie.
Yep. That was the
19.
only part that I really struggled with. I will always forget the intro to The Last of Us Part 2 because everything else just overshadows it completely, in my opinion.
Also, really the only happy part of that game.
Yeah, it really is.
Also, weirdly reminds me, I guess it's because it starts with Joel and Tommy like riding horses. It reminds me of Red Dead.
It's just the horses. I know what you're saying. It's just
yeah,
because
I
of
know
Red
it's just
Dead.
the horses, but I think it's because it's like an extended conversation on horseback.
Maybe we need more games with horses. That's what the
That's
conversation
what I'm
is.
saying. I think that is the conversation we need to have as
I agree.
the world's bravest gamers.
Because another amazing game with horses is Metal Gear Solid 5. Think about it. Horses make your games better. Sorry, I'm swallowing. Ugh. And when Ellie finally wakes up, it's the morning after a dance of some sort. We don't know the information of it just yet. She hears a knock at the door. It's a good old friend, Jesse. Don't know his last name.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah, from the Facebook movie.
Then I would have turned the game off. Maybe
Oh
the
my
most
God.
punchable face in history.
Yeah, I hate Jesse in the game.
Oh, I was talking about Eisenberg still.
But Jesse and Ellie start talking about, that stuff that happened last night. You kissed Dina. I'm still mad at you about that. He's not really. He's joking around. And Ellie's like really worried that he would be mad because he was dating Dina. I think like they broke up not that far away from the dance.
I
Or
think
they did at the dance.
it says 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So it's not that far along, and there's still enough time for him to be a little mad about that. Thankfully, he's not, because Jesse's a saint, and I love Jesse. Everyone here loves Jesse. Everybody say, I love you, Jesse.
I love you, Jesse.
I love you, Jesse. And they walk over to a little bar area. I guess it's a communal dining hall, I guess, where Ellie picks up she's going there because somebody wants to apologize for being a piece of shit from the night before. He's like, I'm sorry that you're gay. Here's a sandwich.
No, yeah, that's pretty spot on. The apology.
It sucked. Yeah.
And then after that, Ellie's like, fine, I'll take the fucking sandwich. And she gives it to Jesse, and Jesse's like, cha-ching.
Yeah. Jesse says that exactly too.
Yeah, I'm glad you're hitting the really important parts of the game.
Yeah, I just could not remember that first part, but this part, we're good.
Yeah, we are.
You follow Maria out of town to your horse stables. And before you do that, you find some kids. And see Dina as well. And Dina's like harassing these kids, throwing like rock-filled snowballs at these kids. And then
Also,
Dina's
the first
like,
time
get
we
in
see
here, I
Dina.
need some help. And so Ellie jumps the fence, charges the first kid she sees, and starts punching over and over and over. Now she starts throwing rock-filled snowballs as well.
They're not rock filled.
It's just a snowball fight that you get to play. You have to try to beat the kids. I think it's like 10 hits or something. Yeah.
Tanner managed to get hit somehow, and I don't know how he did.
I got hit like 6 times.
Yeah.
I never got hit in any of the playthroughs I've done. I've done 2 playthroughs of this game. This was my 3rd.
I don't know why Colt is bragging about that, but
Shitting on my skills as a gamer.
No, I'm shitting on these kids, dude.
Colt, I was trying to get an immersive experience. Obviously, you can't play a snowball fight and get no hit.
You can if you use your Sonde Viston.
Use your what?
It's a cyberpunk reference. You would get it if you watched it.
Never heard of it.
Oh my god. And you get to the stables, and she's like, Maria is like, all right, go on your little thing with Dina. You go with Dina instead of Jesse, because you want to talk about some stuff about what happened last night. But then, instead of playing Ellie, it jumps over to a new character, one that you've never seen before as a person that's played Last of Us Part 1. You start playing as Abby, and she wakes up in a cabin in a snowy place, so you're thinking maybe she's close, maybe she's nearby. You don't know why she's nearby. And her and her friend Owen, which you learn soon after that is ex-boyfriend Owen, go out in search of someone or something that you are not fully aware of what they're searching. And they get to a part where they overlook a settlement, and they're like, this has to be it. This is Jackson. We're so close to him. And as a player, you think, him, uh-oh. But on your way there, you also encounter some clickers. With Abby's playstyle, she is full brute strength. She's buff as hell. So she is very strong when it comes to punching. Actually, she does more melee damage than Ellie does, which makes sense.
She does
Like,
more melee damage than Joel did in the first game.
She does, because
Yeah.
if you have a pipe, it takes like 2 hits to kill an enemy, while with Ellie or Joel, it'd take 3.
Yeah. So like when Abby first wakes up, you immediately get the impression, oh yeah, this girl, this woman, whoever she is built. She is strong. She is trained. Especially with, like they said, about her fighting style and just how brutal she is. So
Yeah, because like immediately, like if you play like me, which is how anybody should play this game, no guns, fists and knives only. She hits like a fighter stance too, like doing her melee stuff. It's not like Joel or Ellie, where Ellie doesn't really punch; she has her little shank.
Yeah.
she uses a switchblade.
Yeah, and then Joel just kind of punches like every Texan does.
You can tell Abby's trained somehow.
Yeah. Abby's very military-esque in that way.
But that's it. That's how that's all you play is Abby for now. It jumps over to Ellie again, and you're on the patrol with Dina. Just go into the radio tower to just scout the area, and you can find some weed bongs there. And Ellie's like, let's smoke some hot shit. But Dina's like, I don't have any because this old bitch died and I miss him. And you just check around the surrounding area. You get back on your horse. Uh-oh.
Tanner, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't leave.
I didn't leave.
But you did.
I didn't. I was here, but
You did leave. You did leave.
So we're good.
Oh my god. Anyways, you get back on your horse, you ride into town, and once you get to town, you see a dead moose. It's like ripped to shreds. It's not just like a normal dead moose. It's got blood, gore everywhere, intestines. And since you see that, you know there's probably a horde or just a squad of infected around. So you go in the market, clear them out. So some scary shit happens. I'd say these clickers, they're 10 times scarier than the ones in the first game.
I think something about them just being outside and it snowing and like your vision being obscured that makes them way scarier than the first game. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh my god, why am I blanking right now? I'm so sorry. Okay, you climb through the roof of the supermarket eventually to escape. Okay, and you get out and you eventually head your way to an old bookstore. And once you get down into the bookstore, you can find a little base, a home base where someone used to live. You can even see a PlayStation 3, some or you find a collectible cards. It's Ellie's collectible in this game is cards from like a fictional card game. Even has developers and stuff on the cards. It's really cool. And in this area, Dina and Ellie find a gigantic weed farm grown by this one old bastard that died. And they're like, shit, there's no good. It's all dead because this old guy's been dead for a while now. And it's in the middle of winter, so there's nobody here to do the upkeep.
Also, this is where we taught, I can't remember if it was Colt or Wenzel, that we could be called Zaza.
It was Wenzel. That's pretty crazy that Wenzel didn't know that what Zaza was.
It just shows
I feel like I referenced that pretty often as saying like, got that Zaza.
Well, yeah, but I thought you were talking about pizza.
I get, yeah.
Wenzel always got pizza on the brain.
Also, I worked
good
at a pizza place for like 6 months or something.
Yeah.
Did you ever?
Wenzel sold a lot of Zaza there. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
What, Colt?
Did you accidentally say, I have some Zaza if you want it?
No, we just.
Yeah, that's why they're shut down now.
We would jokingly say za because that's also what you call pizza, za.
Yeah, and weed is as good as double pizza.
Yeah, I guess.
But
I don't know.
But Ellie and Dina, they eventually find a jar, and Ellie can't open it, and Dina's like, "Shit, let me go." She immediately smashes it on the floor, getting glass all over the place. And they proceed
Threw
to
it
light
right
that
at
shit
Ellie.
up.
Too.
Yeah, she threw it at Ellie. It was really close, so the shards definitely hit her. And then they immediately lit that shit up, smoking that Zaza. And then they just had sex. It was a very long and sensual scene that it was so
Yeah.
fun watching with my bros.
It's not a bit either. It was a very intimate scene where they were kind of like getting closer together, and then they actually have sex.
I just don't know why Colt said it like that.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind too, the reason why they're even here is because there was a blizzard coming in. So the nearest place they could go to for safety was this library that was kind of like the home base of this guy who also lived in the town. Eugene, that was his name, but it doesn't matter because he's dead.
Recipes.
Yeah, this is important because the snowstorm is also happening at the same time through this other character's, journey. So
Which we're about to jump back to. I know I said we don't play it's Abby again, but you do. I did a bit because I also forgot that you.
Man,
play
you
it
tricked
one more
me.
time.
Yeah.
But you jump back to playing as Abby. You're following the horse tracks alone because Owen's like, I'm going back, and Abby's like, fuck this. We're here. I'm gonna go find Joel, which I feel like we'd learned that in her
No.
earlier. Okay, never mind. I
You don't
spoiled
know
it.
Joel.
She's hunting Joel. She
I mean, we've already said she kills him, so
Yeah.
no.
We said at the very beginning that she has military training. She's the one that murders Joel. Like,
if you were this far in the podcast, we assume you have a working understanding of The Last of Us 2. If not, we're going to throw one detail that is completely made up, and you have to guess what it is.
Yep. Abby stops at a Burger King and gets a Whopper as well. But during the running part, she I didn't even get to the running part. During the walking and following the trail, she encounters a horde, a massive amount of clickers and runners and all of the above. And it's probably the most you ever encounter in this game or any of the Last of Us games. It's pretty crazy. And you just run and run and run to escape these bad guys, and you eventually run into a cabin, not cabinish area.
you
find
run you run to this kind of small little area, this town, and you're trying to crawl through a fence, but the fence, all of the zombies are just ramming it, so they're all it's very claustrophobic coming on top of you. Your beanie gets snatched, and then as you're coming out, you get grabbed onto, but then who pops up to save you? Joel and Tommy.
Joel and Tommy, the good old boys. They meant no harm, even though they're very they were not great people at one point in time. And they take her with them, and they run as well. They run all the way. It's a very intense, fast-paced part of the game. I remember Tanner was playing it, and I was still scared of it because every time Tanner plays, I get more scared because I'm not controlling it, I guess. And some scary stuff.
It's because I have such a what's the word I'm trying to think of? I have a very unique play style.
Yes. I mean, it fits Abby too.
It's where Tanner hits a lot and he gets hit a lot.
Yeah, it's not really worth it. But
I like playing video games with the principle an eye for an eye.
It's very loose, very endangering.
Yeah.
But it's how I play everything. That's how I play Mario, how I play Last of Us Part 2, how I play Pokemon.
I'm surprised you get any game finished.
And Animal Crossing.
I rarely do, Wenzel. That's that's my secret, Wenzel. I don't.
Damn.
Abby eventually makes it to a cabin. This was a thing of earlier, a cabin with Tommy and Joel, and they're like, "We got to get out of here. This bar's not going to hold." You can clearly see the bar bowing in the middle as the zombies. I'm just going to call them zombies. Fuck it, are bashing the door, and that's when Abby learns that this is Joel, because Tommy's like, "Joel, we need to get out of here."
Yep.
And you can see the look on her face. Like if you did not know that's who she was after, you probably would have thought like that's weird. But if you did know about it, it's like pretty crazy just seeing the expression on her face.
I will say, didn't notice it.
Yeah. See, exactly. You didn't know. But they run and run till they eventually get to the next fun final destination for a good old boy.
Yeah, so Abby, what she does is they're trying to get away because this horde's after them, and she tells them that she has a group. They're at a cabin not too far away. They know this cabin, so they're like, yeah, that could work. So they get on their horses, and we have this really cool scene where as they're getting on their horses, their zombies are literally right there about to snatch them.
It's scary.
Yeah, and they're able to run them, take Abby, and get to that mansion where Abby's friends are waiting to rescue them, help them.
Yep, and as soon as they get in there, Abby is talking to her friends while Joel and Tommy are petting and cleaning the horses of the snow. And you can tell something's off because, like, when they introduce Tommy and Joel, Abby's like, "This is Tommy and Joel." Everybody in the room looks around, and you can see that Tommy and Joel are a little uncomfortable because they're like, "Okay."
But then Joel is
Strange.
also looking around. He's like, why is it that why does it feel like I said something weird or I wasn't supposed to or something? I can't remember exactly the line, but that kind of sets the air.
Yup. And does it end with Joel's knees getting blown off?
So what happens is as soon as he says that, there's like this hard like cut or turn to immediately Abby shooting out his fucking leg. And
then it's not just
Nora,
like getting shot in the leg either. It's blowing a chunk. His entire knee is gone.
yeah, his entire knee is gone. Nora, this other character, one of Abby's friends, grabs Tommy. They also hit him in the leg, but they just literally, she takes a gun, the butt of the gun, and just bashes him in the face until he's knocked out. Pretty
It's
much.
because he's not the one they're after.
Yeah, they're after.
They don't know who
Joel.
Tommy is.
And then Joel is, trying to say like, I don't know who you are or whatever.
Just get it over with.
Just get it over with. But then Abby tells Mel. Mel is with Owen, who is pregnant. It's the reason why Owen didn't really want to do this. To tourniquet, I think, his leg or to
so he doesn't bleed out.
Yeah.
Abby says her cool line.
It's such a cool line where she goes and grabs the golf club, and she's like, she says about how long they've been looking for him. They even say his last name, Joel Miller.
Yeah.
How long they've
You
been looking
don't
for him.
get to rush this.
Exactly. And then and then immediately goes right into she hits him, he screams, and then cut to black.
Yep. And now we're playing as Ellie. Yay.
I will say, hindsight, that line goes hard as shit. In the moment,
I was
pretty fucking pissed.
It goes so, yeah. In the moment, you're probably mad, but afterwards, like, yeah, that goes fucking hard. You don't get to rush this.
Yeah, and then since you're playing back as Ellie, you just see the cabin in the distance.
Well, what happens first is that they're sitting there. Ellie and Dina are talking about scars. Their scars. Ellie shows her bite mark, but
and she even straight up says, "This is an infection. I was bitten when I was a kid, and I burnt it to get rid of the marks."
And then she got a tattoo on it, which I should mention that tattoo is actually designed by an artist. Damn it, I completely forgot to look them up before doing this. I follow them on Instagram and Twitter. They're fantastic. Give me a second. Natalie Hall. Um,
Great
there
art.
are the great art. They did the art for that tattoo, but also I should have mentioned this too, sadly, that the art was also used for one of the PlayStation 4s as like a special PlayStation 4 that I remember her tweeting about this or talking about it, about how she did not know that they were making this, that she's not getting any money from that or whatever. Like, she had no idea that they're using her art on this. So it kind of sucks that like she was kind of cheated out of that as well. You know, uh, oh well, what can you do? But yeah, that I just think that's something that should be brought up of that as well.
Come on,
Controversy.
Sony, what you doing?
I
Yeah.
think artists should be paid less.
Colt with the hot take.
Uh,
Colt, do you agree with my take that artists shouldn't be paid at all?
I do. Work for free, god damn it. Get a real job. Work in the field.
If you don't know the joke, if for some reason this is the first time you're interacting with
God,
any of
no.
us, Wenzel is an artist, which is why we're joking.
And we also do a podcast with another artist as well, Patrick.
what's
Yeah,
crazy is that I actually don't disagree with you guys.
Oh, Wenzel's not joking.
Wenzel loves doing free work.
Now, what's crazy and what's funny, if you guys don't know this, but I am an artist, so that's why I'm making this joke.
What?
What?
Oh, really? Kind of fucked me over for that. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, Walter.
But during their little weed smoking sex session,
Jesse
Jesse
comes and finds
in.
them,
He's like, Jesse, Dina, where are you? We need you.
and they're telling him not to come in here. He comes in there, and they're both not naked, but
They're
in
getting
their,
dressed.
They're in their undies, and he's like, Jesus Christ. He's like, really? We had just been broken up for how long?
Jesse pulls out a gun and points it.
He's like, that doesn't matter. Joel's and Tommy are not back yet from their
Patrol. So, yeah, they have to go and find them. And
this is where Ellie starts looking around, and eventually she sees a cabin with lights on, so she's assuming they're probably there.
yeah.
And when
She breaks in.
She breaks into the cabin. She hears screaming from Joel. So she obviously panicked, and she's running to him as fast as she can. You get to the stairs that lead to the garage/basement area that they're in. And as soon as she opens that door, she gets knocked out, not knocked out, knocked on her feet, and held down as she sees Joel getting hit in the head with a golf club over and over again. He's not dead yet. He locks eyes with Ellie. Ellie locks eyes with him. She's screaming the entire time, like saying, "Stop, you bastards!" And eventually, you can hear like ringing in her ears, where you can just feel the hatred and the anger she has for Abby and this whole group in this moment. She's confused and angry. And Abby takes the final swing, embedding the golf club into his brain, pulling out a huge chunk of brain matter with it. Joel's dead.
Yeah.
Anybody have any feelings about Joel dying?
No.
I did. I was pissed. I was like, because Colt and Wenzel told me going into this, they're like, yeah, it's going to take us about 22 hours to beat. And this is about maybe 2 hours into our playthrough. I'm like, what the fuck else is there to happen in the next 20 hours? Little did I know, a lot. But it was a lot for me to process.
Yeah, that was kind of like our second play session too, I think.
The very beginning of our second play session.
And we still had like 6 more hours of us playing to go for that day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's that's the fun.
Yeah, I think I mentioned in the Last of Us Part 1 episode that we have already started Last of Us Part 2. Because we played like the first hour and a half of Part 2 after we beat Part 1.
Yeah.
And then the very next session, literally less than an hour into our session, Joel gets fucking domed.
Yep.
And then we had, 17 hours of the game left.
Yep.
Yep.
And as this entire time, Ellie's not listening to anything they're saying. She's just so fucking angry. Everybody's talking and arguing. This one fucker, she slashed in the face. Dickbag Jordan is like, let's just fucking kill her. But Owen's like, no, stop. And Abby's trying to control everybody too. And then Abby knocks the fuck out of Ellie.
Yep. Because they had one mission to do and they completed it. Like, it shows that they have some kind of morals because they didn't kill Tommy or Ellie because that's not their mission. That's not their goal.
Yep. They're only for Joel.
And that's it for the
Beginning.
No, not just yet. We have a little bit more. After Ellie gets knocked out, she's healed up a little bit. It's been like maybe a few days later or a week.
Yeah, not long.
It hasn't been long after Joel died brutally in front of her, and she is in a super depressive mood. Her eyes are red. She's been crying constantly. And Dina comes to get you from your pit and takes you over to Joel's to just get some things. Because there's talks of you going with Tommy to see where these people went. And the whole walkthrough of his house is so painful. When I was playing by myself when this game first came out, let's just say I was crying a lot. Because it was just so sad seeing her pick up his mug and just like looking at it and drawing it in her notebook. We didn't read any of the notes or notebook stuff in our playthrough because we had a time limit, but that stuff is really sad.
Yeah, we didn't fucking care.
Yeah, and I kind of like zoned out after this part because I just did not care anymore.
Yeah,
I will say, Colt said there was rumblings of Ellie going with Tommy. At this point, it's just Ellie that wants to go, and Tommy is not sold on going.
Yeah. There's this whole thing about like, because Maria is married to Tommy. Maria is like the mayor of the town, and they keep there's this kind of like, oh my god, motherfucker! I completely forgot. There was the night before this day where Tommy goes to Ellie to give her some food because she's not eating.
Oh yeah.
Hug. Oh my god, I forgot about that because that's where he talks about. I think that's where he talks about where they could have been from.
Yeah, like the
not being
WLF.
He was not like wanting to go.
The patch, it's like it says Ellie was like, it says WLF, Washington Liberation Front, wolves. And that's where Tommy's like, Maria doesn't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea because they want to send out a whole team. But they don't want
Ellie wants to send like all the best like gunsmen in the camp.
But then at this point too, Ellie's just like, well, I just want to do it myself. And then of course they're, going through all this stuff. And then also too, we see where Joel is also an artist. He can carve wood. He has little wood sculptures. And
he's good at it. These are really nice sculptures.
I think there was a note that said that he traded some of those sculptures
for his coffee.
Yeah,
for coffee.
He traded it for coffee. Yeah.
That comes way later in the game, though. But yeah.
Oh yeah, but yeah, he trades it for something.
Yeah, it's pretty.
He's just a Southern man. You go through his house. He is so Texas as fuck.
It's so fucking Texas.
It's horses, Wild West cabins, beautiful
paintings
plateaus.
of like the West, that frontier kind of style.
Yeah. He's in an old like prairie home.
It's a very nice house.
There's a tumbleweed that goes through his house occasionally.
Oh, and there's also like a giant memorial in front of his house with like hundreds of cards, it looks like, from just everyone in the community. It shows like how much Joel is loved by this community. Also further proving that he softened up and made more friends. You fucking idiots. Not you, but those people that said like it's not part of his character.
Yeah. Yeah.
just feel like it was really disrespectful what they did to Joel.
I think they should have done it a little bit faster and give him a kiss. Ellie goes through the house. She goes to find his box
Jacket.
of his jacket. She
And-
sniffs it and says, "It smells so fucking stinky, you old bastard. Never washed
God
it."
damn, I love you.
Yeah.
Good to miss you, Joel. She throws up because it smells so bad.
And she does find his box, the clothes and everything that I was wearing before he died.
Yeah.
Which
And in the box, she finds a a very important item to Joel. It was the watch that Sarah had given him at the very beginning of the first game.
Oh my god. And the thing is too, it wasn't until playing part 1 for some reason I had just completely forgotten that he wears that fucking watch because because literally the beginning of the game, Sarah gives him the watch and then later he wears it, it's broken and Ellie even says like, that watch is broken. He's like, "Yeah, I do know that."
But
And
you
then
know what? A broken watch is right twice a day.
yeah. And yeah, and I'm thinking like, "Man, who the fuck cares about this watch?" And then and then now playing this, I'm like, damn, that's
Yeah.
sad.
Wenzel's crying over a watch.
He kept the
And then-
watch.
Ellie gets his revolver as well, which I'm assuming is the exact same revolver that you used as Joel in the first game.
Yeah, to kill all of those people.
Yep. But you used a shotgun handgun to blow out the fucking doctors' heads,
I don't remember that.
No comment.
And after that, she gets out of the house with Dina. No. Maria comes into the house and she says, "That damn bastard left. And he left this note." And it was
Yeah.
him saying, like, "I know they're going to want to follow me, but don't let them," or some shit like that.
Yeah, she's like, Tommy is like, "Look, I know, but I gotta do this, just me." And then so you're thinking,
Maria's like, "Can you go get this dumb bitch? Bring him back."
yeah,
Even though Tommy is like, "Hey, can you throw her in jail so she can't come after me? Like, can you literally just lock her up?" And the Maria, kind of selfishly, I will admit, says, "Actually, you have to go save my husband."
yeah. She tells the stable, they're like, "You can take Shimmer, and you two go get him." And that's where they leave.
That's the actual beginning. That's it. That's the rest of the game. And this next section
Credits hit.
is called Seattle Day 1. And it begins with Adina and Ellie riding their little horsey Shimmer, that little baby, through a forest, and it's very beautiful. I remember when I first played this game, that whole section just jaw on the floor.
Yeah, it's a lot of the, especially with us playing Last of Us Part 1, like the lighting in this game is unreal. Like just the way the lights interact with the plants and cast shadows and just how everything. Yeah, I mean it's gorgeous. I mean, again, one of the best looking games I've ever played.
I've seen better.
Yeah.
It's
And
called
then
real life.
as you progress a little bit, you find an old WLF or Fedra checkpoint that is all in ruin, and you got to figure a way to get past this giant metal gate. You climb up a ladder to get up to do some parkour, but in our playthrough, I was playing, and I jumped to our death, even though I was doing the right thing.
It was so funny.
Yeah, because Tanner's like, "Are you sure?" And then I was like, "Yeah," and then I jumped to my death. Because I was sure and I was right. I just jumped at the wrong moment.
Yeah, it just didn't jump right. There was quite a few times that happened in our playthrough
Yeah.
where
There's
a character
bullshit.
died in a
Well,
way
it
they
was a
shouldn't
lot
have
of-
died.
It was a lot of falling death. For Tanner, it was a lot of being eaten.
Yeah, that's true. It was a lot of Tanner getting ripped apart while we just fell to our deaths.
Yep. Yeah. So this kind of area is literally just kind of Dina and Ellie chatting a little bit, exploring downtown Seattle.
Yeah, it's really cool. And you actually get introduced to some of the best rope physics that you'll ever see in a video game.
Yeah, it's a very open space. I mean, the land has taken back a lot of Seattle, but
Yeah,
it's very pretty.
it's like it's the first open world segment of the game. I think there's only like 2 or 3 open world segments in this entire game. But this is easily the biggest one. You can find a bank that's old and just full of clickers.
Yep.
And that's how you get the shotgun pretty early, or that's how you get the shotgun. Is if you go to the bank, you can find it inside a vault with millions of dollars as well. Because some people apparently tried to break into the bank during Outbreak Day.
Yep. They tried to rob the bank on Outbreak Day, which it was like reading that note and about that, it was like, huh, that's like an interesting just little idea, I guess.
Like, why then? Like, I feel like, well, I mean, they didn't know everything was going to go to shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you're thinking like, okay, it's like if we do it during the chaos, then we'll get a ton of money, and this money will never lose value. And also, there's possible hope that after all this chaos, I mean, it'll be fine. The world governments will get a handle on this. It'll be a-okay. So we'll just have $1 million.
I think that
Yeah.
I didn't get that perspective at all. I got the perspective of nobody knew it was happening, and then just so happens as they're robbing the bank, oh fuck, people are turning into zombies.
That's
Well-
also, I think that's probably true because there
did
was
they
a
not
lot of
say?
pre-planning.
Did they not say Outbreak Day on the note, or was that just Ellie saying Outbreak Day out loud? I can't
That was
remember.
That was
Ellie.
Ellie saying, "Oh, they were robbing a bank on Outbreak Day." Yeah. They
Oh,
don't
yeah.
mention Outbreak
Wow.
Day.
Never
in the
mind. I'm
note or anything.
stupid. Never mind. I'm stupid. Cut that out. Cut out that.
Yeah, you are.
Stinky.
I was trying to avoid this.
But in this open world area, Ellie and Dina are trying to find gas to open up the gate so they can get to the hotel where the WLF symbol is on it with the wolf's head.
Yeah.
Very cool symbol, by the way.
They found a map and they're using that to kind of navigate, and you also use that to navigate too. It's really cool. It's very cool exploring. You find a bunch of key codes, so you use that for the different gates to get through the checkpoints.
You also, this is where you encounter your first guitar playing segment. You're playing Aha.
Yep, Take on Me.
Take on Me. It's a very nice segment. I know we talked about that a little bit
So
earlier.
Tanner, I'm gonna want you to go ahead and reenact that scene with a guitar. Go ahead.
Do it.
Well, if it was like how we played it at first, it goes like, and then it goes like,
That's true. I did play it like randomly.
yeah. Also, wasn't the first one. The first one is during the flashback where Joel gives Ellie the guitar.
Who gives a fuck about that old bitch? He's dead.
I thought it was
Damn.
a cool scene.
I do find it weird. I guess not weird, but like it was really weird to me with this being like the swan song of the PS4, like we mentioned earlier, and them having you use the touchpad. Like
The touch is still used on PS5.
No, I know, but like it felt gimmicky.
I mean, that's the touchpad in general. It's a gimmick.
I mean, I get it. It's just weird for something like that gimmicky to be in like your huge marquee game. I mean, I guess
every single first party PlayStation
fucking
game.
cool, but okay.
No, it was cool. I liked how they did it. It was a cool
No, Tanner, no.
It just felt a little. Listen, I'm okay with a little cheese.
You're
sometimes.
a gimmick.
You're a gimmick.
Fuck.
Your whole life is a gimmick. You love gimmicks.
That's true. I'm a little jokester.
And eventually, Ellie and Dina have to go to court because they smoke so much weed to get some gas.
That is true.
Because they ran out of that Zaza. And they eventually get the gas from the building that's full of clickers. It's scary in the basement. It's flooded. Thankfully, Shimmer is outside just waiting on you for some reason. He knows to go around to the garage opening because you enter in a completely different area of the building on the opposite side of the building. So Shimmer's got some strong noses.
Yeah, and Shimmer should know to park there because, I mean, dudes run out of gas. That's why we need the gas.
Yeah, we
Shimmer
should
know to park there like it's a fucking self-driving car.
What do you think a horse is?
Tesla wishes it could be a horse.
Exactly.
That is true.
Horses don't run over as many kids.
Uh,
I said as many.
I will say this is completely off topic, but I will say my great grandmother used to tell a story of how a kid in her class she was very old. Like she was in her 90s when I was born. How a kid in her class got ran over by a train, him and his mother riding a horse and buggy. Don't know why I felt the need to mention that.
Thanks for telling us.
Just felt like now was the time to say that.
I mean, that was a time when they were using that transportation.
Yeah,
so
this was in like 82, 83.
What?
1982, 83. All right.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking kidding. This is like the fucking
1970s.
no, I'm trying to think how old she was when she died. This would have been like 1915 or 16 probably. This has been like
they had cars for a few years.
This has been like World War One probably.
Not everybody had cars, Colt.
Yeah, Colt, you think rural ass Alabama had cars in the early 19 teens?
Get your money up, not your funny up. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people did say that. I will say that was pretty much the basis of the New Deal.
We pushed Colt into a corner. That's his That was his reaction.
yeah, that's what happens when me and Wenzel team up on Colt. Colt just starts spouting off lyrics.
No, I start spouting off like finance bro sayings.
Truth bombs. God damn it! Can we get back to the game?
You're gonna want to invest in vape pods. Okay. Where was I? Okay, the hotel. You get the gas. You go back to the generator, fill that bad boy up, and you make your way to the hotel. And on your way in, you run into some clickies and also some dead WLF people. And you're like, curious, because I didn't do it, and the clicker didn't do it because there's specific wounds on them. So you assume it's Tommy, and you eventually make your way up to a place where you can find two people that were tortured to death. And Ellie's like, yeah, this is Tommy. I know how he tortures people to death.
This is my Uncle Tommy for sure.
Well, yeah, because Joel does the same thing.
Yeah, because Joel said he learned it with Tommy, or from Tommy, one of the others. Because Tommy used to be a Firefly.
Yeah.
And next to one of the bodies, you can see it's written in blood. What? It's the what?
I don't know what he said.
Like I'm telling you.
Anyways, in the floor, there's numbers written on the floor next to West Gate, I think. It was one of the gates.
This is where they get the map. That's what I was saying. This is where they get the map. That's what I was saying.
Oh yeah, the map of Seattle. No. You get that way earlier on. You get that before you go into the open world segment.
I'm pretty sure this is where you get the map because you need to know about downtown Seattle. I think this is it.
You just flip over the normal map. You get the map before you go into the hotel, because to get to the hotel, you need to have the map to explore the open world where you can find all the cool shit. Anyways, you get the key code to escape from this area to continue on to the next area. But as you're riding Shimmer with Dina, you're like having a nice conversation, and you just jumping over these metal barriers and whatnot, barbed wire. And on the last barrier, the horse explodes spontaneously. No, there's like an IED.
There's a mine. Yeah,
it's an IED.
No, it's a spontaneous explosion.
Yeah,
horses do that sometimes.
It knocks Ellie and Dina off the horse. It throws Dina off into the hell abyss. You don't see her where she lands or how she lands, but Ellie's on the ground and taken by these bastards, which you assume is the WLF.
It's the WLF. Dina falls into one of those things. It's like a
it's like overpass area.
Or no, it's like a it's like one of those things where it's like there's stairs and it goes into like the lower part of a building.
A stairwell.
It's like a well of stairs.
Do you guys? I could ruin your lives. I could ruin your lives.
What the fuck?
I know what Wenzel's doing because I know he's doing visual bits when we're recording over Discord. Like I know he's like moving his hands and moving his face in a way where he's like,
We can't see that. We're not in person. And nobody listening can see that.
we can't see that.
I can make your lives a living hell.
But
Wenzel
shortly
can let me know.
after, Ellie wakes up to find a good old shithead from before standing over her as she's tied to a table saying like who are you? Are you the reason why these other WLF people are dead? And he's like, fuck it, I'm about to execute her. And during that, Dina comes up from behind, shoots him in the shoulder, and then the other guy shoots back at her, shattering the glass, making her fall. And it just looks like the most painful fall that you can ever experience. It's a good 9 feet, I want to say, that she falls straight onto broken glass. Not cut.
Definitely more than 9 feet.
It's very high.
Probably like 15 or 16 feet.
While the one guy is dead, this guy starts choking Dina to death while Ellie's kicking around the glass to cut the rope that she's tied to the table with. And eventually, Ellie cuts this guy's throat with her knife.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. But honestly, Jordan's a shithead. So
Yeah, he
also,
was real bad.
was not a clean cut.
No,
That she was using a rusty ass switchblade. Let's get that clear.
oh yeah, and also too, whenever Jordan was interrogating her, she was like, "Yeah, I just gotta look for a guy with a bitch with a scar on his face or something." I can't remember. It was
because she cut
burn.
his face whenever they killed Joel.
Yeah, but yeah,
After
and that's
that,
how
a shootout ensues at the school.
yeah, they're holed up at a school, and oh my gosh, yeah.
It's a pretty fun little segment. I really enjoy. You eventually fight through the school. You go to the rooftop. You jump into some apartments. And once you're in the apartment area, you're in the Capitol Hill area. And you're just working your way through a neighborhood, going through getting collectibles.
It's
It's
not
a bunch
Capitol
of
Hill.
the guide I'm looking at right now calls it Capitol Hill walkthrough.
Oh, okay.
You proceed through the neighborhood and make your way through some WLF patrols, which I can't remember who was playing. Right, I want to say Wenzel was.
I think
Or
it was
you?
Wenzel.
Yeah, Wenzel was playing, and he was just murdering these people. Which that's the point. You're supposed to murder these people to get by. I'm not even sure if you can sneak by. Yeah.
Yeah, I was murking him.
Eventually, you make your way through this area, killing the WLF. You find explosive booby traps set everywhere. And luckily, I don't think we walked through a single one. Did we?
No.
I don't remember a
because
booby
every time
trap.
we got close to the booby trap, I would scream because
Yeah,
I just
no.
noticed it.
I was playing and I noticed them, but every time I was walking around, Colt and Tanner, Colt would scream and then Tanner would be like, "Oh shit, I didn't see that." I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys.
Yeah.
It's hard to see.
I know. It's just let me do my job.
I mean, I was just saying I couldn't see it. Y'all gotta remember, I'm a little bit older than you two.
Yeah.
Yeah, old bitch.
Also, too, I should mention that whenever we're fighting and killing these people, this is the first time in they take this over into I'll say this. So whenever we anybody who gets killed, the NPCs will yell out that person's name and scream or cry because they're dead.
They do reuse some of the names along the way, but that's fine.
Yeah, people have the same names. So
yeah, it's also like really common names. Like you're not killing two people named like
Bartholomew.
Yeah, it's like, oh, Sarah, oh,
Hannah,
Sean,
Dylan, Sean, yeah, exactly.
Wenzel Wilkie.
But yeah, and this is where too we get to see the brutality of the kills and something that they bring over into part 1 that wasn't originally in the first game. So that's kind of where we talked about this in our episode about it, where The Last of Us Part 2 is like a fully realized vision kind of what they wanted, and they use that to kind of bring Last of Us Part 1 up to that standard, up to
onto the same level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can tell going from the original Last of Us Part 1 to the remake, this is what they wanted it to be like, but they couldn't after playing the second one.
Yeah.
But after going through the booby trap area, you eventually make it to a news station.
Yeah.
And you go through the news station. You can tell it's been ransacked by someone else, and you're not sure. You think, "Damn, Tommy, did you do this?" But eventually, you find out it's not Tommy. It's a new faction of enemies
Called the Scars or Seraphites.
Scars. It's called Scars by Ellie and Abby and the WLF, but they call themselves Seraphites.
Yeah.
And going through this news station, to describe what they see is people hanging from the rafters.
With their guts hanging out.
Yeah, and Ellie immediately, as a player, I was joking about like, "Damn, Tommy," but Ellie knew like this is not Tommy's work. He wouldn't do this.
Yeah, this is where you get arrows and
You get a bow.
you get the bow going through the garage, don't you?
Oh shit! Yeah, you start getting arrows. Yeah,
You start
you're
getting
right.
arrows here, but you don't
Yeah.
get a bow yet, which was annoying because I love the bow.
Yeah, because that's Wenzel's main fucking thing.
Because
I
I'm
did.
freaking good at it, bro.
I didn't use it at all.
Because I'm fucking Hawkeye in this bitch.
Yep. And eventually, WLF soldiers show up because they're not getting
Whoa.
contact.
Whoa, hold on. You gotta mention.
Oh, the boobies.
Yes. This is where you find Leah. Leah was Jordan's partner, but she is dead. She has arrows shot all up in her. And this
Yeah.
is where you find her bag full of Polaroids, which has the faces and names of everybody who was
Everyone.
there. Of everybody who was there to kill Joel. So
Yup.
this is kind of what you use to track them.
And honestly, it's all her fault that what happens to the rest of them.
Yeah, and also Leah too. She took a picture of herself, a selfie with her showing her tit to give to Jordan.
Yeah.
As a little something to keep him while he's far away from each other. While they're far away from each other, you know. But
Yeah, I forgot
Jordan's
to mention
dead
that.
now.
Jordan had that when you killed him at the school.
Yeah, there's a little note that says like she's at like the news station or whatever. But you know,
Yeah.
that's
I forgot
how
about that.
we get there.
But the WLF starts showing up because they're not getting contact from their station at the news station. And there's too many of them. They start crowding this place, so Dean and Abby just have to get the fuck out of there. And they run and run until they get to like a underground, oh my god, subway section. And in the subway section, you can hear WLF just going around, but you can also hear clickers. So if you play it smart, you can lure the clickers at the WLF and sneak by, or you can do what we did and kill every single thing in that place.
Which, why wouldn't you play like that?
Amen.
Well, yeah, because what I did was I had the clickers kill the people, and then I killed the clickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, pretty good section.
And you get to a new area where you find a new enemy type after this. It's called the Shambler. This is where Steve Bloom and the other voice actor I can't remember comes into play, where they squish oranges with their feet.
Grapefruits. Colt.
Grapefruit. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Apology accepted.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Shamblers are terrible. I hate them. Well, I love them. It's just I hate how they look. They freak me out. They're just they're like a midway between like from before you get to a bloater.
Yeah. You learn that there's like notes throughout the game that shows the documentation of the evolution of clickers. And it's pretty interesting. There's an enemy that you meet later on that is my favorite enemy design in the entire series.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So cool. Then on their way to this next area, there's a horde of clickers that suddenly show up. and Dina and Ellie have to run. That's a common thing in this game, running away from clickers.
This is also where Ellie gets her mask broken, right?
Yep, this is where Dina learns that Ellie was not doing a bit, and that
Whenever
she's
she
actually
said she's immune,
yeah.
and so like
because Dina is about to take off her mask to give to Ellie.
Yeah, and then Ellie's like, I'm immune. It's like forcing the mask to stay on.
Yeah, because the thing is like kind of an indicator is like if you're breathing in spores, you'll start coughing. Ellie wasn't coughing.
Yep.
Nope.
That's means she's immune. And yeah, so they have to run. And also the entire time too, Dina is like constantly like tired and like Ellie's having like, you okay, Dina? She's like, just give me a minute. Like I, like just got to keep going. I can make it, all this like.
And as a player, you're worried because like, damn, did she get bitten or something like that?
What's happening? But yeah, so then we have to do this whole long sequence of like just running to get away from these things, running through the subway, getting out, find the light. Yeah. And
eventually you make it out. You make it out of the hellhole that is, and you find a giant theater. And this is going to be a major important place in the entire story. It's a hub, essentially.
Yeah.
If like as we talked about the hub world earlier, I imagine this would be the hub area.
Mm-hmm. Or at least one of them if they would have went that route, yeah.
And the aquarium later on would be one too.
Yeah.
And you go inside this place, it's clearly abandoned. You find your way up to turn the power on and find a radio where you can hear some broadcast from, is it WLF that you hear?
Yeah, the WLF.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like getting a hint for where to go next. Fuck, where does she go? What did she hear?
Before she gets to the radio, her and Dina are talking, and Dina's kind of mad. She's like, why didn't you tell me? And Ellie's like, I did tell you. So what's going on with you? And Dina's like, I'm pregnant.
And Ellie's freaking out because she
thinks
doesn't have a penis.
Yeah, and Dina's like, you got me knocked up. Now Dina jokingly says it's not yours. Very funny.
Ellie left a huge sigh of relief too.
Yeah. No, it was pretty crazy too, because like or it was a crazy moment because Dina's pregnant, and then it's like it's obvious who it is. I think we learn right there, maybe a little later. It's it's Jesse's.
I think it's heavily implied Jesse.
Yeah, it's definitely heavily implied that it's Jesse's, like immediately.
And then it's like, and then also too, we find out too, it's like, well, how long have you known? And she like found out like what, 2 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
But she said she didn't want to be a burden, and Ellie's like, well, you're a burden now.
Yeah.
Like just good acting, such good acting.
It's so good. Oh God, burp. Sorry.
What?
She learned she's pregnant on the way to Seattle. That's why they didn't turn around. Ellie's like, if you told me, we could have turned around.
Yeah, because she said, "Oh, well, I was a couple of weeks late, and I didn't figure anything until I think she started having morning sickness or something." But
yeah, and she was getting like really worn out and fatigue and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, and that's where Ellie, to kind of blow off some steam, goes to turn on the power. She finds the radio. She intercepts some transmissions. Or not intercepts, but she just listens on the radio. Or no, she doesn't even listen. She's just messing around with frequencies. And that's where she goes into theater to kind of just sit down and fucking think, because what a mess they're in now.
Yeah.
They're like, they are deep into Seattle. Dina's pregnant. They just had a very close call with WLF. Yeah.
And clickers.
And shamblers. It's pretty crazy. So yeah. Kind of like, it's kind of a moment to like let all of that sink in.
But what did she hear on the radio? I cannot remember.
I don't think she heard anything. I think it's not until Dina starts messing with the radio. Yeah,
that's right. So it eventually cuts to a flashback for Ellie. This is my favorite scene or segment in the entire game, other than something else that happens later. It's the birthday gift is what it's called. You play as Ellie, and Joel having Joel escorting Ellie to a cool new gift or like a present for her. She's not aware of it. She's like guessing the whole time. Like, is it a dinosaur? Is it? I can't think of the other things. I just remember the dinosaur.
A car,
A car.
a new pair of sneakers.
Yeah.
Joel even says, "Don't you already have too many?" It's just really fun.
It's a fun like father-daughter moment.
Yeah, especially since like Joel, I mean, he was a dad before this, and now he's still a dad. There was even a part too where like Ellie says a dinosaur, and she kind of guessed it right.
Yeah, and he's like, "Stop guessing."
Just stop. You're never gonna guess.
There's a moment where he pushes her in the water, hoping she'll drown, so he can keep the present for himself. But he forgot she can swim.
Yeah, he forgot that he taught her how to swim.
He starts punching the ground. He's so bad. Ellie starts crying.
He starts screaming, "Sarah!
Life for a life. Now give me my daughter." They eventually have to swim under a little log area to get to another part of the land, and like Ellie's like, "Oh my god, what is that?" She does the same thing to Joel, like a fucking idiot. How did he not see that coming? He's so stupid. It's good he died.
But Joel didn't care because he was a badass.
Literally the reason why he died.
He's so stupid. But he's like, you know what? It's cool. We got to swim again anyways. So
and it's a hot day.
Frick you.
Yep.
And they swim again. So they get to a giant dinosaur, T-Rex, real, not real. It's like oh my god, statue of a dinosaur. Ellie climbs up all the way to the top. Joel's like, "Stop! You're gonna die. Please don't do this."
Ellie jumps off and she dies.
She dies. She jumps into a giant pool, like directly in front of it. Great placement. Lucky placement. I don't think she knew it was there.
Yeah, she was trying to end it.
But that wasn't the main gift to her. It was the huge museum.
Yeah.
It's a space and
natural
history museum. And the first segment is a dinosaur segment where Joel is talking about the fucking Jurassic Park the whole time. And she's like, "Shut the fuck up. I want to learn about dinosaurs."
Yeah. And then also too, Ellie finds like an Indiana Jones hat and puts it on every dinosaur skeleton she can. And Joel's like, "This isn't gonna be a thing, is it?" And then Joel does it. And he's like, "Holy fucking shit!
Like, I can see the appeal."
Cool.
He starts pistol whipping all the dinosaurs.
He starts hanging by the edge. He's like, "Ellie, look!" With just one hand.
And you can find a hat to put on Joel too, so you can both wear a hat.
It's such a wholesome little experience.
Yeah, after you leave the dinosaur exhibit, you enter the space exhibit, which is very big because Ellie's favorite thing is space and like spaceship stuff.
Yeah.
And Joel's like, "You are going to love to see this." And you can go around the room in both of these exhibits, in the dinosaur and this, and you can get little fun conversations you can have with them.
Yep.
But you lead to this main, oh my god, what are those pods called? Oh my god. The pod that you go inside, it's like part of this, the shuttle.
The spaceship?
No,
rocket?
The specific pod. I can't remember. I think it just might be called pod.
Cockpit.
It's the little pod that the astronauts re-enter Earth in. And he's like, "Put one of those on." She puts on a helmet, gets in it, and he's like, "Look around. Look how cool this is. There's so many buttons." He's
and
like,
then
but that's not it.
This is your real gift.
And it's a somehow preserved cassette tape over 20 plus years. I'd say even more. It's a cassette tape of a space launch. You can hear the countdown and the launch into space, and it's a beautiful scene because it's just a shot of her face in the helmet, and you can see like in the reflection of the glass on the helmet, you can see space and like redness as the rocket launches off. It's very cool.
Yeah, she closes her eyes to imagine it, and like literally the whole room goes the the pod goes dark. It's like she's imagining being there, going into space, all that darkness and silence, and yeah, it's such a cool moment.
It reminded me of the fighting game scene from the Left Behind DLC where she's like closing her eyes and you can hear the sound effects and stuff. It reminded me a lot, which I'm sure is what they were going for, but like it reminded me a lot of that. I love this scene. One of my favorite scenes in the game, probably definitely my favorite Ellie scene. It was just good. This whole little section, like a little flashback, getting to just hang out with Joel for like 30-45 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a moment where she gets to be a kid again, and it's very sweet. And then also she talks about space and the moon, about how, like, back then, like, you guys had it easy, but you guys, just like, what is it? What does fucking JFK say? He said, we chose to go to the moon not because it was easy, but because it was hard. She kind of brings that a little bit into like saying, like, they chose to do something extremely hard and did it. And then also too, going to the moon, going to space, escaping all this shit down here, especially for her situation. It's like, it's all very understandable and somber.
Yeah, it's very good moment.
And then also too, we also see where Joel also even opens up more about Sarah, where Sarah took him to museums all the time, and she would have loved that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely we get more of like a lot of off-camera development for Joel, because like even at the tail end of the first game, Joel doesn't want to talk about Sarah at all. But somewhere between here and now, he's like more open to talking about Sarah. He even has the picture that Tommy gave him in the first game, like framed in his house. We see while we're going through his house after he's murdered. Yep. But yeah, it's we get some nice character, which I like that. I like the flashbacks. Like I'm sure people have their takes about the flashbacks because they have a take about everything else in the game. But I really like that we get like this added character development, even though Joel's dead. Like I really enjoyed that.
I mean, it's like putting salt in the wound, building upon like, yeah.
It also really is. Yeah, it's like, man, look at what a nice guy Joel was. Don't remember anything about the first game.
Don't forget everything about the first game. Joel's a nice dad. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And then it starts with day 2. This is the new segment. You wake up as Ellie.
You wake up as the baby inside of Dina, shocked as shit.
And then your birth in the world is a light hits your eyes. You can't see. For some reason, your hearing is amplified. You're the daredevil, baby.
As soon as you get out, you pick up 2 sticks.
You start beating the shit out of Dina because you think it's a demon.
You're also a full-grown adult daredevil.
Jesse has to fight you back because your skills are equally matched.
Is Jesse canonically as strong as Daredevil?
Yes.
But Jesse also has Ellie as his partner to help fight you, and she has a knife.
And also, he's not really good at dodging things, as we learn later.
Jesse also has a gun.
Ellie also has a gun. Dina has a gun.
Could you avoid 3 bullets, Daredevil? The answer may shock you.
Okay. You play as Ellie. You wake up, and you try to go find Dina, and you can tell Dina's looking like, "Aw,
so pregnant, so sick."
And Ellie's like, "I gotta go find Tommy. I gotta find Tommy.
Go find Tommy.
You stay here."
Because Dina's listening to the radio. She's kind of put some things together, listening from chatter. There's somebody out there giving the wolf some hell. They think that's probably Tommy.
Yeah.
They've also found out where Nora's at. She's at a hospital, so.
Yeah, it's a big drop of shit on you because now you know what you're going to do day 2.
I also find it funny that Dina went from, yeah, I'm fine, to I am the most pregnant anybody could have ever been.
She has a fucking trash can right next to her.
One night. Yeah, she looks like shit.
No, she
Yeah.
has the communal family bowl where they make food in it.
Oh God.
White
Like,
people,
it's just
by
like,
the way.
man, what kind of night did you have? You
She
went
got
from
pregnant.
not pregnant to the most pregnant.
What happens after Ellie learns about where to go? I can't remember.
Ellie goes into this little district, and as she's going through the district, she makes her way into like a neighborhood where she gets her bow, and she also encounters somebody else in the mix.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And
Is she-
it's Jesse. Basically, there's a huge convoy coming up. This is where we get introduced to dogs and yeah. I'll
Fun
let you-
ways to kill them.
Never mind,
yeah.
I'm not letting Colt talk.
Okay,
anymore.
I can do it. Jesse, you encounter Jesse along the way, but on the way of fighting to Jesse, you encounter people with dogs. This is the first time you encounter dogs, like Wenzel said. And it's horrifying because they can sniff you out. Your character will eventually be spotted if you hide in any place. The dog will come to you.
Yeah.
Which is
And,
why you got to be quick.
Yeah, I was pretty good about shooting the dogs with the bow and arrow.
Tanner did not want to shoot the dogs. He wanted to stab the dogs.
Yeah,
And
I
the
don't
first
know.
time it happened, Tanner had to pause the game because it was so it just happened so fast.
Ellie had a personal vendetta against every fucking dog in this game.
Stabbed it like 5 times.
Yeah.
Just
Oh
one,
my-
just one stab to the head would have worked.
Once I had a lead pipe, nah, she did not give a fuck.
For some reason, she works her way down the body as she's stabbing it. I don't know why.
Stabbed it in the butthole. It was really weird. Reminds me of the
Pickaxe.
Greys.
The pickaxe one is still just like insanely violent. It's the pickaxe one is more violent than any pickaxe killing animation you do on a human character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
It is.
Like, it's
Because I think
Awful.
the animation for that is always the same. It's like you hit him in the chest and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. But here you kill a dog that you actually run into and you can play with in the Abby's playthrough.
It's
yeah,
so
it's
sad.
messed up.
It's pretty fucked up.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
So fucked up. So fucked up.
But anyways, you get the bow and now you have a bow shooting people silently. It's really good. Then you run into Jesse. Then Jesse's like, all right, to get out of here, we're gonna have to go start this truck up to get the fuck out of here. And you get to the truck, you can hear the is it WLF that gets onto you first?
Yeah.
Yeah, the WLF is like coming to you because they hear you fucking with this vehicle and they're gonna get your ass. And eventually you start the vehicle backing up really fast. Tanner's like shooting at everything but the enemies.
Yeah.
It's
I had
really cool.
unlimited ammo. What can I say?
That is true. You did have unlimited ammo.
And Jesse was driving like a maniac.
Yes, he was. He was ramming every single thing.
Not because he was scared.
Yeah, like a little baby. You ram a pole, get stuck, and this is when the clickers come in.
Yeah, all the
And then-
zombos.
And Ellie's having the shootout. Tanner's shooting at the air and the clickers sometimes. And
Sometimes.
Jesse pulls out and y'all run away, drive away, super scared, trying to escape. Eventually, you lose control of the vehicle going down a hill, jump into a river.
Yep. This
Super
is where
fun.
this is where you get out and you swim.
Yep, this is where you swim. I'm trying to like. Is this where the flashback happens with
Flashback
Tommy? Where you're
with-
sniping?
with a sniper rifle. God damn.
I feel like that's where this happens.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't remember for the fucking life of me.
You know what? Looking at this guide now, I think that's what happens. Whatever she gets out of the water and on land. Anyways, the flashback happens where you're playing as Ellie walking with Tommy, going to a clear out area. And it's a fun little segment where you get to snipe with a rifle, and it was really fun. And watching Tanner do it was an event because you had unlimited ammo again as well.
Yeah, buddy. And Tommy
No.
did not get mad at me one time.
He did not get mad at it. Like, it was strange because I feel like you kind of want to preserve that ammo, but you know what? Tommy said, just don't get mad. Grin and bear it.
Now, there was a couple of people in the room where I was playing. They got mad at me, though.
Yeah.
I was indifferent. I was looking at my phone.
After the sniper bit, you eventually run into the cabin where Joel is there chilling like a villain. He's like, "Oh, you got a guitar. You can fix it. You can restring it." And she's like, "I've never restringed it. I don't know how." He's
Well,
like,
there's a
"Is it-"
music store.
And then Tommy's like, "I'll stay here. You two go get those strings." And they go on a little trip.
But Ellie grabs Tommy aside, like, fuck you. I know what you're doing, bitch. Fuck you.
I know what you're doing. We will not have a father-daughter bonding moment right now.
Tommy's
Should
like,
also mention that Joel and Ellie or Ellie was mad at Joel during this part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for some reason. You don't know yet.
And then Tommy's telling Ellie to shut up, you little bitch. Do it.
Yeah, pretty
She
much.
does. Her and Joel make their way towards the store, and to get to the store, they have to go through an old lodge that's decrepit, full of clickers. A
They fight
hellhole.
their way through. By the end of it, though, a bloater almost gets the one up on Ellie, but Joel is a badass.
Yeah, I forgot. Like, I thought Tanner died during the scene.
But no,
because
Joel.
I forgot that because it was doing the animation from the first game where it rips open your head and then your jaw, but before it could grab your jaw, Joel cuts its arm off.
Yeah, Joel like cuts the shit out of it and then cuts its arm off, like so smooth. You could not do that in the first game, but I guess because of years of experience and Joel not wanting to lose another daughter, he goes insane. It was pretty cool.
My favorite tidbit from this one is Joel keeps making fun of Ellie. He's like, I see how you look at that Jesse fella.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I got a knowledge for these kinds
I got a
of things.
thing about. I know these things, and Ellie's like, no, you don't.
Ellie's like, nope, so far off.
And let me tell you, Joel was wrong.
Yep.
So far off.
Gotta love it.
And after they kill the bloater, they run into an old room where they found two people from the settlement
Who ran away.
And Jackson that ran away. One of them was a clicker crawling around on the ground, and the other one was a skeleton because they killed themselves. One of them killed themselves, and the other just didn't instead because they were both infected, and they tried to do a pact thing, but one of them chickened out.
Yep. And this is where we get another like kind of hard convo where Ellie is reflecting on like these people wouldn't be dead if they had gotten a cure from me. Like, is this my fault? But then also too, like accusing Joel, rightfully so, of like what happened, and Joel's still lying. So, yeah, a good moment.
Let me see. I'm making sure I'm in the right area. Okay. And then I think that's the end of that flashback.
Yeah, that flashback kind of ends with like Ellie saying, look, it's like, tell me the truth. And Joel says, okay, that's not the truth. There wasn't anybody else. And Ellie says, okay. She goes,
That's not this.
oh,
It's not.
Oh,
this.
fuck. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. I'm lying.
This is just Joel being like, we gonna rehash stuff again.
Yeah.
Even though he's
Joel,
the one lying. Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
Joel gets mad at Ellie for wanting the truth, essentially.
Titled little shit. I'm glad she dies.
Yeah, me too.
And then since it's out of the flashback, we're back to playing as Ellie. Man, I'm blanking on how this actually starts.
Yeah, that's my thing. I don't know exactly because I know they swam, but I don't know where Jesse is. Because I know the entire time Jesse and Ellie are exploring, doing stuff, and then
they go back to the theater to see Dina. And this is where Jesse learns that Dina's pregnant.
Oh, yeah, they go back. That's what it was.
And it's a weird moment. It's not a weird moment. I mean, kind of, where Ellie's like, she's pregnant.
And Jesse's like, oh my God, whose is it? Is it hers?
She thought it's some kind of like fuck. What is it called when you rip off a body part and another you grows?
Regeneration.
Clone.
Yeah, she thought it was a clone.
Okay.
I don't think it's clone.
I don't think it is either, but I don't. Colt asked something very specific.
Yeah, the really real thing when you rip off your arm and a new one.
Starfish do it.
I was about to say animals do that. There are
Yeah,
certain
it's called
animals.
regeneration.
No,
Oh my fucking god.
no.
No.
Anyway,
Anyways, he learns she's pregnant and he's like, I'm gonna be a daddy.
but Dina's like, it's not yours, it's Ellie's.
Fuck,
And then
it's Joel's. Tanner
Oh,
thought it was
don't-
Joel's. Tanner
don't
thought
say-
it was Joel's.
don't say that.
No, I said, man, wouldn't that be crazy? Like a crazy plot twist if it was Joel or Tommy's.
It would be.
I would
be
not be
stupid.
happy.
I would not be happy. I'd be upset.
No, that would be fucking stupid. But I was like, man, wouldn't that be crazy?
Fuck, what happens after this?
Colt.
I know you eventually get to the point where you're fighting the Seraphites and you first hear the whistling for the first time.
Well, yeah, because you make it to the hospital, and that's where
To make it to the hospital, you have to fight through the Seraphites first.
I know. I'm saying is like, what happens between there? I don't know.
Ellie and Jesse and Dina smoke more Zaza, so much so
No.
that we forget.
Yeah, that's what happened. Because like I know because Jesse, I think he stays behind with Dina. Or oh wait, does Jesse go to sleep because he's so tired and Dina stays up, and that's where Ellie goes on her mission to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I think Ellie sneaks out by herself because Jesse said like, "All right, we're ready to go back. Let's just go back."
Yeah, or they got to look for Tommy, but
They're
Ellie
gonna
still
get Tommy, then go back. That's right.
But still, Ellie still wants to do this, so she sneaks out, goes to the hospital. That's where she first encounters the Seraphites. It's so scary because you hear a whistle, and then as soon as you walk forward, bam, you get shot with an arrow.
Yes, and then from then on out, a new mechanic is in play where if you get shot by an arrow, make sure you pull it out with R1 or you'll slowly die.
Yep.
Yeah,
Also,
just a fun little mechanic to throw at you like 9 hours into the game.
should mention about this game too. We talked about how pretty the plants were. The foliage detail that they do is really incredible.
Yes.
And it's actually a mechanic that you use to your advantage for stealth.
Yeah, tall grass, you can hide in it like a Pokemon.
And this very specific section, there's not only tall grass, but like tall leaves. So like that also helps.
Yeah. Some very fun, sneaky content. And the Seraphites are there's a lot of them, and they're kind of hard to fight because they're just shooting you constantly.
And they're using guerrilla warfare. So they also sneak and stealth, and they only use whistles to communicate.
Yeah.
And unless they're using regular English.
Yeah, they will talk whenever it's like the down to the last few because they're freaking out.
Yeah, because they do the same thing where if somebody dies, they'll yell out their names as well. It's pretty brutal.
But you fight through the Seraphites, you eventually get to a place where you can see the hospital, and you have to jump in the water to sneak underneath the area so that nobody spots you because it's a fully decked out hospital with spotlights and stations where snipers can get you. So you have to swim under a little docking area-ish, and there you have to kill someone playing a PlayStation Vita. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's really sad.
And they're playing Hotline Miami too, which is also really cool.
It was a cool little Easter egg. And this is where you get to meet a dog that you meet later.
Yeah,
Bear.
you meet a dog named Bear. Bear's like loves to play ball.
You know,
Tanner crushes his head in with a pickaxe.
He was
And-
trying to kill me.
and also, too, Tanner died like several times right here.
I did die several times. At
So
this
we
part.
had to kill the dog multiple times.
Yeah. Bear.
I think Tanner was doing it on purpose.
Well,
No.
no, we were, because I remember whenever he would die, we'd be like, Tanner, you got to try to see if there's a special animation for this.
Yeah,
And he
y'all
did.
want. This is when we figured out there was an animation for the pickaxe.
There's special animations for different deaths, so
Yeah.
for dogs. So yeah,
But I felt
Specifically
bad
for the
about
dog.
it still.
You should feel bad about it.
Yeah.
And the thing is too, we know that this dog is called Bear is because once we kill it, somebody yells out the dog's name.
Yeah, they go
Bear.
bear.
It's so sad.
Yeah, it's really sad, especially when you play Abby's part. You're like, oh my god,
Bear, you're
You
such a good
immediately
little
meet
boy.
Bear.
You're such a good boy. Go fetch. Go fetch.
But you fight your way through this hospital to find Nora wherever she is at in this place, and you can eventually crawl through some vents, and then you'll see her listening to. Oh my god, it's an old song. Oh my gosh, what was that song?
She was listening to.
I don't
Was
know
it
why you're
Biggie?
asking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is Biggie, right?
Yeah, she was listening to some old rap, and you can get the drop on her. You would drop out of the vents. You're like, point a gun at her, saying, "Where's Abby? I'm trying to find her." And she's like, "Fuck you!" Immediately.
Well, no, we get this kind of like fake out where
Oh
Nora's like,
yeah,
Nora's like, "Do you still hear his screams? Because I do.
every
scre-
night.
I hear he screamed like a little bitch."
Yeah, and that's when Ellie gets a little mad, and that's when Nora smacks the gun away from her with a little like a medical pan she had, and starts running away. And then this is a massive chasing sequence through the
Yeah.
hospital as like people around you are shooting at you. Pretty cool sequence, and eventually you make it to like a gaping hole in the floor, and you have her at gunpoint, and the WLF people bust in behind you, and you have to hold her at hostage. And you look down at the hole back of them, and Nora's like, "Don't do it. It's dangerous." Ellie jumps into the pit with her because she's immune. She can't get infected.
There's
anyway.
spores in the pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nora was saying, "No, don't do it, don't do it. There's spores," and yeah, they go down there. Eventually,
And in the pit, Nora is coughing and running away from Ellie, while more WLF are busting in with gas masks, spore masks, gas masks, to save Nora somehow. And you fight through this, and it's pretty scary because clickers are also down here as well. And you can also fight them or walk past them. It's up to you, up to your play style. You eventually make it to a point where you find Nora. She's at the end of a hallway trying to open up a door, but she's too weak to open it. She's coughing, and Ellie just like shuts the door behind her and puts a chair on the lock so that nobody can get in, and she starts to interrogate her. And probably one of the more brutal scenes in the game.
yeah, because it's kind of a cool reveal too. Whenever like, I mean, anytime nobody knows who Ellie is, they're just like, "Oh fuck, she's immune," and that's where Nora realized like, "You're that girl," and it's like, "Yep." And then Ellie is trying to get information. Nora doesn't want to, oust her friends, and Nora's like, "What's in it for me?" And she's like, "I'll make it quick." But she does not make it quick because
Nope.
Nora does not tell her the truth, and you kind of get this. You get this brutal scene of you repeatedly hitting her with
Square. You have to do it as a player. It's not a cutscene.
Yeah, you have to do it. And there's also a red light flashing, so you definitely feel like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of rage in here.
It reminds me a lot of in Metal Gear Solid 5, whenever you enter the base after it was infected, you can see all your dead base members, and you just have the red light flashing on you. It's so fucking good. But you also are beating a woman to death. But to be fair, she is a bad person. Then again, you're not a great person either.
I was about to say, you are also a bad person.
But I know Ellie longer, so she's better.
Just amen, brother.
And that's it. That's it for day 2, actually. Because after that, she heads back to the theater. The theater. You don't actually see it, but it just pops back
Yeah,
up.
it kind of just pops.
Because I think it'd be weird just showing her like cleaning herself off a little bit after that.
Yeah,
well, I
she
mean,
sweeps.
also too, Ellie isn't clean. She walks in there and Jesse's like, "Is that your blood?"
Yeah.
And no, and Ellie's visibly shaken up.
Yeah, like, damn, you did
Because-
it yourself. So
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
Dina's like, "Did you find Nora?" And she's like, "Yeah, I found her." She's like, "Well, did she tell you?" She's like, "Eventually."
Yeah.
So like that's to make you think like, okay, the blood is Nora's, and Ellie is shaken up because she repeatedly had to beat Nora until finally Nora said something, because Nora was not only infected, but she was slowly dying because Ellie had beaten her so bad from that.
Yeah.
So, and then that's where we get a scene, like kind of like a tender scene where Dina takes off Ellie's shirt and is trying to clean her, and then they go to sleep together. We get another flashback.
What was the flashback?
I don't know.
Wenzel just making it up.
No, I do we not get a flashback?
I don't think so.
I don't think we get a flashback between.
Does it
two
just
of them.
cut to her?
I think it's just her and Jesse start talking and before they head out.
Well, I know it cuts to her waking up with her bruises on her back and stuff, or whatever.
I don't think there was a flashback.
All right.
Her and Jesse are talking about how they have to go find Tommy so they can get him back, but Ellie secretly want to continue her mission. And they get along. It's a fun little moment fighting along this route with Jesse, because there's a little bonus area you can explore with him, and like after you complete it, you can give him a high five. And I thought that was really fun.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, burping. Trying to remember. Okay, yeah. You and Jesse fight along till you get to a point where you can overhear some WLF talking about how there's a sniper pinning them down, and Jesse's like, "That's gotta be Tommy." And he's like, "All right, Ellie, let's go get to Tommy." And Ellie's like, "I can't. I have to go. Abby is right here. I know exactly where she is." So they have.
Oh,
to split
wait a
up.
minute. Yeah, there was a flashback. I was right.
What was it?
She goes to the hospital.
Oh shit! There we go.
Oh yeah, I
Thank
don't
you.
even count that as an actual flashback. Yeah, you're right.
But that is a flashback.
Yeah, I mean it is, but it lasts like 6
I was
seconds.
like, I was about to.
This is an
No, it
important
doesn't.
flashback,
It does.
though.
It does not last 6 seconds. She literally starts from like the hallway where Joel runs to the operating room, and then she makes her way looking for stuff until finally she finds a tape recorder of Firefly. I can't remember. It might have been Nora's voice. No, it was some Firefly talking about how
The doctor's dead.
the only doctor, not only like it would have been one thing for them to have lost the only person who was immune, but it's another thing to have lost the only doctor who came up with the cure, or who could have been able to. He is dead because Joel killed him. And after that, that's where we see Ellie sitting outside the hospital, campfire, and then Joel runs up and he's like, "I've been looking all over for you, whatever. We were scared, blah 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 blah." And then that's where we have a moment where like Ellie's like, you know, tell me the truth right now, no more lying. And it's just another incredible scene, just like, you know, with the facial animations, and then Joel having to work up the courage to tell her what really happened.
It's a really good scene. I'm bothered I didn't remember that, because that's a really good scene.
Yeah, everybody here tried to say like, no, there wasn't a flashback. There wasn't a flashback.
I just didn't know.
No, I forgot too. I knew there was a flashback though. I was like, we literally just mentioned it, but completely forgot about it because Tanner brings it up a little bit. And that's where Ellie is like, she's like, if you don't tell me right now, you'll never see me again. But if you tell me, I will go back with you to Jackson. And so he does. And she's like, okay, I'm going to go back, but we're done. This is it. Like, and oh my God, it's just such a heartbreaking scene too, because when he tells her what happens, she just immediately breaks down and just like scream crying, because it's just like her realizing of like not only what was taken from her, but what Joel took from the world. Oh, it's like, it's earth shattering. I mean, it's just awful.
Damn, I'm just remembering later story stuff that happens. Damn.
It is so crazy.
But anyways, with Jesse, they have to split up because Ellie wants to go kill Abby, while
Jesse wants to find Tommy.
yeah, and Ellie knows where Abby is, and it's the aquarium.
Yeah, Nora breaks finally, or broke and told her where they usually hang out at the aquarium. So Ellie is going to secure a boat, and she does. We have this cool
Yes.
like boat scene where we ride around a boat, and
It's a very fun little like flooded city segment. It was hard to get to it a
it
little
was
bit at
very
first.
yeah, it was very I don't know, it was just very unique in my opinion, like how they built it, designed it. And it
Yeah.
was really cool because I was the only person who was able to get the boat stuck.
And we had to reload a save.
Actually reload a whole save. Wenzel
Twice.
manages to Austin Powers the boat.
Let's just say it's my skill, a special skill.
It was a very special skill. You're not wrong there. But you eventually get the boat. You drive it around, going crazy, and you get to a roadblock where a gate's blocking it, and you have to explore an old arcade.
Yep,
And
and you find
exploring
a bloater.
this arcade, you find a bloater. It's a fucking fun little segment. You get through that, and then this is where you run into some more Seraphites fighting some WLF.
Yeah, you can let them fight it out. I let them fight it out a little bit to dwindle their numbers, and then I killed the rest.
Yeah, and then once you get past that, now you're on the like last push of this day. You are currently heading towards the aquarium.
It's on a island, kind of, and it's
And,
during like a crazy storm.
Crazy.
Yeah, you're literally out. You're basically going out into the middle of the ocean. Not the middle of the ocean. Sorry, you're going out into the ocean. You're going into the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, and the waves are really strong, and it throws you overboard. Boat's flipped. You're out of it, and you're swimming. You got to swim under the waves, time it right to get to the island, where you can eventually make your way inside the aquarium. This is where the pain pain started a long time ago. This is where some pain adds on. You have to crawl through a vent, and as soon as you crawl through the vent gives out underneath her, startling a dog, and the dog attacks you, and the only thing you can do is kill the dog.
I think with a pipe.
Yeah, with the
Yep.
pipe, you stab it.
Yeah.
And this is
Rest
an
in-
important dog. Rest in
It's
peace, Alex.
Her name, Alice.
Alice. Great
Remember,
dog.
remember her name. Get it right.
Alice.
Yep.
And then eventually Ellie goes through the door even further, trying to find Abby. She walks into a room, finds Owen and Mel just chilling, talking, arguing. And she is like, where the fuck is she? Holding them at gunpoint. Oh my god.
And then Ellie tries to get Owen and Mel to do the technique of whenever they interrogate or torture people, to like show them the map. If they both point to the same thing, if one's lying, then you can tell.
Yeah, but
they
Owen he tries to grab the gun, but during the struggle, Ellie pulls the trigger, shooting him
in the stomach.
Yeah, and he's bleeding out on the ground.
And then Mel also tries to take the gun or tries to stop you.
And then the gun's knocked away, so Ellie has to resort to her knife, stabbing Mel in the throat.
Yep. And then as Mel is on the ground dying, Owen tries to say that she's pregnant. But he's just muttering she's as he's dying and gurgling on his blood, choking on his blood. And that's where Ellie goes
over to Mel, sees her pregnant belly.
Yep, opens her jacket and she's pregnant, and then Ellie gets down on her knees and throws up, and she's having like not a rage moment, but like a panic moment of like,
yeah,
because
she's thinking of Dina, like killed a pregnant woman. She felt sick.
Yep.
And during the middle of this breakdown that she's having, Tommy walks in. He's like, "Whoa, something happened."
Yeah, Tommy's like, whoa, this is crazy. No, it's Tommy and Jesse. They come together. She drops her map and they leave and they get out of there. They go to the theater.
Yeah, and they go back to the theater, the blessed theater. Oh God. Okay, here we go. This is probably one of my most painful parts. You there, Tanner?
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 Yeah, sorry, we're good.
Okay. This is the most painful part of the game for me, or one of the most painful parts, is at the theater, you're chilling in the back talking to Tommy.
Tommy says he found some gold. They're all like, "How do you know it's real gold?" And Tommy's like, "I know it's real gold."
And I'm gonna give it to Maria to make her not so mad about me running away for a little
And
bit.
Jesse's like, "Can you say that gifts from all of us?" And he's like, "Find your own damn gifts." It's a really funny moment. Tommy walks away to go get his stuff ready. Jesse and Ellie are talking. They're about to head out. Or not head out, but they're about to like, all right, this is it. Like
They're gonna go try to find Abby.
No, they're gonna leave.
No, they're
Oh yeah,
leaving.
that's right. They're giving
Yeah.
up. That's right.
Yeah, they've done everything they could on this revenge tour. Like fucking she killed all of her friends. So like
Yeah.
if you haven't been told or noticed at this moment, Ellie killed all of Abby's friends except for probably
Every single one of them.
probably one or two people who were killed by somebody else. So yeah.
And as Jesse, is it just Ellie and Jesse talking in the back, or is it just Ellie and Dina?
It's Ellie and Jesse.
Ellie and Jesse are talking, and they can hear a commotion from up front, and they just rush up to it because they hear screaming and Tommy screaming back. Immediately bursts through the door. Jesse gets shot in the face, killed, dead on the spot.
Instantly dead. Like, yep. And Ellie gets down. She looks at Jesse. I mean, we got a good look too. Bullet hole in the face. Jesse dead. Jesus Christ.
And then
So
Tommy's
sad.
on the ground, right underneath her, with her stepping on him with a gun pointed at him.
Yeah,
and
Abby.
Also at Abby. Not Abby, Ellie.
Abby is, doing that, and then Tommy's trying to say shit, but Abby's like, "Shut the fuck up," and hits him or kicks him.
Yep.
Ellie puts her hands up. She's like, "Please don't do this. Let him go. I'm the one that you want." And then Abby is like, "We let you guys live, and you wasted it."
I have nothing. That she was like, I have no one left.
I have no one left. You killed all my friends. It's another good scene of
It's
just
so
brutal.
good.
Just
The
brutal.
acting in this game, the mocap, everything they've done for these cutscenes.
The emotion felt real.
So good.
Yeah, it felt like genuinely just like a very well acted scene.
And that's it for Ellie's first chunk of playthrough.
Yep.
Do we want to take a little breaky?
We have a big chunk coming at you, so we're gonna take a little break.
I gotta take a piss. Don't edit that.
We will be right back.
Welcome back to the next part of the Backlog Boys. Today we're talking about some fuck. What do I have? I'm not even introing. Never mind.
Also, we're 3 hours into the fucking show, Colt. People know what we're talking about at this point.
Fuck. All right, we're playing as Abby because we just continued the day with Ellie, and we just watched Jesse's brains get blown out. Some sad stuff.
Rest in peace, Jesse.
As you're playing Abby, you do a little flashback. You plays Abby much younger, not buff as shit, just a skinny child. And you're working your way to your father.
Because your father's being a little rascal.
And he's playing with wild animals. And he's like, you just got to come see this. There's some crazy ass wild animals. Also mirroring the way that Ellie and Joel went to see her birthday present.
Yeah. There's a zebra.
Gave him birth to a baby zebra, but it's trapped in barbed wire.
Yeah, that's where we also get to see a young little guy, Owen, as well.
Yep. And him and his dad butt heads. Are they boyfriend girlfriend at that moment?
No, but
okay, they're just friends.
They're just friends, but her dad is like, I see the way you two look at each other, and she's like, shut up,
Again, mirroring how Joel thought Jesse and Ellie looked at each other.
Yeah. And then
but only Jerry knows better.
Jerry gets a call over the radio from the Fireflies. You find out it's the Fireflies about the girl is here. She's prepped for surgery. We need you here now. And the girl being Ellie, and you can tell where this is going.
Yeah, there's a moment where Marlene is talking to Jerry. Jerry is in his scrubs, I want to say.
Yeah, he's about to get ready to do the surgery.
Yeah, but Marlene is talking to Jerry. She's like, I know Ellie, and then Joel as well has been traveling with Ellie. I mean, all that time that it can change a person. And Jerry, he's not necessarily being mean, but he's being like firm and like, look, we have to do this.
He doesn't want to lose the chance. He doesn't want it to slip away.
Yeah.
If Joel gets angry or mad or something, which
Yeah, and then he's saying like, because Marlene is like, because they know that doing this operation will kill Ellie, and Marlene is like, is there not another way? Is there not something we can do? And he's like, there isn't. This is it. And then Marlene even is kind of like pushing back on Jerry, saying like, what if it was your daughter? What if it was Abby? And Jerry's like, I need you to sell this. I need you to do this for me. And then Abby's been listening in. She kind of gets in to give her dad his food, have him eat a little bit. But they have a conversation where Abby's like, if it was me, I'd want you to do the surgery too. And, they kind of have a nice little moment there. And then it cuts to siren or alarms going off. Abby's thinking like, what the hell's going on? She has her gun ready. She's going down the hallway to the surgery room to see what happened. She goes in there, opens the door. Owen and another Firefly are sitting over the body of her father. And it's a really just heartbreaking scene because her father, Dr. Jerry Anderson, was the doctor that Joel shot and killed.
Yep.
And that's where it puts into perspective of why Abby did what she did.
Yep. I remember seeing the dots connect for Tanner during this cutscene. Because Tanner's like, who the fuck is this guy? What's going on? And then it like hitting his head and he's like, oh.
Yeah, like, I mean, one dad killing another dad, and then now the kids got to deal with the aftermath. I mean, it's an incredible scene, and if you have any sort of like heart or anything, like at this moment you should be like, well, I kind of understand where she's coming from now. But if you choose not to, then it's like, I think you're playing the wrong game here, bud. I think you're kind of doing this wrong because it's at this moment that you should be like, holy shit, I understand completely. Jesus Christ. Like, oh, God.
Well, and also, too, like, at this point where you kind of realize, like, okay, Abby at least had, like, this motive, and she killed Joel. She got her revenge, and, like, she was done with it, because she didn't kill Tommy or Ellie. And then we kind of see the way Ellie deals with it, and Ellie's like, well, I have to kill literally everybody in the city.
Yeah. And then also, too, Ellie the entire time thinks that the reason why that Abby went on this revenge tour was because they think that it was because the cure was taken from them. Like that's the problem, which is one of the reasons why everybody who joined Abby did this. But the biggest reason and leader of this was because Abby and because Ellie or Joel killed her father. And like, oh my God, they don't like
pain,
so much pain.
But yeah, that's it for that flashback section. Then it cuts to Abby reading a book in bed. It's a real book. I can't remember what it was.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it was oh my God, it's gonna kill me.
God, I had it on the tip of my tongue before I even said it. Now it's gone completely. But she's reading a book in bed, and then Manny comes in. It's a new friend, and he's a really cool dude. And he's like, "I have lots of sex. I'm cool."
Yeah, I had sex with this meteorologist lady. She kept talking about some stupid storm within the next few days, but I didn't care because I was fucking her.
Yeah. Which foreshadows the crazy storm that happens.
Yeah.
which kind of already happened, but you get to experience it again. You walk through the base with Manny, eventually running into Mel. And then
You run into Jordan too.
you run into Jordan playing a PS Vita. I couldn't tell what game he was playing. It was some PS Vita exclusive.
Like in that. You also run into Manny's dad. Very sweet.
You eat a
old man.
burrito.
You eat a burrito. You go back to your room. You see where Abby has a ton of fucking weights. Also, too, you see where the complex that they're in. There's a gym. So anybody who says it's not possible for somebody to get that jacked during the apocalypse, well, they have a whole fucing gym to themselves.
And
so
they have a kitchen where they get food fucking given to them
regularly. Like it's like nothing but cooks in there cooking. Yeah,
it's a military.
It's basic. So basically, the Wolves have converted a football stadium, into a base. Their home base, I want to say.
It's really cool because they have like these. I think it is their home base. Houses built on top of each other inside the stadium. It looks
they've converted suites into
cool.
apartments. There's a gym. There's a library. They've converted parts into basically a farm on the inside and outside. Yeah, it's just a little community, little town inside this stadium. It's really cool.
And they walk with Mel to get to the little doggy friends where you meet Alice, and then you meet Bear.
Yeah,
and you get to play catch with Bear, and it's really sad. Then you walk outside the gate, meet some sheep. Eventually, you get away from the place to go.
You have to get a car because you have to go to the FOB, forward operating base.
Yeah, you have to go to the forward operation base to get to AYCH because he called a meeting there for some reason.
Yeah, but doing that, you kind of run into a snafu of like scars attacking you. It's a pretty cool scene where you're in the back of a truck and you're having to shoot while these scars are on their horses. It's really cool. Alice is in the front seat. She gets shotgun always. Also, too, Manny is kind of purposefully putting Mel and Abby together because they're friends, but also too
there's a little bit of tension.
Yeah, because Mel is pregnant with Owen's baby.
Yeah. And then, it's just, ex-girlfriend, all that kind of junk.
Which is silly Billy nonsense. But eventually, after the Sayer fight attack happened, they crash into like a Home Depot. And there's no way inside, so they have to climb up. And you climb up a rope. And at the top, I think Wenzel was playing, so he jumps in immediately to his death because it's just the way we roll.
Is that why you just had to talk about this little part, just to talk about me jumping to my death?
Yeah. But you fight your way through Home Depot. I'm trying to remember exactly. You
fight your way through Home Depot. You're kind of moving your way through. You get to a train yard. Also too, I should mention you have a different weapon set as well. You get an assault rifle, a
semi-auto assault rifle, which is really nice.
It's really nice. Completely different like crafting set as well. It's kind of similar to Joel's from part one game. And that's done purposefully. So yeah.
And then you go through the train yard. You eventually get to a gas station that's being attacked by. It's not being attacked, but once you get there, you are being attacked by.
You're being overrun by scars. Yeah.
And thankfully, the cavalry arrives and starts helping you out.
Yeah, they help you out. They get you out of there. And they take you to the FOB.
The FOB, baby.
And
this is where you can interact with Nora.
Yeah, this is where you get to meet Nora because Nora is part of the medical unit, I guess. She's a medic. Yeah,
she takes you to a back area because she wants to show you something. And where she takes you is the dead tent. And she says, like, all our people are dying. I think it's because of Sayer fights, now that I think about it. like just shows like all these dead people, but she takes them to a specific person named Danny. We don't know this person, but Abby does in this situation. She's like, "Damn, what happened?" And she tells her about like we think Owen did it or something like that, or he was with Owen.
Yeah, no, they were stationed together on a patrol, and then something happened, and there's not many details being given out. Like you said, they think Owen might have done it. Or no, they don't know that, but they know that Owen was carrying Danny wounded, and then Owen's just AWOL. He's just gone.
Yeah.
So it's kind of suspicious. And yeah.
And this is go talk to Isaac.
We also learn too, this is where we learn about like the ongoing conflict between the Scars and the Wolves. It's just little hints there, here and there. But yeah, they go talk to Isaac. This is also where we get a big reveal of who Isaac is. I did not realize it until 2 years after, 2 years after who this actor is.
He's fucking, oh my god,
Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey Wright. He plays
Commissioner or Detective Gordon in Batman.
The Batman
with Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, and this in the Last of Us, he's talking about how like where the fuck's Owen? Does he tell her to go look for him?
No. So what happens is we see a moment where we get to the area where they torture people, prisoners.
Yeah.
And, so they go up to the top suite of the hotel, basically, where Isaac is talking to them, and Isaac reveals what they plan to do. So Isaac is like, "What do? We can't do another truce because that didn't work because we're at war." And then Isaac's like, "I want to wipe them all out." So what they plan to do is that 2 days from there, or 3 days, they're going to invade the island in waves. The first wave is going to have Abby and Manny leading it, and he's like, "I want you to, because you're two of my best soldiers." And Abby's like, "Okay." He's like, "Go ahead and start looking at your rosters, pick your teams." And Abby, it's so funny because you can tell when Abby's lying, because Abby is nonchalant. She's like, "All right." She's like, "I want Owen on my team. Where is he?" Looks
yeah,
at
even
Isaac.
Though she already knows.
She already knows, but like the way her look, she kind of has her mouth open, and with her eyes, they kind of shine. You can tell she's lying, and that's when Isaac's like, "Who told you, Nora?" And that's where Isaac reveals that Owen shot Danny, and then he's gone AWOL, and Isaac's like, "We can't afford to look for him or anything." But then Isaac's kind of relenting because it's Abby, and he's like, "I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. If we find him, we'll take him in. We won't hurt him or anything. We'll just talk to him. But right now, we got to focus on this invasion." But Abby's like, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna look for Owen." So Manny helps Abby kind of sneak out, covers for her, so that she can go find Owen. And the only place Owen could possibly be at is the aquarium. So it's kind of her just going across Seattle to get to the aquarium to find Owen.
Yep. And then this is where the flashback happens, right? Where it's her and Owen.
The aquarium, yeah.
Yeah. Now it's a flashback time where Abby and Owen are chilling at the aquarium on top of a Ferris wheel, the very top. And this is where you learn that Abby is afraid of heights, because she's like, "Sit down, please stop. I'm not going to jump." He's like, "That's it. I'm going to jump." And he jumps in the water. Abby freaking out because she thinks he's dead.
He did die. He killed himself.
And she jumped in to get his soul back into his body or some shit.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Damn, I didn't see you jump. Shit. Can you do it again?"
And literally, he was like, "Do it again."
And that's where Owen takes Abby to show her the aquarium. They kind of go in. We have like it mirrors Joel showing Ellie.
But this time, these two characters want to fuck.
Oh, yeah. Because they're still young. This is like not too long after the the first game. It's not too long after.
I want to say she's like 17.
She's a little older. Yeah. and they're going through the aquarium. We have the kind of these funny little bits of Owen where he immediately gets into the desk and he's like, "Yep, this is mine. You're maybe invited to it. Maybe I'll let you in. I don't know."
Yeah, it's a nice aquarium too.
It's very nice. As much as it could be in the apocalypse. Yeah, and you're kind of just taking a tour, going through. You find a boat where some guy with some kids was here. There were people that were settled here. It's really sad.
Because you can see kids' art scribbled all over the walls.
And then you do find a guy. He's dead. He's an old man, or he was an old man at some point. But the people that were here were a couple of kids, but they left to go join the Scars.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's a neat little moment too, where also they get into this one area. It's like a dome under the water. They get to see a seal where Owen gets to prove Abby's fucking wrong. About a seal.
I did see a fucking seal
with brown spots, and he he's horny, but she doesn't want to do anything because it's just too much right now, especially after everything that's happened. So, yeah.
And then they kiss.
But also, too, we should mention, too, that Abby the entire time is like, I just want to go back to training, because even though Abby is still young and still not as jacked as she is, she's still thinking about revenge because the entire time she's like, hey, let's get back to training, to boot camp. Let's go back because, training will all the more help her into finding Joel and fighting him, whenever it comes to that time. But Owen's like, nah, I'm going to stay here. And he stays there and just watches the seals and the water and stuff. And we get to see Owen's character and we get to see Abby's character at this point in their lives, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, my big takeaway from this scene was how this pretty much became like Abby's only goal was to go after Joel. Like, she's not she's in this relationship with Owen, but she's not really in the relationship with Owen because like she doesn't. It's more like she likes Owen's companionship and doesn't really care.
Yeah, and they have like a shared trauma, I guess. So the shared because like they grew up together. They both know. I mean, she knows her dad, but he knows her dad too. Mm-hmm. So they kind of had that shared of like, oh yeah, Jerry Anderson was a great guy, and that's a loss that we can. Oh gosh, what?
Not really bond over, but like he can kind of understand her trauma.
Yeah,
because he knew how close her and her dad were, and two, it also kind of goes to show. I don't really like Owen. I think Owen's kind of a weird character in this.
Yeah.
Where
what?
I was going to say he's just kind of there. I don't think he's a fully fledged out character because it doesn't really seem like he has any.
I think
motives or goals.
Well, he does have a goal. That's why I said this is really important to showing his character, and that is that while he's willing to kind of become part of a cause, he is really, it's really not for him.
Yeah,
I think he becomes part of these causes, or what you want to say, like militia group or whatever, is because it gives him kind of like a safety, like a net. Mm-hmm. But in reality, he just kind of wants to not do his own thing, but like be at peace. Go like, I don't want to give too much away, but as we're talking, I mean, at some point in the game, Owen is trying to build back a boat, and he's trying to like do stuff and leave. And I think that's part of his character of like, he just wants to get away. Like he's tired of these old systems, of these old, type of minds fighting. He's tired of that. He just wants to just leave and explore, I guess, is another way to say. Because he has you can tell he's kind of like a curious mind. and yeah, I think he's there specifically also to help kind of like
Well, I think he's there for Abby first
he's
and
there
foremost.
well, yeah, no, he's there for Abby, and I think to drive in or to at least be like another tool, another accessory into like kind of getting Abby to just also become like let go of this type of mentality, let go of these groups, these systems, let go of
Yeah.
that. This basically. Sorry, I'm kind of dodging because I don't this I'll go more into it later, but yeah, we kind of see that. That's why I don't want to say too much that Owen is kind of an undeveloped character, even though I kind of see where you're coming from. Again,
Well,
that later.
and I kind of feel that too about everybody around the Wolves outside of Abby, and I get that that's their whole purpose. Like I do get that, but it is kind of weird. Like you're spending a decent chunk of the game with, you're playing as Abby and you're with these characters. Like you're like, oh yeah, I don't really care about you because I know you're already dead.
Yeah.
And even though they get a little character development, they are pretty much there as like accessories, I guess, to Abby to kind of make you feel, which it works, and it's you can do that in a game like this.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So yeah, that's the end of the flashback.
Yeah, and it cuts back to Abby and
Manny.
And Manny. Yes. All right. What the fuck were they doing last?
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Kind of went on that tangent there.
Yeah.
Let me.
That's because I find not to say Ellie isn't as fascinating of a character. I'm sorry, I didn't give this much. I just think Abby's story and how this builds upon what The Last of Us has already done, and then Ellie's done, and then like taking all of that to like how that affects the rest of the story. I just find it so interesting, so fascinating. Yeah. So
completely agree. I completely agree 100%. I don't know if it's a hot take. I don't know where people fall on the spectrum of which part of The Last of Us 2 they like more. I like Ellie's story as far as gameplay and story as a complete package goes. I feel like Abby blows Ellie's part out of the water. Kind of.
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
That might be a hot take. Maybe I don't know.
Like I said, I know we're 2.5 years removed from The Last of Us 2 discourse. So I don't know where people fall on the spectrum. I would have to go read some old forum posts or tweets or whatever. But yeah, I don't even think it's a contest.
But to give you an idea of where they're at right now, I'm pretty sure Manny helps Abby get over a gate, and then and then Abby kind of goes on her way.
Yeah, he gets her to a certain point. He's like, "All right, pass through the shopping district," and
they go through one of his sex dens.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a cool. I never found that before. So so you go through this area and it's just like huh, this is a weird little room. It's like all this stuff here, and then you immediately find a note, and it's just like immediately Manny comes up and takes it out. It completely surprised me. I was like, what? There's a bunch of sexy stuff written on it. It's really cool. Very funny.
And then after you go through,
Manny's a whore.
Yeah, he's a little bad.
Yeah, Manny
boy.
is a bit of a whore.
You pass through the shopping district. You go through like the little like Asian small. What is it? Is it a mini Chinatown?
A little. I mean, it's a Chinatown kind of. Yeah, there's like a
traditional like herbal place, a pottery place.
Yeah,
a bunch of shops. There's some clickies there as well, but you get past this and you go to a truck that's full of notes, and it's got like wooden shit all over it. And as Abby, you can read the notes. She's like, "This is dumb. Your god's fake. Kill yourself. Bad note. Martyr. Suck my dick."
But then there's one. there's one note where she's like, she reads it and she's like, okay, well that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Because it's just literally a guy like asking like, can you please just give me the strength to help out with farming and stuff? And she's like, okay, that's fair. It's like a shrine kind of, and it's all
Yeah.
dedicated to this woman who was like an actual woman in this world, but they've turned her into a god, a martyr, and that's basically the whole religion's based around this one woman who performed miracles, quote unquote miracles, and yeah, uh, and
Some really interesting stuff.
it's really interesting. Yeah.
Where do you go from there?
From there, oh gosh, I remember how this ends. I
How's it
don't.
end?
It ends with Abby crawling, and then she trips on some mud.
Yes.
And as she trips on some mud, a big scar woman comes up and knocks her or holds her down. She cuts her, but more scars come up and they knock her out.
Yeah, you bit her ear off too.
Yes, you bit her ear off. That's what happened. Yeah, brutal.
And this is where we get another flashback.
This is where we get the flashback where it's Christmas time, right? At the
Yeah.
aquarium? Yeah. This is right before they go on their mission to Jackson, Wyoming.
Yeah.
It's just where Owen is showing Abby the aquarium during Christmas time.
And he
They have
set it all up. It's a nice pad.
It's really cool. And there's just this insane little mini game in there where you get a bow and arrow as Abby, and you have to shoot these targets, and you have to try to beat Owen and Mel's stupid fucking score.
Very low scores. Very bad.
Very bad. Very terrible. I got the high score.
Because we're number one.
We're number one. Yep.
Yeah,
and it was funny too, because also Abby's like, put me on the board, and Owen's like, I don't know, and she's like, wow, you afraid that Mel might see that I've been here? Wow.
Tisk. They make their way upstairs after this to talk, and like he's showing her the Christmas setup, the new Christmas drip, trying to make some hot chocolate, and she's like telling him about her plan. She's like, I know where he is. We can go get him.
Yep.
And he's like, I don't know.
And that's I'll bring this up too. So it was really cool because she says that, and she's like, what about everybody else? It's like, everybody else is on board. And it's like, well, shit. And it's, well, what about Isaac? Is he going to approve this? You can tell she's lying again. Literally the same way. I kid you not. Her eyes will shine and her mouth will be just a little open. It's kind of like a blank expression where she'll be like, yeah, Isaac approved it. So like that kind of gives you like, okay, they basically went AWOL to do this as well. Which, you know, in militaries, and especially in a militia that's carrying on from military traditions, AWOL is not a good thing. So kind of gives you an idea. Like, it was just them that did this. And Owen was like, well, what about Mel? It's like, Mel wants to do this too. So it's kind of like
everybody's down besides you.
Yep. Are you in?
Shit, I guess. And he's in.
Yep.
And that's the end of that flashback, isn't it?
Actually, he's kind of like, I guess.
Yeah.
It's very hesitant. Because like we said, Owen has no drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Also, I should mention too, Abby I think she has 3 nightmare sequences where
they're really cool.
It's just where she's going down okay. Sorry,
the hospital.
Yeah, the hospital hallway. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I won't skip ahead. I was just trying to remember if there was one right now, but there isn't. Yeah, and then Abby wakes up.
She's being dragged around by some Seraphites. This is where the most iconic E3 Last of Us 2 stuff starts popping up. We've talked about it a little bit before. This is where Abby gets drug up to a rope and she gets it wrapped around her neck. And she's standing on like a bucket, and the Seraphite's like, you're going to suffer for your sins. And she had the knife to her neck, I think. Or
no, she has it up. She has it up to her rock hard abs.
Her rock hard abs, and like she's just about to cut. And then some arrows start coming in.
Well, no,
Uh,
they got the girl.
Yes, the girl comes in and they're like, clip her wings.
They hold her down and oh god, it's so fucking terrible.
Like,
It's brutal. And watching it 3 times, it's still 4 times because I watched the E3 stuff. Still brutal.
yeah, it's pretty insane. But and it
Literally-
sounds gross. Like it looks
literally
gross and it sounds gross.
hold down her arm. They take a hammer and they hit her arm where her elbow is. Oh my god.
They smash that shit. And it's not just like breaking the bone and quitting. They break the bone, continue smashing until the bone inside that's broken already is broken
Shattered.
even more.
Yep. It's so bad. But then as they're doing that,
Arrows.
arrow. I'm trying to make an arrow sound. I'm sorry. I don't know if
Let me try.
Damn, that's pretty good actually.
Pretty good. Let me try. Woo. Woo.
Whoa!
Okay.
that?
Okay, it's kind of ridiculous how loud you guys are, but I'm so quiet. Like,
Okay, let me try it again.
This is nothing. This is nothing.
it's nothing. Anyway, yeah, so there's,
Yara is screaming in pain, and Lev, we don't know their name yet. This little kid comes in, shooting at these people, and Yara's like, "Cut her down, cut her down."
well, no. We get a cool scene where they're trying to fight off the people, and then the Scar gets backed up into Abby. Abby holds her, and then Yara comes in clutch with the hammer, bashing it into her head. The claw part.
Yeah.
But then that's also bad for Abby because Abby
She's hanging on a rope by her neck.
She's hanging on a rope, and Lev takes his dear sweet fucking time. But
Abby
yeah.
got some brain damage from that oxygen loss for sure.
Nah, she's fine. Anyway, Lev cuts her down because Yara's like, cut her down. She helped us. Abby is just like, still just incredible, like just all this muscle, so much power.
The only reason she survived because she was flexing her neck muscles.
Yeah. I mean, really though, like,
Yeah.
that's probably a big reason.
I was about to say that. Yeah, that is pretty legit.
Like, yeah, and it's also raining too, so like her muscles are glistening. Oh man, it's so badass. And
It
then
sounds like Wenzel was enjoying it a lot.
hey, this is like one of my favorite scenes because she yanks that fucking hammer out, and then
Goes
this
to
is
town.
yeah, because literally in the presentation of this, Lev or Yara are like, the demons are coming or whatever, and then Abby is holding the hammer and she's like, get behind me, and then stalkers come out of the dark, and then that's where it cuts. But in this, it goes right into the game, like perfect transition of like your unlimited hammer.
And you start beating the fuck out of these things. It's such a badass segment where you're just being led around by these little kids, but you're killing all these stalkers.
Yeah, it's really cool. You're running through the woods with these kids, and then finally you make it to a building where even Abby is like, we're not out of the woods yet, and pun fucking intended. And I forget how fucking young these kids are. They're like, what's a pun?
It's not just because they're young, it's also because they're Seraphites.
They're Seraphites,
Yeah,
so
like
they're
in a
they're
cult.
yeah, they're kept from a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's so right here we get like a really, out of place interaction where we have a wolf saving a Scar and a Scar saving a wolf. This doesn't happen in the game universe, and from what we can tell, the Scars are trying to kill these two kids who are also Scars. Like, why? And Abby even asks Lev, like, why are they trying to kill you? And Lev's like, because I cut my hair. And Abby's like, fine, don't fucking tell me. So they continue on.
Because Abby thought that he was joking. Or just
Let me tell you,
not
he
telling
wasn't. But yeah.
And then you fight through some more clickers, and it's really fucking scary with your flame rounds.
Yeah, I upgraded our shotgun to have flame rounds. There's a part in there where like it's like a moment where you have to wait for Lev and Yara to help you out. You're kind of stuck. It was very stressful.
But it's also very good because you get saved by Yara and Lev, thankfully. They get through it, crawl through an ambulance and like get you out.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy shit.
You make it to like a yard, a shipyard, a freight yard, or whatever. Where it's also at this moment that you have to carry Yara because her arm is fucked.
And she's like kicked into like maximum pain mode where she can't do anything.
She can't
by
do
herself.
anything, and oh god, Lev is having to open all the doors of the trailers, trying to see if one's open. They do find it, but yeah, it's where we get in there. Abby puts Yara down, and we get to see the full extent of the damage. Oh my god, it's so bad.
It's
It looks
bad. It's
nasty.
like the reddest of red.
It's so red. It's swollen. It was fucking crazy too because Abby breaks a fucking chair. Oh gosh, yeah,
She does it so easily too for the splint.
yeah, it's pretty crazy. And so she's like, all right, good luck. Oh gosh, yeah, and then Lev and oh man, is this after or before where Abby fights the big woman again?
She fights the big woman before
Oh.
they encounter the clickers.
Okay, I was about to say because there was a moment too where Abby fights the big woman from who knocked her out or who helped knock her out, but it was so funny because Abby's like, "Are you wearing my backpack?" So killing her was very it was on site.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got her backpack back. But yeah, and that's where and anyway, we leave them off. Yara and or Lev's like, we'll manage. And Abby continues on her quest to find Owen. This is day 2, I believe, right?
No, it's still day 1. Because once she goes to the, she makes it back to the
nighttime,
aquarium at nighttime. She gets in, finds Owen chilling in the boat, and then they have hot boat sex.
Okay. Let's stop jumping around. We got to talk about what Owen says to Abby. It's another good moment of characterization. Now, definitely Owen's an accessory, but I think it's a good kind of like foil to Abby and to the mentality basically of the entire fucking game where Owen talks about that he shot Danny. The reason why he shot Danny was because it was like some disagreement or something about scars because Owen, like, even though he had killed scars before, this was the first time where there was a Scar who, rather than fighting for his life, wanted to die. It was really sad. And this is also too where Owen I think it's probably one of my favorite lines is where he's talking to Abby and Abby is like trying to say like, oh, you know, we're wolves or blah blah blah, and he's like I'm tired of fighting for land I don't give a fuck about. And that kind of like serves the basis of like, you know, so much stuff that's like, man, like who fucking killing killing for land, you know, like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like I mean, I shouldn't have said that. I mean, Owen is an accessory. He does, I guess, have his own personality, but it really gives Abby the motivation, I guess, after she kills Joel, because it's like, oh, what's the purpose of my life now? A little did she know,
Yes,
you know, all
exactly.
of her friends was going to die, like the next week. So now she's like, okay, well, maybe Owen had a point. Maybe this is all kind of bullshit. It's definitely like Abby's going like, why would I fight for land that doesn't mean anything to me and not try to contribute to society? Also kind of goes back to how her dad thought. Her dad was very selfless like that from just a little bit we get about him because he was a doctor. He helped both animals and humans.
Yep.
Wanted to, make the vaccine to cure the whole world of, of being infected. So it's very much like he is also used as a bit of a foil for Abby to be like, okay, maybe what I've been doing isn't the right thing, which is, and you kind of need that too, because it kind of explains Abby's change of heart towards Yara and Lev.
Yeah, no, you're right, Tanner. I mean, he is an accessory, and while he's not necessarily super developed, he's there to kind of, like you said, be a foil and to also push like this change into her. And I mean, Tanner said this really best too. Whenever we were playing, was that Jerry, her father, was probably the only like actually good, like
Yeah, maybe the only
morality.
morally good character in the whole
Yeah.
series.
Like it's crazy, and yeah, and Owen, like you said, like doesn't want to, like, I mean, it is a ridiculous thing, like fighting over land, like what the, I mean, almost all wars obviously are fought over land, but that's also the stupidest fucking thing ever. Like, anyway, and yeah, and then they go into some hot boat fucking.
Yeah, but it starts out like they're about to fight, but they start fucking.
Start fucking. Yep. Owen cheats on Mel.
Yeah, bad boy. He deserves what comes to him.
Good God.
And then
he deserves to be shot in the stomach and die slowly.
Yeah,
as he also watches Mel die.
Yeah.
And his dog's dead in the next room.
Then Abby has a nightmare where she's back at the hospital, and this is where she runs down the hospital to find the room where her dad would be dead, and she finds the two kids, Yara and Lev, hanging. That's when she wakes up in the middle of the night, and she decides, fuck, I gotta go save those kids because something bad could happen to them, and she didn't want anything bad to happen to those kids.
Yep.
She's deep down, she's a good person that makes bad decisions. This is not a bad decision because those kids need help.
Yeah, so she gets there, and the scars are hunting them. I kill the fuck out of those scars. It was pretty brutal.
Yeah, it was.
But yeah, we make it back, and we're able to rescue basically Lev and Yara, and Yara's in very, very bad condition.
Yeah,
But
her arm looks even worse.
Fucking bad.
But Abby is able to take Yara back to the aquarium where Mel is there. Mel is a medic. So she can do she can do the proper procedures and what needs to be done to help her, but also they don't have the supplies.
Yeah, they need to amputate the arm because it's compartmentalized in that it's pretty much attacking the arm.
It's compartment syndrome. That's what it's called.
Yeah, they got to amputate that bitch because if they don't, she could die of an infection.
And yeah, and then we get to see also too a moment where it's like Mel and Owen are like, "What the fuck are you doing, Abby? Like you're, why are you helping these scar kids?" Like, and we also get to see a moment where like Lev is like, well, what if, or this is where too we Lev and Abby, we have this section, and Lev reveals that there's like a bunch of very, very high platforms that they use to get past Wolf security, I guess, if you want to say that, security or their borders or whatever.
Yeah.
Because she said that wolves don't know how to look up.
Yeah.
Wait, Lev said that.
Wolves don't ever look up.
Yeah.
That's what he says. And yeah, and also too, Owen is like, I want to go with you. And then Abby's like, she's like, no, like you stay here with Mel. Get your priorities fucking straight. Which also goes to show that, Abby is also being kind of responsible. Kind of.
Yeah, because if Owen just went and died, that's a childless baby. I mean, a fatherless baby.
I mean, leaves Mel there alone also too with this, like they need to be both there too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just, it is ridiculous, especially for such a high danger mission like this. And so we get this really good bonding moment between Abby and Lev, just like Joel and Ellie. There's even a part in there where Abby is making jokes towards Lev, and Lev's like, does anybody find you funny? And Abby's like, no. Not really. It's really good. And this is also too where they have, as they're moving up these platforms, they do encounter other scars who are attacking them. This is where we get revealed about what exactly happened between Lev, Yara, and the scars. They're dead naming Lev.
Yeah, because Lev is trans.
Yeah, Lev's trans. This is the trans character that's been hinted at. Lev's original name was Lily. They kept dead naming him, and literally, so like through the entire process, we learned that okay, in the Scar Society, the Seraphite Society, women get to grow their hair out long. They get to keep it long. Men have to shave their heads. Well, Lev, because they are trans and because they're a man, they shave their head like a man, and in their society, they can't do that. So
yeah,
basically, it was
and it's not like a
offense.
punishment thing. Yeah, it's a kill. You're like, yeah,
it's a killable offense.
That's the only punishment.
And then Yara too. Yara, because she stands by her brother, she would be killed too. And their mother is paying penance, quote unquote, where they are starving and dehydrating her. So yeah,
such a good cult. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, to this cult, they use guns, but they're very much going back to like, oh gosh, like Stone Age.
Yeah, because they only use like fucking oil lanterns.
Yeah, it's strange. I don't understand their rules.
Yeah, it's like they call, or they say stuff, electrical devices and stuff is old world tech. They don't use old world tech except for very certain situations. And then the men can use it too. It's also weird because this cult was founded by a woman, yet a lot of stuff is a lot of men get a lot of benefits. It's fucking stupid.
It's definitely like a patriarchy society, even though the founder was a matriarch. It makes no sense. I don't know.
I can see like a man taking up after her and like,
and I mean,
changing her doctrine.
Either that, or she was just just a hardcore traditionalist. Just like, well, a woman belongs in the kitchen, a man's got to do the work.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously it. Like that, it's not like they were thinking when they wrote this whole cult. It's very much like all cults. But yeah,
yeah, they tend to not make sense.
Yeah, they're crazy.
There's one in this call that doesn't make sense. Am I right?
Whoa! Anyway,
after the dead naming, they have some very scary moments.
Yeah, because again, Abby's afraid of heights, and we get to this really nerve-wracking part where we have to walk through a fucking whole ass crane.
And like the whole time, Lev is like trying to talk, and Abby's like, "Please just shut up.
Please just be quiet, Lev."
Like, are we talking about this right now?
Yeah, Lev's like, so what's going on between you and Owen?
Oh yeah, verbatim. That's what he said, and she's like, "Not now." It's so good.
I'd be the same way. I hate heights, so I would be.
Oh yeah, no, I would not. I would not talk about anything.
To be fair, I would not do this. I'd kill myself. So.
yeah. Would have never found myself in this situation.
That's why we got to be really careful with Colt around ladders.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colt's like, wait, how many steps is that? No, fuck that.
Yeah, I know I'm on the bottom floor, and I'm like not safe. I'm safe from not falling, but I think I have to kill myself. No, see that?
Yeah, we had to hold down Colt while we were in the elevator in Huntsville.
Yeah,
we were on the 8th floor. As you can imagine, it was very stressful for us.
Colt doesn't even like going on the 2nd floor of my house.
Yeah, every time I'm up there, I think that Socks is going to throw me downstairs.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that won't happen.
Uh-oh.
Sox does have the strength. But yeah, anyway, you're doing that. There's a really badass moment where the fucking crane gives away and you fall with Lev.
I wouldn't say badass. I'd say scary.
It was badass. You fall through the glass into a swimming pool. You both survive. That's badass.
And you both, I think, Abby comments on how like lucky that was. Maybe.
Yeah, because it was really funny too. Because Abby is getting out of the pool and she's sitting there taking a breath. And Lev's like, you ready? Like, what the fuck? Like, this kid. Abby's like, give me a minute. But to be fair, Lev's sister is dying.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're making their way through this hotel because Abby has to go find Lev a mask. She does, and then they work through their hotel zigzag. This is where we get a cool recorded moment where
I'll post it to our Twitter.
Is it cool?
I mean, I'll post it to my Twitter, and then our Twitter can retweet it if y'all are cool with that.
No.
Yeah, actually, no.
It's so embarrassing. But yeah, Abby, or I think Tanner was trying to, right? Was it Tanner or Colt? Colt.
It was Colt playing.
It was me playing.
Colt. Yeah, Colt was trying to walk across a beam. Lev would not fucking move, so Abby fell off and died.
Yeah, Lev tanked me. A buff as shit woman. This little 4-foot tall kid just knocks me over to my death.
Turns out they play football at this air fight compound or whatever. So Lev knows a thing or two. But yeah, you're making your way through this hotel. It's disgusting.
Of course, there's bloaters all over this place.
Shamblers, stalkers. It's fucking disgusting. It's a old ass hotel, or sorry, it's an old ass infected area because it's around
the hospital area.
Yeah, so there's a lot. It's there's a lot of red, a lot of fungi growing everywhere. It's really cool. It's like you're descended to hell.
Yeah.
Dante's Inferno.
You said that.
Oh, I said that.
No, Wenzel just said it.
Shit.
Yeah, I just said it.
And don't they just make their way out and Abby swims across the water to the hospital and they shoot her to death?
Yep.
No, they're like, who the fuck is that? And Abby's like, it's me, dumbass. And they let her in and she's like, where's the milk? I need to talk to Nora.
It's not, what the fuck? So, okay, you see Bear again, by the way, if you get the chance.
Alive with no pickaxe in his head.
You do see the woman, I can't remember her name, but you do see the woman who is playing the Vita. She's alive, not stabbed in the neck by Ellie.
Yep. Still playing Hotline Miami. Or no, she's unpacking.
Yeah. But Nora did leave and she's supposed to come back, but Abby had to lie to the guards, but the guards come back and they're like, we have to arrest Abby. So they arrest her, and there's kind of like probably a few hours pass by until finally Nora gets there. Oh God. And this entire time too, like you're thinking like, oh fuck, like how's Lev doing? How's Yara doing? But Nora does save her. And Nora tells her that if you're gonna find your stuff, you're gonna have to go to the bottom basement level, but we haven't cleared it out.
Yeah.
It's the oldest infected area in the city because it's ground zero for that city.
And once you're down there, you eventually make your way to you'll cool if I skip to the big fight.
Yeah.
You make it to the ambulance and you find some surgical tools and Abby's like, fuck yeah, we're good. Time to get the hell out of here. But when you get out of it, you run into a new enemy type. It's the only enemy type. The only time you'll run into this enemy type, and it's known as the Rat King.
Yep.
The Rat King is just a mass of clickers, and a bloater is in there as well, fused together from their mushrooms. Like, if you're not aware what a Rat King is, it's a rare occasion when a nest of rats, specifically the babies, tails will fuse together because all the shit, vomit, piss, throw up that they push out fuses them together, essentially making a mass of rats called the Rat King.
Yep. And
Pretty
this
brutal.
is that. It's pretty brutal. because this is like, I guess currently, as far as we know, this is the highest kind of evolution of the disease, which is a bunch of infected fusing together to make this hulking monster, and it's a really cool sequence where Abby's fighting this Rat King, and like you have to run away at first, and Abby's able to get an axe, and the Rat King is like literally holding her up, about to, I guess, rip her apart, but she's able to pull clutch and fucking chop it up just a bit, and enough to where we get a cool just boss fight. And Colt does this. It's really, so at some point though, you do it does split apart with a stalker running away to go hide, and then the bloater, you fight that. It's really sick. And then after doing that too, you do have to find the stalker and fight it. And I think it's just so cool because the stalker at this point, it's up her head, its brain and everything, it's just gone. Like most of this, what I think is cool about this Rat King is that most of the flesh, most of its skin is, while it's dead, decayed skin, most of it's just fungus now. It's just, that's it. That's all it is. It's really cool. Yeah, it's really cool. They did mocap for this thing, which I sent that to Tanner.
Wenzel finally shared the picture. It's just multiple people,
like
including a whole ass person upside down over the shoulder, like back first on another person, and then there's a third person, and their legs are taped together. It's real fucked.
It's crazy. It's really cool. I remember too, whenever that was being passed around on Twitter, it was like somebody didn't want to spoil the game. They were like, they did mocap for that. So sick. But
it's really cool.
And then now, after you defeat the Rat King, you got to make your way back to Lev, and then as soon as you get it to the surface, Lev pushes you to the side because don't want to get caught again, because if you get caught again, you'll be reported back to AYCH.
Yep.
Oh my god. And now this is where they return to the aquarium. Yay. Which I don't think they force you to like actually return to the aquarium. It's luckily just jumps you right back. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you're just in the aquarium.
And the operation goes through. Yara's fine.
Lev is also petting the doggy.
Yeah, which Lev was terrified of the dog, and same thing with Yara.
Which is it's so sad, because the reason why is because they use dogs on the Seraphites.
Yeah.
So like they have like an ingrained fear of dogs. Terrible. And yeah. And
eventually you can overhear Lev and Yara arguing. They're arguing about Lev wants to go back to get to the mother because they just want to get the mother away from the Seraphites.
Yeah, so like there's this whole Lev, Yara, Mel, and Owen, they've been talking, and Yara wants to take Lev out of the city because Yara's the older sister. She's trying to look out for her brother. And then Owen, because Owen is like, he doesn't want to be a part of a war. He doesn't want to be a soldier anymore. He's just like, hey, my boat almost fixed up. Let's get out of here. I'll take you guys and we can leave, because also too, we've been getting hints that the Fireflies are regrouping in Santa Barbara, and that's where Owen wants to go. He wants to go to Santa Barbara to see if the Fireflies are regrouping, and he wants to take the kids and he wants to take Mel, and that's what they're talking about. But Lev doesn't want to leave their mom, and yeah.
And then Yara's fighting back, saying like, "There's no point. We should just get out of here." But Lev does not listen and is mad and storms off. So Yara comes to you and says, "Man, I'm pissed off my brother. Is there anything you can help me with?" And like Abby says, "Let's get him a gift. There's bound to be something around here." They go find a shark to give to Lev because Lev likes sharks, even though they're scared of them, I think.
They're afraid of the ocean.
The ocean.
Yeah,
yes.
Lev hates the ocean but loves sharks.
Real kid shit, am I right?
On the way to give Lev the shark, they notice that Lev is driving away full speed on a speedboat to the island where the Seraphites are.
Yeah.
And that's when they have to go save Lev.
But also too, right before Abby leaves, Abby's talking to Mel, and Mel is like, "Yeah, we'll go." Or Mel's like, "I'm gonna go, but not if you come with us." And Abby's like, "What?" And then it's just kind of this like little argument where Mel is like, "You're a piece of shit, Abby." And also too, Owen does state before that whenever Abby is like props up, like Owen's like, Mel knows about last night, which is Abby and Owen fucking. And in this moment too, Mel is like, is obviously mad at Abby for you know, for Owen, but also too, she's mad because like she doesn't see Abby as being this altruistic or trying to help these kids. She just, because Mel mentions that Abby is like one of Wolves' top scar killer. So that definitely like says something about her character, but also like, yeah. But also too, the entire time Lev and Yara ask Abby like, "Why are you helping us?" And I mean, Abby's like, "Because I feel guilty. Because none of this is your guys' fault. You're just kids." Shows more of her character as well. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And then since they got to go to the Lev, they make their way towards the boat area so they get their own boat to go to the island. But on the way, they run into Manny. And Manny is currently under fire by a sniper, which the player assumes is Tommy, which they are right. And you have to do a little sneak around segment where he's firing at you constantly. I really love this segment because if you mess up, you will die. And
But yeah, very quickly.
you eventually make your way to Tommy, and he's just like shooting at you and shit. And he escapes into like a fucking Chili's. And like
Yeah.
to get in, you have to run around to like kick in the door. But when you're kicking in the door, Manny gets domed, dies, blood all over your face.
Yep. That's the final Abby friend dead.
No more Abby friends other than Liv
And Yara.
and Yara.
And Owen. And Mel. They're still alive at this point.
Right now.
Right now.
Are we counting Mel as an Abby friend?
No.
Yeah.
Mel literally said, "If you go to Santa Barbara with us, I'm not going."
And she says, "Abby, you're a piece of shit."
Yeah, also
Yeah.
calls her a bitch and a liar, a whore.
That's
She
just
doesn't say
friend
that.
things. We say that to each other.
That is true. We do say that.
Does she not call Abby a whore for having sex with Owen?
I think we did. As a
We
joke.
did. We did. Or you did, Tanner. I didn't say that.
I definitely didn't.
I've
Okay,
never-
no, you definitely did.
Anyways, they rush in, or Abby is freaking out in the Chili's, and she hears Tommy running around doing his thing. She runs to the back of the store, fights over the gun. Luckily, Lev was there to help and knocks Tommy overboard, right?
No, it's Yara.
Oh, shit. Yara. Yeah.
Lev is somewhere else, okay?
Yeah. Lev is on the island trying to find a mama.
Yeah. But yeah, and then Tommy slaps the shit out of Yara.
Yeah, Yara gets smacked.
But yeah, they push him over into the water. Tommy's dead, thank God.
Tommy is not dead. Well, he's not dead.
He's not dead. No. He just gets put. I mean, he gets Ellie, so of course he's not dead. Anyway, yeah, they got themselves a boat.
You ride the boat to the island, going through the forest, where you'll eventually get to the settlement area.
Yeah, it's really cool. You get these really scenic shots of the island, of the settlement, but also too they're conducting their invasion, so you get to also witness that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lev literally could not have picked a worse time.
You really, pretty much. It's but also the best time because if Lev came a little later, Mom would be dead. But
Yeah, so you're making your way through the villages, talking with Yara about everything.
yeah, I love this the section. I mean, you see it throughout the entire game, but this section specifically, you can see the mixture of the like they're using like ancient medieval type architecture with the ruins of the modern world or the old modern world around them. I just really enjoy that.
Yeah, I did think it was interesting too, because like there's a part in there where Yara says go to the big tower or whatever, and Abby is like the Space Needle, and she's like, what?
'Cause they
Like
don't know what space is.
they don't know what that is. I'm like, damn, landmarks, man. That's crazy to think. Well, not that crazy, but you know, yeah, they're making their way until eventually, they finally get to Lev.
Which is
Lev's
in a bad predicament.
Yeah, because as soon as we get in there, we see the first thing we see is their mom dead. And Lev in the corner.
The mom tried to kill Lev on sight, and since Lev was being attacked, Lev pushed the mom off.
And she hit her
She
head on
bumped
a
her head, and she dead. She
Yeah, she's
died.
Hell
dead.
as old as time.
Yep.
Yep.
Um,
Who else has not done this? Not one of us.
but yeah, it's pretty brutal. And
Yeah.
but you know, I mean, they're telling Lev like, you know, you were just defending yourself. It's okay. Also, I should mention too, the entire time that we're playing as Abby, we're upgrading our pistol. It's the same pistol that she kills Jesse with.
Yeah.
Every time we did it, like every time we look at it, we'd be like, God damn, I can't wait to kill Jesse with this. Right? We were all saying that, right?
We were saying that, but we there's actually a moment before you get to that point where she loses all her gear. So
Except for her pistol.
technically, I thought she lost everything.
I don't think she lost her pistol. That's the pistol she uses.
Okay, never mind. We were ready. We're pumping up to kill Jesse.
Yeah. Anyway,
I wasn't.
but yeah,
I love Jesse.
we all love Jesse.
We love Jesse.
We love Jesse. But yeah, so we got Lev, but the problem is now the wolves are invading Scar Island, and it is bad. They're in
Yup.
full force.
Burning and invading, killing everyone they can see. Civilian. I mean, everyone's dying.
Everyone's dying. The Scars were luckily they were moving the children away, but honestly, it doesn't seem like the wolves give a fuck. So
No.
But yeah, we're making our way through until finally we get to a cutscene where we're coming out a door. Yara immediately gets shot.
Not dead.
Not dead. Gets
but
shot.
Dying.
And then Abby fights this guy, breaks his arm, beats the fuck out of him. I would too. And yeah, and then who comes up to greet them?
Isaac.
And what does he say? He says, "What's that behind you?" Not even saying like, who is that? Who is that person? Who is that kid? Nope. They say, "What is that?"
Not even treating them like people.
Not even treating them like people. Like, we need, like, move aside and let me kill it. Just completely just. And then Abby, you know, Abby's standing her ground, like, you're not gonna do this. They are kids. And then she's like, if you're gonna shoot him, you have to shoot me. Isaac's really ready about to do that, but then Yara comes in and kills Isaac, shoots him, but then Yara gets shot up.
Yara's dead. There's no like mistaking it. She gets shot like 400 times. She really
gets shot so much, and literally we are running with Lev to get away, and
Lev's freaking out because he just watched his sister get
his only other
murdered.
family die. Like he just lost his mom, and he just lost his sister, and then now too we see Lev where he's like, those were your people. And Abby, I said this in our Lost episode of Last of Us, but I love this moment where Abby's like, you're my people. Oh, it's so good. I love it so much.
Yeah, maybe the best quote of the game.
Like it's like where we see a complete, like, I know we were like slowly working that character change, but we see a complete character like development change fully realized right here in this moment where it's like, no, the wolves are not my people. No. And oh god. And
And
this
then
is where,
we get to a really cool segment here.
yeah, where Abby fights a bunch of wolves.
Yeah, fight some wolves till she can find her a horsey.
Yep, they get to the stables because they need to get to the shore to get to the boats, but the problem is that it's through their capital, which is on fire. And it's a
Yeah.
really cool segment where you're riding on a horse, riding through all this fucking fire. It's so good.
Limited ammo, you can shoot all the people, but I didn't realize you could shoot people until like halfway through it.
Yep. You're running through. Eventually the horse, you can't use it anymore, so you have to go through a building. You get stuck, so you have to lose your backpack, and you fight this one of the big brute guys.
Probably the strongest enemy in the game because he had
besides
so much health.
the strongest human enemy.
Yeah.
And you cut him up. Oh my god.
Yeah, his face had a scar going all the way from his mouth to
His
like,
back
his
teeth.
eye. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it completely, like, his jaw was probably hanging on, or his mandible was hanging on by like a thread, basically. God, dude would not die.
He would not die. It only took
Taking
so
an
much.
arrowhead to stab him in the neck or
Yep.
head. Oh god. But yeah, you finally do that. You kill him, and then you make off with a boat, and you escape to safety. With Lev, and as you see Lev, rowing off. You see Scars killing wolves, wolves killing Scars, islands on fire, and it's at this moment where it's like the wolves and the Scars are no more. They just completely wipe themselves out.
Yep.
And then
Which I
here
thought
we
was
go.
cool. Sadness.
To sadness,
more
probably one of my least
more
favorite
sadness.
parts, but it's also really good.
Yep.
Abby and Lev make their way to the place, and as soon as they enter, they can see Tommy talking like, "This is real gold, right?"
Well, first they go to the aquarium to find Mel and Owen dead.
Oh shit! Yeah.
That's where they find the map. Where they know where they are, the theater. So,
yep.
it's goddamn, it's so awful.
Abby finds the map that Ellie's been marking off where she's killed every single one of her friends. And then she sees the theater circle, and she's like, I know where their base is.
Yep. And yeah, you sneak into the theater. You find Tommy just after their conversation with Ellie and Jesse putting stuff back. He's like, I'll show you what real gold is. I know what real gold is.
And then the argument ensues.
I can't wait to get back home and be completely healthy.
Yeah, no anger issues either. And Jesse walks through the door, gets shot in the head by you. Yep. And then that cutscene that happened before is happening.
But this time, like, Lev's in the shot, so we can see Lev.
Yeah.
And it's from Abby's perspective.
Yeah. Then Abby blows Tommy's brains out.
Yep. And then Ellie tries to fight off Abby, but she can't because Abby's too strong, and so we have basically, if you want to say, a boss fight between Abby and Ellie, where it's like hit and run because Abby has no guns and Ellie has a lot of guns.
Yeah, like while Abby is a pro hand-to-hand combat person, Ellie is a pro weapon person.
Also a master of the shiv.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Thanks to you.
And it's just kind of the sequence of like, okay, we can get the upper hand at first on Ellie, but then Ellie is, there's like, I think like 3 rounds or maybe 2 rounds where you move from like, okay, easy sneak attacks, but now Ellie's using a shotgun and she's more alert. So we have to be more crafty. And then finally Ellie's sneaking, so we have to be even more stealthy. Oh gosh, I can't remember who did it. Who did this part? Was it
me?
Wait,
yeah, I think it was Colt.
Pretty good. It was pretty cool. I love this. Even though Ellie, great character. Sad. Like I don't know, like this scene was great from like Abby's perspective, especially since like Ellie trying to fight her. Oh god, Abby breaks her fucking arm, punches the shit out of her, breaks her nose. Dina tries to step in.
Dina gets beat the fuck.
Dina gets
up.
murked immediately.
She
Doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, she gets shot with an arrow. Abby
It's
smashes
crushing her head into the ground.
into the the floorboard, and then immediately is like about to slice her throat open.
Yeah, and then we get the parallel where Ellie's like, "Stop, she's pregnant,"
and then Abby's like, or Ellie's like, she's not a part of this, and like you made her a part of this, and then she's like, she's pregnant, and she's like, good, like Jesus Christ, and
she's
then
about to kill Dina,
but then Lev is like, Abby, don't do this,
and then she doesn't, and
she
this
doesn't.
is where we had some controversy between Wenzel, Tanner, and me. I didn't say anything because I want to say it for the podcast, where I think Abby would have done it if Lev wasn't there. And I think that I think that Abby still wants to do it. Still wanted to do it, at least.
Controversy? I don't remember this.
Isn't that not what we said at the or was that a different part where we were talking about? It was before we started recording today. It was where we talked about how Lev stopped Abby from killing.
Oh yeah, because Wenzel said because Abby had a change of heart, and I said, "No, she fucking didn't. She just she just didn't do it because Lev told her not to do it."
Yeah,
and we were because Abby at the end of the day is still a deeply flawed person.
Because literally we were doing the bit of like, oh, let's shorten it so we can how much we can talk about.
Yeah, because I was like, we need
joking, though.
I was like, we need to get this podcast done in a quick 30.
Yeah, because I was being absolutely serious.
I was.
Oh. No, yeah, I was just joking. I mean, not that she has a change of heart, more of like,
if this kid wasn't here,
no, it's more
she'd be dead.
Well, no, it's more of acceptance, because that's also where we get into like the flashback of her going down the hallway this time again, but it's not a nightmare. It's where she opens the door and her dad's alive, but he's just standing there smiling. You've gone through this whole revenge thing, you did it, but now you've lost again. But now at this point, it's like you can either continue the cycle or you can just stop it right here and just let it go. Accept what has happened and just go. And that's what she does. It's a critical moment, and I think just a great utilization of I keep wanting because like there was also like that that usually like when they do with like a moment of purity and clarity is like where they use that white light and the shining figure.
Yeah.
And Jerry, her father, was that of using him as a figurehead for her character development. I think was really good right there. And then Lev also being part of that.
Yeah. But they that's it. She leaves.
Says she doesn't want to ever see them again, and she leaves.
And that's it. It cuts to a mini, I would say probably a year later, I want to say.
Well, do we want to take our last break and then dive into the epilogue and our final thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
All right. Guess what, everybody? You won't miss a thing, but we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Damn, we're really going to end this at
to the final last push. We're going to push this baby out. Where?
Wenzel, you want to hit us with a little cry?
Oh, damn. That's a big baby.
Sorry. That was loud. People are trying to sleep.
Anyways, I think it's a year later. like I was saying, maybe.
Yeah, it's not too far.
Yeah, it's not that far ahead. It's time for Dina and Ellie to heal up. It's been that long, and Ellie has lost some weight because we find out that Ellie has been having nightmares and isn't eating well because of the actions she's done and things she's been through. It's been rough on her mentally.
Yeah, she's got PTSD.
Yeah.
Yep. Really bad. And Dina has had the baby. It's a nice, healthy little baby.
They call him Potato. Nah, his name is JJ.
JJ, there we go. Named after its father.
We assume JJ stands for Jesse Jr.
Yeah,
But it's actually Joel Jr.
Oh, fuck.
Actually, it could be Jesse Joel.
It could be.
Which is dumb, but
which
right.
sounds awful as a name.
Or what about Joel Jesse?
Now we're
also
cooking.
dumb.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
I would assume Jesse Jr.
Yeah. You play as Ellie walking around the farm with the little JJ. You can take little JJ to the bathroom mirror and have him look at himself. Have him talk to himself, even though it's just
he loses his fucking mind too. He's a stupid baby.
That kid goes ape shit.
And then you can turn on some music for Dina. And when you turn it on, it gets a little like, do we need to leave the room type situation.
Yeah. Me and Tanner started to walk out.
Like, get a room, you two, not in front of the baby.
Yeah.
And then you can carve into the tree. There's a Dina plus Ellie, or it's a D plus E, which is Dina plus Ellie in a heart.
What that stood for?
And then you could carve a JJ.
Yep.
So now JJ's the baby.
JJ's the baby. Yep.
Good job, Colt.
Thank you. Eventually, you have to lead the baby out back to herd the sheep.
You have to lead the baby out back to herd the sheep.
He's a hardworking baby, okay? You and the baby herd the sheep into the barn because they've been out for the day and it's closing time.
Yep.
And when herding the sheep into the barn, you get all the normal sheep into their section of the barn. But there's one little baby left out, and she's like, how the hell did you get out? And the baby knocks over a tool onto a bucket as she gets closer, causing her to have a PTSD episode. And it's really rough because as soon as the thing knocks over, it cuts to Joel's head being smashed in for a single second. And then it cuts to her screaming.
And Ellie just keeps hearing Joel screaming. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really rough. Very depressing.
Yeah. JJ's
so
screaming.
Last part's depressing.
Yeah, it's really sad. JJ's crying. Dina has to come and get him and quiet him down. It's so sad. Yeah, it's interesting because very early in the game you get kind of like these hints. So like Dina, like Ellie asked Dina, what would you do with like $1 million or whatever? Dina was like, I'd buy a farm, live out in the country. They live on a farm out in the country. They were talking about how like, hey, when we get back, maybe we can have a little creature to take care of, like a dog or something. And you're like, yeah, well, they have a kid. So
a baby.
Yeah, a little creature. Yeah, a lot of stuff is foreshadowed. And it's just kind of like a little, I guess, slice of life, but very gray and sad color tones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we cut later to Ellie hunting. She brings back some rabbits that she hunted back to the farmhouse, and you see a horse, and it's like, who the fuck's horse is this? It's obviously from Jackson because it has the oh gosh, what's it called? Whenever they
brand,
it's the J on it. Get inside. Who is it?
It's Tommy boy. This is where it's revealed that Tommy actually did not die when he got shot in the head.
Yeah, because Tanner, whenever we were doing this, and I originally thought this too when I played, Tanner thought Tommy was dead because Abby shot him really good.
He got shot in the fucking head.
He got shot in the head, but
that tends to kill you. I know it's rare to survive, and you can survive, but it tends to kill you.
But it didn't kill Tommy. Now I should mention too, Tommy actually got shot really well in the knee as well from Lev.
Yeah,
So
so he has a permanent limp now.
He has a permanent limp, and he has a scar on his head, and he also has brain damage, and his eye is. I mean, you can clearly see his eye, but it's like
It's
he can't
different.
he can't control his eyelids, so it's basically like he's blind.
Yeah, it's really sad, and Tommy's here not for a normal visit to see the baby. It's something a little sad because during the time frame from him getting shot and Ellie moving to this farm, he been angry. He's still after Abby. He still wants to kill her. He came to Ellie because he wants Ellie to finish the job. He's saying like, "You have to go finish the job for us because you know I can't. I got this limp and I'm shot in the head."
Yeah, oh gosh, because
And he also admits that him and Maria are taking time apart.
Yeah,
because
he's so obsessed with killing Abby.
Yeah,
it's ruined their marriage.
Yeah, like, and it's really interesting because you see the parallel between how Ellie was acting at the beginning of the game, going after Abby, and Tommy's like, maybe we should just kind of let it pass. And now we see Tommy being the aggressive one, and Ellie's like, and then Dina just flat out saying, no, we're not doing this shit. We're done with that. We're good. We're even. We've already lost too much. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, and the entire time Tommy's like, he kept bringing back what Ellie said, like, you know, oh gosh, what was the phrase? He was like, find her, or we're gonna get her, or something. He's like, you promised me that, because the brain damage, it's like now his mind, himself can only hold on to the anger, the frustration, the revenge that he wants. That's the only thing. Like, it's like his brain is stuck in the past, and it's gonna be like that forever, which is really sad.
Because like Tommy before, he was a kind, reasonable guy that like understood things, but now since he's got the brain injury, he is not the same person that he used to be. He's a lot more angry, aggressive kind of person.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, really well done acting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So he leaves, and they're having to deal with that, and oh gosh, I'm trying to think.
In the middle of the night, Ellie wakes up
because she has a nightmare, I think, just like how Abby has ones of her going down the hallway. Ellie has the ones of going down the stairwell leading into the basement where Joel was killed.
Yeah, and in this dream, the like stairwell is super long.
Yep.
Just emphasizing how like it's too long for her to get down there to actually help him.
Too late.
Yeah, it's too late. It's very sad. But she wakes up and closes the window because apparently they left the window open in the night. I know they're out in the middle of nowhere, but I don't want to get random ass bugs in my house.
Yeah. Or having babies crawl in, am I right?
Yeah, babies crawling and multiplying, just adding new babies to the baby roster. Yep. And like, I don't have enough food for this.
That's why you got to put out your baby traps.
Yeah. And release them back into the water.
Mm-hmm.
But she eventually goes into the room with all her stuff and picks up the guitar and
plays it loudly.
Plays it very loudly, loud enough to wake Dina. But in this moment, Ellie realizes what she's gonna do. She starts preparing by going through her old shit, and she's ready to go finish the job.
Yep.
And Dina tries to tell her to stop. She wakes up and says, like, don't do this. If you do this, we're done.
I can't do this again. I can't sit here and wait. So Ellie leaves and Dina's there.
Yeah.
And then we hard cut into Abby. Abby is with Lev. They're in Santa Barbara looking for address of a street. And Lev has drawn out his hair a little bit. He's wearing normal clothes too.
Yeah, it looks like a little kid, normal little kid.
Yeah, and I mean, just like how Joel and Ellie bonded in Last of Us Part 1, I mean, Abby and Lev really bonded too. Abby teaching Lev about old world stuff, just wholesome, bonding. And they finally find the house that they're looking for. We also get hints that there's like some kind of gang out here, some group called the Rattlers. But yeah, they find the right house. They go into the basement, which it was a Firefly outpost, but they had to move. They find a radio, some frequencies. They're calling out, trying to see if there's anybody's out there. Um, she's searching.
And then, luckily enough, like she's desperate. You can hear it in her voice. You can hear her like almost start crying because they've gone all this way and they found nothing. But luckily enough, she stood by the radio for a little bit, and a guy comes over and he says, like, "Where are you? Who are you?" She tells him about how she was part of the Fireflies back in
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City, and she was part of the hospital, and her dad was the major surgeon guy there.
Yeah, and she mentions her name. Her name is Abby Anderson, and the guy on the radio is like, "Well, shit." Like, because it's like, holy shit, that goes way back, the daughter of the doctor who could have made a cure. And yeah, and they're regrouping. The Fireflies are regrouping, and there's like, I think he said there's like 200 strong right now.
Yeah. So
And
Owen
and
was
growing
right.
every day.
Oh yeah, Owen was right, and Abby was like, Owen was right, and yeah, and Abby was like, well, you got 2 more. And oh gosh, where was it that they were regrouping?
I can't remember. It was an
the
island.
Catalina Island.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that. And yeah, so you kind of got that hope there, and
They've quickly snuffed.
because immediately as soon as they leave, get jumped by the Rattlers.
Yep. Abby's
Whoa,
getting
scary.
choked out while Lev's just like, "What the fuck?" And then a massive 7 foot tall, 310-pound man punches the shit out of Lev, knocking Lev out cold.
Well, he punches him and he hits his head right into the garage door.
Yeah, that's like a
Jesus
death punch.
Yeah, and then they hold her Abby down and knock her out, and it's just like, fuck.
Yeah. Lev's not dead. Abby's not dead. They are just taking them as slaves.
Yep. Fucking what a moment. Anyway, then we cut back to Ellie. She's finally made it to Santa Barbara. She found the boat, Owen's boat that they escaped in. She's just making her way. We're going through Santa Barbara. Really pretty. Very different from like our usual like
super green foliage. Now it's
super
like
green,
a gray, not gray,
like burnt
brownish,
orange, brown.
urban.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now this place is like orange, burnt. We're on the very far west coast. Or sorry, we're south, but down south on the west coast, southwest, I guess you could say. Not like the urban, rainy Seattle or cold Wyoming. And yeah, we're making our way through. Also learn how to make explosive arrows. The game should not have taught me that.
Yeah, you're just turning people into Gibbs, just blood and guts everywhere.
But yeah, you're making your way through, trying to see what happened. Ellie crawls through a very narrow gap down a hill. As soon as she crawls through, she steps into a trap. One of those rope traps where it swings her up, holds her by her leg, stabs her side into a tree.
Owie.
Oh god, bleeding
and
out.
she bleeds a lot because like there's
bleeds
a
a lot.
time skip from her just hanging there.
It's
And
probably
it's like all in her hair and all down her body. It's real bad.
it's like probably a few hours to where
Yeah.
those rattlers that we saw from when they got Abby and Lev are there, and they tie her down, but they're pieces of shits, and Ellie is trying to, or one of the guys almost gets bit by a clicker, but Ellie laughs and kind of fucks with him, and to kind of like help get the one up on them, the guy tries to get Ellie to get bitten by the clicker to scare her, but she actually gets him bitten and eaten or killed, and she shoots the big dude, and but the big dude obviously bargains for his life basically because he noticed that she got bit, but he doesn't know that she's immune. And he's like, "Look, I'll tell you before that infection sets in. Just please let me live." And he's like, 2 months ago, we picked up a big, strong woman and built like an ox, and a little kid boy with scars on his face. Which also that was like a big like reveal of like shit. They were snatched 2 months ago, and
Yeah.
Ellie just arriving. Which, by the way, I should mention that every time that like Abby was doing her stuff, Ellie was like right. Well, yeah. Abby was earlier than Ellie, and it's just like literally luck and like timing of like any sooner Ellie would have met Abby. They would have crossed paths, but it's like the same thing here. And yeah, so they he tells her like, yeah, we got them. They're slaves. That's what they fucking do. They turn people into slaves. And this is where we get a new gun, MP5 with the silencer.
The best gun in the game.
Best gun. Ellie doesn't give a fuck and shoots and kills him, which he deserves. Looks like a terror. Like, oh gosh, what does he look like?
He looks like the Harley Davidson guy.
That's what he looks like. That's what he looks like. Yep. But yeah. So we go to the Rattler's compound to go and rescue Abby and Lev, so that we can kill Abby.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And like I said, explosive arrows was a bad idea because every time. So this introduces kind of a new character mechanic or a character NPC late in the game, which is these characters have helmets. So since I have explosive arrows and I'm gonna go with the bow, I just shoot them straight in the head. It's awesome.
Yeah, as you're fighting your way towards them, you can see it's like clearly a slave compound where they have all these people locked up doing all the work as they just shitting around doing their own thing. They even have like clickers chained to concrete blocks. It's very weird.
Yeah. And like if anybody
assume it's like a guard dog situation.
Yeah.
And if anybody like, the clickers will help alert, obviously, but if anybody tries to escape, they just kill them. So yeah, I didn't really kind of feel bad making my way through here.
No, they're pieces of shit.
But yeah, you make it through here, you release the prisoners. The prisoners actually try to kill you, but then
it's only because they saw you were infected.
Yeah, but they don't know. But one guy is able to like, hey, leave her alone. I know who you're looking for. They're down at the beach. Oh gosh, what are they called? I know they were
the pillars.
The pillars. They're at the pillars. He's like, but they might be dead already. But so yeah, they leave. They go down there. I will say it was cool because what we did for this last part was we did the beginning portion. We had Colt do, and then going through the compound I did, and then this last part where Ellie has to go to the beach, we had Tanner do.
Yep.
Yeah, we gave Tanner the hardest part of the game. Not hard difficulty-wise, but emotionally.
But I will say too, Tanner did an excellent job.
I did pretty amazing.
But yeah, so Ellie makes her way down there. We find the pillars. They're basically like they're not crosses, but they crucify people basically.
Yeah,
just with rope, not with nails. And God, yeah, Lev and Abby are there. They're alive, but my God, they're in bad condition. Especially Abby. She's lost so much. Like
she's lost all of her muscle mass.
Like,
yeah,
it's crazy. So like
super dehydrated too.
Yeah, super dehydrated. Also, they cut off all of her fucking hair.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's so bad. And I mean, in this moment too, like both are wounded, both are very skinny. I mean, they're kind of on even terms. And but Abby's resigned. She's like, look, there's boats at the beach. Just, let's get there. They try to leave, but of course Ellie can't let it go. So Ellie does the same thing that she did to Dina. She grabs Lev by the throat and is like, I'll kill him. And Abby's like, he's not a part of this. And Ellie's like, you made him a part of this. So that's where we go into like a final like fight to the death. And Tanner fucking did perfect. Like I will say when I did this, I got hit a lot.
Yeah, I was not as good as dodging.
Yeah, Tanner dodged amazing. He did everything.
Because I was a melee master. I was training for it the whole first two games.
You were training this whole time just for this one moment where
Damn.
That I
every
didn't even know
time-
happened.
Yeah, every time you went melee only, you got hit, you got injured, but this one time you have perfected your skills.
Yeah, it was really a full circle moment for me.
Yep.
But it was also a very sad moment because it was watching two sickly, looks like they're dying women fighting to the death.
And God, it was brutal. I mean, people got stabbed. I mean, Ellie does end up stabbing Abby.
Ellie's
hand-
already bleeding because of her wound from the tree.
Yeah. And
She
then fighting
does-
in salt water.
They're fighting in salt water. They're at some point, like Ellie's hand is close to Abby's mouth, so Abby is able to rip off both of her pinky and her
Ring finger?
Ring finger, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
ring finger. Yeah, she rips those off. But then still again, Ellie is able to get the upper hand, and she holds her down and tries to drown her. And as she's trying to drown Abby, Ellie is having that moment of anger and no sound whatsoever. But then she sees Joel sitting there with his guitar on the porch. Until finally she just lets go and she stops and she just tells Abby with tears just to go, just to leave, take him.
And Abby does. Abby gets on the boat and they go off into the fog, misty ocean.
Yep.
And that's the last time you see Abby and Lev
Yep.
so far for this game.
Ellie returns back home to the farm. It's definitely still a sadder tone. It's just as like the tone I know originally for the time skip was like gray, but now it's even like grayer, more sad. Because she gets inside and it's empty. Everything's been taken off. Everything that's there is gone.
Except for her stuff.
Except for her stuff that was left there. Dina packed it up for her and put it in her room. And we get this final moment where Ellie picks up her guitar, and as she's trying to play it, she tries to do the chord shapes, but she can't do the chord shapes. She can't hit the right notes because
she only has three fingers.
And
She'll never be able to play the guitar ever again.
Kind of a realization, and then she takes the guitar, puts it on the windowsill.
Wait, hold on, y'all are skipping a part.
Yeah, before she puts the guitar down, it's like right as she picks it up, it's the flashback to her.
The
and
flashback?
Joel.
Okay, I thought that was after. All right. I mean, if you want to,
I can do it. Yeah,
do
it's a flashback to Ellie and Dina dancing. This is when it pops up for the first time, right?
Oh wait, was that then, or was that during the dream? Did she have a dream whenever she was sleeping with Dina?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, well we got to talk about the flashback anyway. There's two more flashbacks, and this is one of them of the dance.
The dance where Dina and Ellie start dancing and they kiss, and then Ellie's embarrassed, like, "Stop! I don't want people to see." And then the bigot man comes over and he says, "Get out of here, you F words." Or he uses a very offensive term.
He says, "We don't." He's like, he uses the D word because
yeah, This is a family function.
Yeah.
And then right as Ellie was about to like give him something,
no,
or
about to beat him. Joel comes in and like, hey, and like fucking pushes him. A good dad.
Yeah, and then Maria and Tommy come in, ruin the fun.
Yeah, but like Ellie is still mad at Joel for killing Abby's father, and
which, keep in mind, between this and that flashback is probably 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. So they haven't really been talking that much, or on good terms at least, for years. It's very depressing.
But Joel does look out for Ellie in like other ways of like harassing Jesse about her patrols and other stuff, that.
Yeah. Fuck, that's so sad.
Yep. Because that's when right after we get into the other one,
Yep, it's Ellie and Joel. Joel's sitting on his porch drinking a cup of coffee. This is where we learned that like he traded his art for the coffee beans. And
Which is like such a funny moment of like, man, somebody, I mean, gotta appreciate somebody was looked at his stuff and was just like, yeah, I want this. You know what? You can have coffee for it. Like, I don't know. That's just kind of a sweet, like, so non-essential apocalypse fiction story, like side bit.
And in this moment, right after Ellie was talking to him, like, I'm not ready to forgive you, but I'm willing to try.
And then Joel's like, I'd like that.
And then that's where it ends, right?
I mean, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
where that
the-
flashback ends, and it hurts so much.
Yep. Where the flashback ends, and then you get Ellie's trying to
Play the guitar,
play
but
the guitar.
can't.
She
She
can't.
lost the one connection she had to Joel.
Yeah, that
that-
was left. And
and
now
She puts
you
the guitar
think
down.
she's like, well, fuck. Now I have to go reconnect with the only family I have, which is now Dina. Well, not the only family, but like her family
Yeah.
being Dina and JJ. So you just see her walk out of the house and she starts just walking, traveling, and gonna go look for him. And that's where the credits hit.
Yeah, I still just re-saying that final part has me feeling the exact same way as when I watched it.
That last flashback with her and Joel, I know I've said this several times, but I really do think that's probably my favorite scene in the game.
It's so because
that's
like for
fantastic.
context, it's like you're moving backwards where you're starting from earliest to latest, and for this scene in particular, this is right before he dies.
Yeah, this would have been the day before because we
The-
find out that, you know, they had that dance the day before they went on the patrol where Joel ends up getting killed by Abby.
Yep, like this is right before, so it's just so terrible because not only like, you know, like it's one thing for Ellie to have lost her adopted father, but also too, it's like Ellie was in the process willing to forgive Joel, willing to do that at the very least, and that was taken from her. So like
the night before he's dead.
the night before. Yep. So it's like it's not really about the fact that like he, you know, he did some awful things. It's more about the fact that she was willing to forgive him that was taken from her.
Yep. Oh man, it's such a good scene.
I feel like I just witnessed it again.
Yeah, I feel
so-
like I'm literally
God.
watching it in my head right now. It's
Me too.
God, it's such. If for some reason you have got this far in the podcast and you have never played The Last of Us Part 2 and have no interest in watching it, and if anything we have said tonight has gotten you interested in it, you should just go watch that scene because I think that is a scene that stands well on its own. Like it's just that powerful of a scene. I know we talk about like the facial expressions that they somehow managed to capture in this game are just like absolutely. It feels like two human beings talking, not like watching it and talking about it. Like I'm not really distinguishing like these are video game characters. It's more like these are actual human beings having these conversations.
Yeah.
Oh God, so fucking good. Two like all timer. I mean, I know Troy Baker's not in it as much as Joel, but oh my God, his performance in this game is incredible. And then Laura Bailey and Ashley Johnson just as Abby and Ellie just fucking kill it. I mean, so freaking good. Lev's acting, I mean, it was great. Every character that had a significant speaking role in this game did absolutely fucking phenomenal.
Even the Rat King.
Yes, sir.
So quick question. Do you guys want to see me cry? Because I'm about to cry.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, dude. Oh man. Damn.
I guess we should talk about how we feel about this game.
Final thoughts and then ratings. I guess.
Yeah, y'all want me to start with
So yeah, you
my
can start since it's
Please
your
start.
first.
Please start. I'm
with
gonna
my
cry.
pieces? Okay. So with the first game, I felt like it was it was so close to perfection. There was just I don't know what it is. It just was missing. It's not really something I can quantify, but it's like I knew playing it wasn't a perfect game. This game is also not a perfect game. I don't get me wrong, it is phenomenal. I think everybody owes it to themselves to play this game. I wouldn't sit here willingly and do a 5-hour podcast after playing a 19-hour game on a game I didn't love. I think what holds this game back, and this is probably going to be real spicy, is I am not a huge fan of that LA portion in Seattle. I think it plays too slow. I feel like it's a lot. You're kind of rewarded more for being a little more stealthy. In it, I just think it plays a little slow as compared. Now, don't get me wrong. The beginning portion of the game, like from opening until you're Ellie in Seattle, phenomenal. And from Abby's part onwards to through the epilogue, through credits, absolutely. I mean, fucking phenomenal. I mean, if that was the game, it would be phenomenal. But as far as the acting, the voice performances go, just absolutely next level. Um, like I said, everybody with an actual decent sized speaking role is fucking phenomenal. I just, man, like it really, because y'all got me really hyped for this, especially after we played Last of Us 1, because you're like, yeah, I like Last of Us Part 2 way better. I think I like Part 1 more.
Oh wow.
Ah.
Wow. Okay.
And the only reason I say that is because there wasn't a part of Part 1 that I actively disliked. I really do not like, at least those first 2 days as Ellie in Seattle. I just feel like it's so, like, I don't know. I feel like it grinds the game's momentum to an absolute fucking halt. Um, and the game's not that long to begin with. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, like I said, we beat it in about 19 hours, 19 and a half hours. And you're talking about like a 5-hour chunk of the game just feels like a fucking slog to me. But like, so obviously I have to dock some points for that. But the highs in this game are higher than my Last of Us Part 1 highs. I think Abby's whole storyline, I think her redemption in the eyes of the player is phenomenal. I love how they wrap all of that up together. I do think the final fight is a little, I don't want to say over the top because it's not, but it's a little over the top. But I love it. Like, it's the good kind of over the top, and the open ended ending. If Naughty Dog doesn't give me a Last of Us Part 3 in the next couple of years, I'm going to be pissed. I don't want to be 35 and have children by the time Part 3 comes out. I would actually like to sit down and play it before I'm 30, which is closer every day. But man, it's such a special game. Like, definitely a great game for the PS4 to go out on, even though they're still making fucking games for the PS4, which makes no fucking sense. But yeah, it's just, I mean, really nothing I can add that we haven't already said, besides the fact that I thought those first few hours playing as Ellie in Seattle were just grinded it to the halt. So I'm gonna have to give Last of Us Part 2 an 8.5.
Or never mind.
Oh, I thought we were gonna do it like we did the last time, where we all said our piece and then gave the score.
Okay. I
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. Sorry.
I guess I'll go. Personally, I loved all of this game. I did not feel that way about Ellie's segment. I felt like it was slower, yes, but that's also, it's meant to be that way for Ellie's playstyle, and I like that because it gives you a variety of playstyles. And I prefer the variety over than like just being forced into uh to one single one, even though you can argue like you're forced into being sneaky with her, which you're not really. It's all about your skill level, and I'm just better. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, Tanner. Just kidding. It's. I really enjoyed that part.
Thanks for pointing that out.
I loved Abby's part, even though I loved Ellie's. I think Abby's segment is my favorite in this game. I really love Abby's story sections. It has my favorite fighting mechanics. I like the fucking animation, the story, not animation. It's animation. Everything about this game is peak PlayStation exclusive. Because like when you think of a PlayStation exclusive, you think games like this, Last of Us, God of War. This is the peak. I know a lot of people say movie video games and like think that's a bad thing. This is peak movie video games. That's a good thing. This is the pinnacle for me when it comes to like Sony exclusives. I loved this game with all my heart. I love Ellie. I love Abby. I love Joel. Every single one of these characters, even though they are super flawed in a lot of ways, I can't get enough of them. And I need that third game that follows Abby and Lev as they try to go to the Fireflies. Or a game where my dream for part 3 would be Abby and Lev go to the Fireflies while you occasionally go back to Ellie, trying to like get back to Dina and having some shit happen with that. And Wenzel and I speculated. I can't remember if Tanner was there.
No, Tanner speculated too. He was the one that like said that like if the Fireflies are regrouping, that means they figured something out.
Yeah, we speculated that like since the Fireflies are regrouping, we think that they're going to have a way to have the vaccine. And the way that Ellie and Abby can reconnect would be Abby has to find Ellie to get the job done right this time. And maybe Ellie can see this as maybe I can do something good with my life instead of causing suffering. I can actually cure this illness. And that's like what we predict that could be a possibility in part 3. I really like that idea.
I also think that's really the only logical way you can bring Abby back as a playable character.
I feel like that's the only thing you can do. Like, I feel like Abby has to be a playable character in the next.
Yeah, no, I do too. So, I agree. I just feel like that is the only storyline you can do with Abby and Lev that makes sense. Because, I mean, obviously Ellie has the story of, I got to go find Dina and JJ, because we don't actually know where they are. They could be in Jackson for all we know, but we don't fucking know. But Abby going on this hunt for Ellie to bring her back to Catalina Island to potentially sacrifice herself and save humanity, I feel like would be a great fucking way to wrap up this trilogy.
But like, also, if it's not if it's not Abby, I see no point in just following Ellie. I feel like this would be a good spot for Ellie's story to end, because not everything's going to have the perfect ending, and I think this is a really good ending, though.
No,
but like she's lost everything.
I don't know.
Like, what else is there to Ellie's story other than like trying to get Dina back? That's not a good game. You're not playing a game there. You're watching a TV show. Now, if this was a TV show, having Dina try to get back with, or having Ellie try to get back with Dina, I think that would be interesting in a TV show format. But like, there's not much to play there.
Well, yeah, that's why I think you need Abby. And I don't. Okay, let me rephrase. I don't think you can do a part 3. You can't do a part 3 with just Abby because you need Ellie. You can't do a part 3 without Ellie because you need Abby.
All right.
Like you need both of them to make it work, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't feel like either of their two storylines are compelling enough without a game. Because again, if you play as Abby and you're just at the Fireflies, what's the whole fucking purpose of the Fireflies if not trying to actively find a cure? So it's like what are we fucking doing here?
Yeah, because like if Abby
Unless
is,
it's a fucking life simulator and our goal is to get Abby absolutely fucking jacked again.
yeah,
Yes.
and also Abby to take care of Lev,
Yeah.
raise him as her boy.
Buff boy. In the next game, Lev will be jacked as shit. So will Abby. And then they will do the X gonna give it to you Rick and Morty reference.
I was literally about to say the Rick and Morty with Summer and Rick.
Where they just beat the shit out of anybody who comes
Yeah.
their way. Yeah,
but
okay.
for like to end my little stay, man, I guess Last of Us 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. It's just pinnacle. I love this game. It's not my favorite game of all time, but it is top 10 easily. I don't know the exact numbering, but if I had to give it a score, I'd give it a 10 out of 10.
Nice.
And I know that sounds like a high number for just our second episode, but this is a game that I feel very strongly about.
Yeah.
So, I mean, too, the whole basis of the show is we wanted to start with, I mean, obviously going in, these two games y'all knew were y'all some heavy fucking hitters for y'all. It's not like we were going to start this show with, oh, let's do, I'm looking at my collection.
Sonic
of games.
06.
Yeah, let's do, how do y'all feel about doing WWE 2K14?
Ooh, how do you guys feel about doing Call of Duty Vanguard?
I didn't play Vanguard, so.
We
Neither
didn't
did
either.
So we'd all lose. I guess I should go into my part.
Yeah, Wenzel, spill it.
So I should preface, I think I prefaced this in the first episode, but I am writing an essay, just a little piece about both of the games together. So I won't say too much from that because a lot of what I have to say will probably be in there, but I'll try to kind of go over my thoughts for just this game, obviously. But yeah, stay tuned for that. It will be out there within probably the week after this episode releases, so it should be out by then. And I don't know how long it will be for. I mean, I'll say it. It's going to be free. Obviously, you can read it, but at some point in the future, maybe in the far future, it might be. You might have to pay for it. Maybe I should just mention that. Is that okay?
You'll have to give Wenzel personally $20.
Yeah,
and me 50.
No, I don't know. We're thinking about certain things here at AYCH and Backlog BoyZ, and anyway, yeah. So, but to kind of give what I think about this game, so this game, I love it more than the first part. I love how multifaceted it is. We get two different viewpoints. I love the parallels between Abby and Lev with Joel and Ellie's. I love that. I do like the first part of Ellie's portion of this game. Like Colt said, the play style is stealthy. And I enjoy that too. But I do enjoy Abby's more because Abby, you get to see the other side of this story, of this journey of like what has led to this. See that I do enjoy Abby's playstyle more too as well, but I think together they make for a perfect game. That's my thoughts on this, or that's what I think about this game. As I there's nothing really I hate about it because I know what we've said, like, oh yeah, there's certain characters who don't get enough screen time, who are just kind of there, but I mean really though, they're there. I think they fill their roles perfectly as being accessories or as being vehicles to carry Abby and carry her characterization and to carry her eventually her um resolution, compromise of like finally like um letting go of this revenge, of accepting what has happened, and then becoming basically our new Joel and Ellie, taking care of Lev, and then also to Ellie's journey. But I think what really makes this game like um perfect for me is like getting to see Joel like for I guess what he really is, which is like if you haven't picked up on that he's a flawed character by now, then you're kind of you're you're doing this whole thing all wrong because like we've talked about this before, but so many people just are are dead set on Joel, he died, it was disrespectful, he's a great guy. It's like, no, he's not. He's not a great guy. Now, did he deserve to die the way that he did? I don't know. But he's not a great guy. So stop holding him to this. And like showing how what he does, what we do have consequences. And I I guess to go more into what I'm trying to get at is like uh the themes of violence for this particular game is like we said, it's more um what's the word? It's more realized. This is where we get to really see their vision realized in this game that they used for part one is that how we fetishize violence, how like it's everywhere, it's in movies and TV, video games stuff, and how you know how much we just enjoy it, and not to like cast blame or anything, because I'm definitely one of those people. I love playing God of War, one of my favorite games of all time, super violent. Call of Duty, um Halo, like all these other things, like yeah, but like also too like having like being able to take a step back and seeing like these this violence and glorifying it is there's it's wrong in a sense, unless it's simulated, but it's of what it can lead to, of with also too like a cult like mentality of how that can enable and um really what's the word, not brainwash, but like, because in here we see the wolves and scars, right? You think like, okay, two different groups, cult, militia. Not really, they're both cults. um just one is going off of very old stone age type of thinking, conservatism, and then you have the militia, the wolves, going off of more modern, but still kind of living off of uh systems of the old world, and militarized training and all that stuff. Like it's all, they're both cults. And you're thinking like, oh well, the cult's a religion, this is like, I mean, what, all religions, FYI, they start out as cults. So that's another thing too about how these type of thinkings kind of like not influence, they can I guess like how uh I, I can't really I'm really tired right now, so I'm kind of losing steam. But like I will cover this more in uh what I have written down, because I hope my written word is better than my spoken word. But like I just love how this game approaches violence, like of how it shows that wow, it's definitely like, it was still definitely fun to play as Abby, to play as Ellie, to do all this crazy shit. But at the same time, it's like, maybe think about your choices more, about what this can consequences about, especially with the situation of like, oh shit, kill the doctor, kill this girl's all of her friends, these kids are wrapped up in a war for land, like all this crazy shit. And just I mean, it doesn't do good for anybody. And like I said, I think this is a perfect game. You guys have said a lot, I've said a lot, and I think that kind of sums up everything I definitely feel about it. I think this is like, it's one of my favorite games. I think it's a very high form of art. I mean, really, I think it's fantastic, especially what it has to say about violence. I mean, you can even say religion, about war. Um, just incredible. 10 out of 10.
Hell yeah. What's the average of that, Tanner? You're the math lord.
Are you ready for the average of an 8.5 and 2 10s?
Yeah.
It's 9.5.
Oh wow.
I do just want to add an addendum. I didn't mean for it to sound like I didn't have fun with Ellie's part. It is fun. I just felt like compared to the rest of the game, including other parts that you play as Ellie, especially towards the end, and even Seattle Day 3, it just kind of felt like a slog.
No, I definitely feel what you mean. I know for certain people it will feel like that, and I know like for me, like you said, still had fun, but it definitely goes slower because
Yeah.
I guess Abby goes by faster because you kind of
You're
you got
used to the
you're
controls. You know
used
what
to
you're
it. You got your
doing.
feet wet. You know what's going on. So like the timeline, it's like okay, yeah. So yeah,
Well,
I definitely get that.
and also too, I think I was just more interested in Abby's stuff in general.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, she had a whole little story to go on. I mean, you get to play as her doing something objectively good, and then as Ellie.
Yeah, you're kind of. I mean, you're just kind of following Ellie on a path of revenge, and with Abby, you know, like you're. It's more of like of breaking militarized
really
conditioning.
dismantling two militaries.
Yeah, like dismantling. Dealing with armed conflicts, dismantling or dismantling conditioning. Uh, oh gosh, what's the dynamic there? Like, enemy, now friends. I mean, that whole dynamic where wolves and scars, Yara and Lev, Abby dealing with that. Found family. I mean, all of that. It's all being dealt with, and I mean, not to say that Ellie doesn't have any depth either. It's just that there was a lot going on with Abby,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Also, I feel like Abby really encompassed the best parts of Ellie and Joel from the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what made
Yes.
me love that game so much was Ellie and Joel and their, whole fucking bit.
Yeah.
So I feel like too that's why I connected more because with Ellie, we do get character development. Like I'm not trying to say that, but it's more like, well, I mean, she's here. She wants to kill. She wants to murder. That's pretty much all she wants to do. That's all she's talking about. With Abby, we get this deep character development. See her pretty much become like a whole new person. I mean, really, after she kills Joel, I mean, she's like, okay. And then again with Owen there leading as like well, we kind of got this going on, and she's like, maybe I should dismantle two militaries. Let me just say this: crazy ass weekend in Seattle.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Seattle.
3-day
crazy.
weekend, guys. Let's do
Yeah.
something wild.
I'll say it. Maybe Abby should kill Joel more often.
If I could do it again, I would.
Oh, he does say that. Joel does say, if I could do it all over again to Ellie at the very end, I would do the same thing.
Oh yeah, he does say that.
Which is also very emotional.
Yeah, he does say, I would kill that doctor again. I hope that doesn't cause you any trouble in the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's the whole reason we started the podcast. So I guess now this is the last episode of the Backlog Boys.
All right.
Bye-bye.
I had fun. No, we'll be back next month or this month.
Actually, this month, since this episode's coming out 2 days
Would
late.
we say The Last of Us Part 2 is an essential viewing?
That's the wrong thing.
Would we say that is a cinema grimoire?
You're almost there.
Would we say it's a caging greatness?
No.
Ultraman files?
No.
Non-canon file?
No.
Right after review?
No, it's a backlog boy.
Right after review. I haven't heard that one in fucking years.
Hey, look at that. Backlog for Tanner complete.
Yeah.
I guess we could say that's been a banter and lanterns.
I know it's kind of
Jesus Christ.
Stop
I
it.
remember that forever.
I know it's kind of early, or a little soon after it just came out, but we're gonna go give you homework already, okay?
Yes.
So sad, so too bad. Our game for December is gonna be Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and boy, did we think this was gonna be an easy episode when we had the idea to do it for the month 6 months ago. or however
Well,
long ago
like
it
3
was.
months ago.
Whatever. We thought it'd be an easy episode.
And we know all y'all playing it because it's the fastest selling game on Switch ever.
You know, I'm one of them. Let's just say my relationship with it is complicated. I'm 40 hours in. I have 330 something Pokemon out of the 400 in the Pokédex, and I'm loving it.
We're gonna have a lot to say.
Yes.
We're gonna have a lot to say. Actually, as we're recording this, Nintendo had to announce on their official Twitter, which never fucking happens, that they're releasing a patch for it. So I'm very excited to see what that patch looks like. So I'll try to play with that patch this weekend. But yeah, that episode will be dropping on the 28th of December. So a little long listening for you in between that Christmas and New Year's lull that there always is at the end of the year. And then on December 14th will be our monthly banter episode. We should have a fuck ton to talk about because we'll be coming off the Game Awards.
Just a lot's already happened.
Yeah, and a bunch has happened, and we'll be talking about some games. Rumor has it you may be getting a hot little Modern Warfare 2 review.
That is true. Does Wenzel make good on his promises? We'll see.
Some of them, maybe.
Yeah, maybe one of them.
Let's just say one of them was really fucking hard, and I kind of hate it.
It's paparazzi.
That fucking dog would not sit still.
Y'all want me to do plugs?
Yeah, plug it up.
All right. Well, thank you if you have made it through this, I believe, over 5-hour podcast. You can follow us on Twitter at Backlog BoyZ Pod. That's boys with a Z pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Tanner1495. Listen to all these fucking shows on this network. Help us. Listen to All You Can Hear. Listen to Cinema Grimoire. Listen to Cajun Greatness. Listen to Ultraman Files. Listen to Backlog BoyZ. Listen to everything on the AYCH extra feed. If you don't already, or if you haven't already, leave us a like, a review, a subscription, a rating, whatever, on your RSS feed catcher of choice, telling us, hey, Backlog BoyZ is awesome. Cinema Grimoire is awesome on the AYCH extra feed. Or if you haven't done it on the AYCH main feed, go do that. Tell them how awesome they are. You can tell me how awesome I was 5 years ago when I was on the podcast regularly. Let's see, what else? Twitch.tv/allyoucanhear. We will stream eventually. I couldn't tell you when.
We might stream this Saturday.
I will say we might stream this Saturday if you've made it to the end. We have actually decided that while recording this.
Yes.
But we'll tweet it on our socials and everything. Blow it up out there. But we're talking about maybe streaming some of this Fortnite event, as well as doing some our placement ranked matches in Overwatch 2 before Season 1 ends, just to see where we would be.
By this Saturday, we mean tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're listening, if you've made it through a 5-hour podcast, yes, then tomorrow, December the 3rd.
Yep.
But if you can't make it to the live, that's fine. Guess what? We'll archive it for you. We're that sweet. Archive it. It'll be on YouTube. All You Can Hear. You can search it. You can watch it. And let's see. What fucking else does AYCH got? They got a letterbox. Follow us at All You Can Hear on Letterbox. And I'm gonna say that's it.
Instagram, All You Can Hear.
Instagram, All You Can Hear.
Or is it AYCH Podcast? It's one of those.
Fuck, I don't know. Actually, I think it's AYCH Podcast on Instagram.
Damn.
That's probably everything.
Yeah. Did you plug yourself?
I did.
Okay.
Or if I didn't, Tanner1495 on Twitter.
Yeah. That guy. My name's
You don't
Colt.
get to rush this.
Follow me on Twitter at ColtD00. Sorry if the energy died down as we went through this 5-hour podcast, because we started at 6:30-ish p.m. and it's currently 12:56 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, like Colt said, sorry if this energy has died down. Also, I'm trying to reserve stuff for my essay because, like I said, my spoken word might not be as good as my written word. So I hope you enjoy it whenever I put that out. But thank you for listening. I'm Wenzel. You can follow me on Twitter at WenzyWilkie. You can follow my art Instagram at World of Wenzy. You can go follow my Bookstagram where I talk about books at Wenzel Banters. You can go to my store where I sell prints and stickers, worldofwenzy.bigcartel.com. I have a link tree for my links for everything, including those, and my letterbox, my Goodreads, my Ko-fi as well. Yeah, if you made it this far, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. And again, I will put out the essay. There will probably be a link to a Google Doc for it until we can figure out something to where or a concrete place for us to maybe have. But for right now, that's what we're gonna have. So yes, stay tuned for that. Thank you.
All right. Any last words?
Thank you for listening. And if you see an angry buff woman coming at you with a golf club, run.
Yeah, it's usually sound advice. I will also say, keep an eye on our socials, specifically Twitter, in case Twitter was to melt at any given day. You can always find us other places. But also, we got new year, new us, 2023 coming up. We're gonna do some stuff in 2023. My guess is
No.
That's all I want to say about that. Y'all have a good day or a good night if you're listening to this. Ta ta.
Bye.